it just seems like it would tear the family apart.
That's the thing. You do add interdynamic stresses and things like that. But at the same time, I don't feel that not allowing women to be fully human, essentially, in our system, when you talk about laws,
But it comes with responsibilities that women shouldn't have, and that was like part of the issue. Like, yeah, vote, but with the responsibility of like, what is it like, be in the draft and being responsible of debt when it was mostly supposed to be like the man's debt, like it was not sent to the woman. And dude, there's so many things that come with suffrage, like to vote, basically have them. To me, like all the entailments of the women voting thing is essentially saying that women can sleep outside in the winter. It's like, yeah, well, they should be able to. It just does not. It's nothing good about it.
And then therein lies a lot of feminist movements, in my opinion, kind of spite their face by cutting their own nose off with like policies and views like that. But
it's just not good leadership. As men, it's not good leadership. We should be taking care of the things that
yeah.
I have
go ahead, Lion. I've been
no. I just want to add that to that point that, bro, we're trying to rewrite history in a way that sounds progressive, right? We want to redo everything. We think we could do it better than the ancients, right? That's archaic. Women should absolutely vote. But you're not factoring all the variables. Like he just brought up, like, why should women be involved in politics? It would just bog them down, dude, and cause tension in the household, especially if you disagree.
So are you against queens?
What's that?
A queen, like a queen,
Queens?
like a monarchy.
A monarchy? Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So are you against that same monarchy if they have a king?
No.
Okay.
So I forget what's the one when it's a woman. What's it called?
Matriarchy.
Matriarchy. Yeah, matriarchy.
Yeah. Those don't really exist. They don't survive very long if they ever did form.
Yeah, I'm against the matriarchy. Absolutely.
Well, they don't exist. They upon all even reference of them forming, they don't last very long. But for me, it's more like this. It's not trying to rewrite history. I think it's just trying to make sure that we aren't stuck in the Stone Ages, because that's when this stuff was written.
I know you're gonna say that it's archaic, right?
No. So the archaic is a term to me to where I would throw something that's irrelevant. That's where I would use that term. It's old, and it doesn't fully apply to our time.
What do you mean? They had swords. It wasn't just a Stone Age. They were forging swords back then.
The Bronze Age. The Bronze Age.
But you know how earlier you said it's what you said earlier, something about doctrine, forced doctrine. No, I don't think it's forced doctrine. I think that just like we see in nature, human beings have natural tendencies. We have natural intrinsic things about us that we form social structures, right? And the social structures have a hierarchy where the man's the leader, dude, not the woman. The man, even without the Bible, dude, throw the Bible out for a second, right? It's a basic human impulse to form social structures, and within that social structure, there's going to be a hierarchy, and it's going to be the man leading the charge, bro, the head of the household.
Why is that?
This is how it was for thousands of years.
Why do you believe that is? Why do you believe that structure is in place? Do you think it's in place because the man was the most physical dominant person, or do you think it's the place? Okay, so that's
why roots grow into dirt.
Mainly it's because of force. Right, we're stronger. We have stronger frames.
That's force doctrine.
Oh, I thought you meant like the Bible or something.
No, that's force doctrine.
Well, doctrine means like.
Well, doctrine, it's a term that you can use for the Bibles, but there's other ways to use that term, not just religious.
You could call it force doctrine, but it's also like that is the okay. If if I'm standing in sun and I create a shadow, I could call it shadow doctrine.
There you go.
Right. But the problem there is that like you're highlighting the wrong aspects of the dynamic. The dynamic is
100%
I'm better fit for the job and I'm going to stand here and thus there will be what you could call a shadow. I'm not going to call it a shadow doctrine because that would be taking the negative of something that's not taking place. I'm not going to a woman saying, fuck you, you're mine,
No.
do this, do that.
Exactly that. So this is the difference.
I'm better fit.
I'm sorry.
sorry?
I'm sorry,
Go ahead,
finish.
Taylor.
Yeah, Tony told me F you earlier, totally unprovoked. Anyway,
It happens. But so let's just say in regards to directly this force doctrine, right? You wanted to call that shadow doctrine, but I want you to call it Bill doctrine. And you're like, no, it's shadow doctrine, and here are the reasons why. And I'm like, well, I don't give a shit. I want you to call it Bill doctrine. What happens at that point? Do you call it Bill doctrine, or do we just continue arguing, or do we fight?
Yeah, I'm not following, dude.
So you created something called shadow doctrine. Do you remember that equation you created? You created a shadow and you call it shadow doctrine.
Okay.
Okay. So what if there's a giant person?
It's not about the title. It's about the persona that you're trying to give the dynamic.
I understand that. That's what you're trying to say. I get that. But
okay, well, that's my point. So what are you trying to say?
Here's my point: is the dynamic that I'm giving you is the linchpin of how it actually works. That's the difference. You can call it shadow doctrine all you want. You can have every reason for calling it shadow doctrine all you want. But if someone wants you to not call it shadow doctrine and you don't have the ability to defend yourself from that individual, you have a few choices. Okay.
I mean, just the idea itself defends it because, like, you can't hide from the truth. The truth is, it's not a bad thing. Like, women benefit because of men, and it's not because of force. It's because women know that there could be force, and why would they challenge that if they could benefit from it?
Did you just hear what you said?
Yeah. Why would they challenge?
Would you repeat what you said? Would you repeat what you said? Because women know there could be force, but
if they do something, yeah, it's literally like why does anybody do anything?
And they would lose in that physical altercation 9 times out of 10. Correct?
And yes, but what I'm saying is, what would be the motive to do so in the first place?
To do what?
To have force.
To get your will passed, to get what you want done, to do what you want.
Well, you're going to have to explain what that will is, because if a woman's trying to proliferate and succeed in life,
clean up the bathroom.
Then okay, why? I mean, this is like 10 times removed from the scenario, so I can't answer that.
I'm asking you a direct question. I want her to do that.
You want her to do that? Well, is she your wife?
Sure.
Okay, has she agreed to be your wife and hold those responsibilities? Is she a Christian woman? Does she hold those values strong? Does it need to be done? Is it pertinent compared to other things, other responsibilities at the moment? Like, these are, like I said, there's like 20 things removed from what you're asking to make your point, and I'm not sure you're doing a good job.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to
get your fucking slave.
Yeah, exactly. She's not my fucking slave, right?
Is it a slave, or is it just important to do at the time? And she would agree if you made a good point and it was your leadership and purview to say, hey, I need this done right now, she would understand that's what she would probably want to do.
But you
I
just
don't understand the issue.
Well, you said because there could be violence, right?
No. I'm saying in regards to women being in relationship to men in the first place. Now, I'm not saying they have to agree to relationship. I'm just saying, why would they fight men when they can benefit from it?
But maybe she doesn't want to clean the bathroom.
Okay, well, if there's a good reason that she can't, understandable. But like, that's not something that you kill somebody or fight somebody for.
That's your choice, right? Now you've made a choice, correct?
They both have choices.
No. But
the idea is overall submission
you've
to
made
leadership, not to make irregular decision making.
You made a moral choice, though, correct? You just made a moral choice.
Yeah, a man can do that. Absolutely.
Exactly.
It's probably why she married him, because he was a good choice maker.
What I'm saying is, yeah.
So, would you agree that there's situations that women would have more? So we agree, let's say, for the sake of argument, that there's different societal positions for men and women, right? Societal niches, let's say, right?
Yes. Yeah, I would say that has been a result. Yes.
Like raising a family.
So would women? Okay, so
That would be a genetic
men or
biological.
women. Sure. Would men or women be better suited to determine how those situations or environments are run if they're the ones running them?
Oh my gosh. So your question is, do men have more ability to make choices than women?
No, kind of. Would women be better suited to make decisions that are of their purview?
Yeah, oh, I 100% I say yes, they would.
Okay. What do you say, Ritz?
I mean, I thought you were talking about something else. I wasn't listening. Sorry.
Would men or women be better suited to make decisions about the purview of women, whatever that may be in society?
Would men and women be better suited to make decisions?
Men or women? Yeah. So if we say that a woman is in charge of X, Y, and Z, would the woman be better suited to make decisions regarding X, Y, Z, or would the man still be better?
That's up to the man. Look, she can say, you know, would you like me to be responsible for these things? He would decide if that was the case. And that way it would be either on his plate or purview or not. If she did come to him later, obviously he would be ultimately responsible.
So the answer is men from him. He says men.
So every man gets 2 votes, but the women has to tick the box for them.
If the family succeeds or not, it still falls under the man's leadership. I mean, I'm very strong about that. I think that everyone has agency. Everyone should be responsible for their own actions. But ultimately, when it comes to communication or like family unit activity, like the man is ultimately taking responsibility for the whatever happens.
So Riggs.
The man, for example, should tell real quick, just a quick follow up. So the man would be more apt to tell the woman, for example, how to do the laundry.
If it was important to do so, sure. I'm not talking about like needless abuse, but she probably wouldn't be with them if that were the case.
No, sure. I'm just saying, like, if there's something that she does, right, on a day-to-day basis that she's responsible for, it seems to me pretty obvious that she would know better how to get that done. Same as you might say, the troops on the ground might know
that's up to him. But that's up to him.
Well, no, it's not.
And if he loves her, he'd probably let her do it that way.
Yeah, but I'm asking,
who's better? Well,
if he doesn't love her,
I don't know.
He would still be less.
I don't know that. I mean, I don't know how. Is it like I like to fold laundry this way compared to that way? I mean, I don't know, man. It's a weird. Like what are you winning from asking this question?
Sure. Well, I'll tell you where I was going with this. It seems to me, I mean, I would think it's obvious that she would know better what her purview is. If that were the case, then it would seem like she should have some say, even on like a societal level. Like that's why women ought to be able to vote, is because there's something to do with them and their managing.
She could voice that, but it may not be true, and he may not agree. She could voice it.
Well, that's why I'm asking. She would. Yeah. I think she would be more likely to be correct about it.
Well, it depends on the woman. I mean, now you're just speaking for all women. You know, some women got ideas that fucking suck, dude. And you're just saying that, oh, well, she probably, because she's a woman, I'm sexist. I'm going to say that women have better ideas about this thing.
No.
Well, would women have better ideas about women things that we don't do? Would women have better ideas?
That may not be.
giving
No. It
birth?
may not be true. That may not be true. Just because she's a
Would
woman
women have
doesn't mean
better
she has
ideas
the
about
best ideas
fellatio?
about the women things.
I have a question about like. Do you think women
Or
have better
most
ideas about fellatio than men do? Like do like.
I'm just going to say that there's gay men in this server, and I promise you, they would say that they're the best at what they do.
Well, I don't want to. Okay.
Yeah,
What I'm saying.
it's just like a gay guy might know the mechanics a little better.
I don't think I could do a good job, but I think that like there are things in my opinion that women know way more than me about. I have 3 kids. Their mothers know more about them than me. There's something there. I get what you're saying on both sides, but I truly still believe that they should have the autonomy to vote. I don't see why that's such a stumbling ground, and I get why, because the second wave of feminism.
Well, I said this isn't my fight. I don't support the whole voting system anyway. So
That's important.
it's really important to hammer that home. Like, I really don't support the voting system. It's not under our control anyway. The outcomes aren't.
I agree with you on that.
You can make a change in your family household, and you can make one small change. It would have a massive impact on the quality of your life and your family's life. You can vote your whole life and literally have no impact, and all it's done is ruin your conversations and your family's communication.
Yeah, no. Voting does feel like it's very disingenuous, especially because you don't even truly elect the president. You just send somebody up there to do it for you.
It's just making all it does. The biggest benefit they get from politics is that you make enemies with your families and friends. Immediate family and friends. That's all it does.
Can I chip in?
Very much depends on how you argue those things. I know plenty of people who don't agree politically who do just fine.
Okay.
So if we're not voting, what else are we going to let women do that they didn't used to be able to do? Is there anything we can push for?
Well,
I'm not a woman.
Well,
maybe they should figure out what they want to do.
Okay. All right. So you're at least giving them freedom to have a meeting.
Dude. this isn't Kazakhstan, bro. I'm like, look, everybody has their own agency, but I'm just saying that when it comes to the hierarchy of family and people, that there are ways that it works.
I'm from New Zealand.
I'm fine.
I'm from New Zealand, and we were the first country in the world to give women the vote back in the 1880 somethings. Kate Shepherd.
So it's your all's fault.
New Zealand's doing pretty well.
That must have been a sile.
They gave up first.
It was a sile.
The single most telling metric of how a society does typically is how they lift up the least of their population. Typically, that's women. I mean, if we're just going by data, that's just a bad argument.
I would say the purpose of society is for the weak to protect themselves. It's that's the purpose of society, and exactly right. If you can judge a society based upon how they treat, the people that are on the lower ends of it very well.
Well, they just do better. They thrive.
What happens if you hit your head and immediately swells up right there?
Go to the hospital.
Oh, that's called subgaleal hemorrhage.
And what is that?
I think if you're using your head and it swells up after you do so, you're using your head in the wrong way that's intended. When people say to use your head.
If you're nauseous at all, definitely go to a hospital or have someone take you.
Taylor, are you hot micing? I can't tell if you're trying to get in or not. Okay, good call. Good comms.
Well, I wonder. I don't know if this is a good question or a safe question to ask. Let's say if I'll just put myself in this position. If someone came to me and told me devastating news about my health, would I be worried? Like now, I want you guys to ask yourself because I'm not worried. What about you guys?
What up, Globers?
Why would somebody else be giving me devastating news about my health?
For instance, let's say someone encouraged you to just have a checkup. Doctor did an intense examination and found something. Someone otherwise that looked healthy didn't even realize he had or she had. They had. Uh, if, in that case, would anyone here be worried, or would they be? Would they know what to do?
Depends how you treat yourself. If you treat yourself, abuse yourself like a piece of shit, then I wouldn't be too phased because you'd be expecting it. But if you were completely healthy and lived healthy, and then you got the news, you'd be pretty fucked up about it, I would imagine.
I'm sure. Thank you for sharing. I'm sure Christians would have a different reaction. As a Christian myself, or a believer in Jesus, if someone told me devastating news, I'm not worried because thankfully the book tells me what to do.
You heard that that story about the guy on the river, right? The river starts flooding, and a boat comes along, says, "Hop in, I'll take you to safety." The guy says, "No, God will save me."
Yeah, that's a great story. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you look,
I mean, doctors could just be a way for God to help you.
If you look up, I can't remember what year it was, but when that song came out, it was a country song called "Jesus Take the Wheel." That for like a year, there was a massive uptick in female car accident deaths because so many of them that were religious, and when if they'd start spinning out or whatever, just let go of the wheel, like literally took it serious. And it like there are statistics that almost for a year, starting almost immediately from the release of that song, that they saw an uptick in female car accident deaths. And a lot of times they in accidents that wasn't even like should have been really fatal if they would have just controlled their car.
There's a story that I find pretty horrific that I don't know if I can even talk about it. But very generally, a woman was convinced by other like-minded people to refuse a certain course of action for her kid. And there's like a whole Facebook post about it. I mean, it's pretty, I read the whole thing. It'll make your blood boil. In the end, I would say it was the wrong decision. Kid gets worse and worse, and everyone's like, no, hang in there, keep to your faith. She was worried, had doubts about whether it was the right course, and ultimately the kid died. And some of those people still said, no, he made the right choice. I think there's consequences sometimes to lay your trust in the wrong place.
I don't know, but maybe this is a time for a subject change. Just saying.
Yeah, let's.
Not demanding. I'm just saying.
No, I'm happy to. So how about that gravity, huh?
Yeah, which one?
What do you mean, which one?
Newton's or Einstein's?
Same thing.
Yes.
There we go. Now we got a scrap on our hands.
Same thing.
No, it isn't.
Yep, it is. Sure is.
No, it isn't.
Yep, mass bends space-time, mass attracts mass, same damn thing.
Good job. You get an A+ on your 5th grade science class.
It's a little bit above 5th grade, but okay.
It's like light. How does one get convinced of these two fundamentally different things, right? One is like akin to magnetism, and the other one is akin to a soup bowl. So how do you square that circle? I don't know, man.
Well, because you need to think a little bit. You actually need to like put aside your biases and realize that mass attracts mass is the same as mass bending space-time, which attracts mass to each other.
Yeah, Newton
I
gave
don't
us
see it.
some
I see a
laws.
soup bowl over here or a trampoline, and I see magnets over there. To me, they're two different things, like completely different.
Well, that's because you have convinced yourself that way, and instead of thinking of mass attracting mass, and then under the Einsteinian thing, mass bends space-time, which causes the masses to attract each other.
Then we have the one is a force, one isn't. I mean, completely different things.
Nope, not completely different. The same thing. The equations will boil down to the same thing. See, Newton didn't know why mass attract mass. That's that quote you guys always fuck up and say, I want to divorce myself from any of this thing, because he didn't know the effect. Or he knew the effect, he didn't know the cause.
You don't know the cause. You don't know if it's due to the center of the mass or space-time curving, which is immaterial, which I don't even know what you mean by that.
Well, okay, well then you need to I know it's difficult to think in 4 dimensions. I mean, flat earthers have a problem thinking in 3 dimensions, let alone 4.
Show us anything that doesn't have an equal and opposite effect once you do something with it.
Oh, God,
so every action has an equal and opposite reaction. What are you talking about? Why wouldn't there be? What are you saying? There shouldn't be.
I'll give you an example. You put useful information in Denmark's head, and there's no equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah, like your gravity. There's no equal and opposite reaction to your never-ending spinning ball that's perpetual motion that you can't work with it. You can't put a ball nowhere and let it start spinning for you.
I thought it got
so you tell me about your equal and opposite zero moving fucking a million miles an hour. Okay.
Make me demand that I show you a bucket of something.
Miles an hour makes sense.
Go on, Denmark. You're not listening.
Still, or are you moving?
Make my day, Denmark.
Are you sitting still, or are you moving? You don't even know. Shut up. You don't have a reference for anything.
Make my day, Denmark. Ask me for a bucket of something. Go on.
Yeah, learn how an action is. There's always an action after something. That doesn't mean you know what you're talking about, stupid.
No, there wasn't an action.
Yeah.
I'll give you another example.
Denmark, cool it down. Lower the temperature. Denmark, lower the temperature.
Give me the cause. Starts with a C. Raise the temperature on the cause. The cause for what you're making up. Causer.
Your rhetoric is as crappy as your mic, Denmark.
Yeah, so is your cause that you don't have, weirdo.
I'll give you another example. An action, a high quality education imposed upon Denmark, a reaction, nothing other than dishwashing.
Action from what? You go into ball school that don't exist? So when you sat in your ball school in grandma's basement and looked at the wall that was black, how'd that help you?
Stay in school, kid. Listen, kids, stay in school. Whatever you do,
ball
stay in school.
Physics. They were so good, weren't they? You studied your 8 years of ball physics.
Do not walk
Tell me where you learned all the ball physics at. Did you go to Newtonian school? I didn't know that was possible to go to the Einstein-Newtonian School Institute of Ball Physics.
This is empirical proof there is no God because Denmark isn't sterile.
Empirical proof there's no balls because you don't know what balls are in ball physics. Can't be a globe without globe physics, could there? You got all these ambiguously flat Earth physics, while it's so ambiguously flat that it's round.
Could just be regular physics without the qualifier.
Don't make no sense. Okay, show me where water spins on a ball in your regular physics in a lab, and then tell me why you can't and why physics don't work for you, the ones you believe in, your God, Jesus religion, over the one that does work in the lab. So tell me why the fuck you believe in your religion over what you really see. Why?
Just get a wet ball and spin it, and you're fine. Water
Why do
tension.
you believe in a religion over what you see happen in reality that's not your religion? Your religion is water sticks to balls. Now, why do you believe that? You don't see it anywhere. Yes, it is.
I do.
Yeah, where's it happening at? Prove it. Prove it's not a religion with a real ball right now.
Because you're a big
One
fucking
physics
boy, you
we have.
stupid cunt.
We've got one physics, right? Quit keeping it secret.
Putting
Don't
water
keep
on
your
it.
NASA secret.
There you go.
What are you
Water
keeping
on
it
a
secret?
ball.
Put water on a ball? Or you just believe
rotating it. And look at that. It's staying on
rotating
the
what?
ball.
Is it on the
ball.
bottom still?
Yep.
Is it on the bottom and the top? Is there 7 miles worth on one part and then a little bit on one part, like even uneven amounts?
There's no 7 mile ball you can put in a lab.
You'll need a globe model with that much water on it. One part's supposed to have
Well, you can't do that in a lab.
ocean. The other part, yeah, wherever
We're
your
asking you to do this
globe
on a lab.
exists. Where is your ball lab at? Show me to it.
There's no 7 mile ball you can put
Point
into
me
a
to your
lab. So
ball
why are you
physics
asking?
lab. I didn't say make
Also,
up
why
your
7
excuses.
miles?
I didn't say keep it a
No,
secret.
you
You're
said
one
7
physics.
miles.
So now you got
It's not a
another
secret.
physics because you can't show these. How many physics
it's
do
the
you
same
got,
physics.
dude? How many physics do you have? Believe in real ones. We see the real ones not
Hello?
hold
You hear me?
water. Do you hear not water and air hold on to your ball? Put your ball in a vacuum.
We're asking for
Start
a 7
spinning it
mile
up.
ball.
Show us it hold air and water. What is an atmosphere? What is
making
that? Show us one.
Mouth noises, or are you actually
More
trying to?
atmosphere, less nothing burgers. What is an atmosphere?
Why are you talking about atmosphere now? We're talking about.
Why are you having so much trouble with your ball physics, Newtonia?
Why are you having so much trouble tracking?
Where's your Newtonian air at?
You're at.
We're looking for your Newtonian air map.
We're over to air now. I thought we were on water.
We're looking for ball physics.
There's water on a 7 mile ball in the lab.
So why do you guys hide
Yeah,
your
on the top
secret
and bottom.
physics? Where'd you learn
Why do
your
you ask for
secret ball
something?
physics that
When I
nobody
give
else
it to
can
you, you
learn?
ask for something else.
Where'd you learn that a ball is a time machine? Show us
Because
your
you don't
time
actually
machine
have a
ball
point.
physics. So how did you demonstrate with that ball that spins faster than the other ball? That one of them is a time machine. How did you show one ball aged more than the other ball? Because it spun faster or slower.
Dimok, do you understand scale?
No, you're not demonstrating anything. We're waiting for you to understand us. Learn us on our schooling. Right?
Yeah,
About
do
your
you
globe
understand
physics.
scale?
No, we don't understand globe physics that don't exist. They're imaginary. Do you understand?
Everyone understands scale
Nothing.
in
No, we're
terms
looking for
of
physics,
shapes.
not ones.
I'm not
We're
sure
not looking
anyone
for ones.
understands the scale of your
We're gonna ask you to
stupidity
hand out
or how
dollars.
to scale it down.
We're not. What scale? What
doesn't.
down? Scale what down?
Denmark once asked me for a 10-centimeter ball that rotates once
Scale
every
what
24
down?
hours. The equator
Scale
was
what
spinning at
down?
1,000 miles an hour.
What are you
Trying to make
scaling
sense of
down?
that.
Fuck.
What are you scaling down? Scale what down? Your
I'm trying to figure out how to scale down your stupidity so you're as smart as a 2-year-old.
Show me the sun go around any planet by itself. Tell me how far 93 million miles is in Antarctica with the sun left to right and front to back, you fucking losers.
It's 93 million miles, you dumb
93
fuck.
million, what's it look like in Antarctica? Now take that on your horizon. Put that
Go
same
there and have a
fucking
look at the
ruler
sun,
on your
you
horizon.
smart cunt. Fucking hell.
So that was
baby Jesus.
Jesus Christ, Denmark. Yeah, I mean, I like when you say funny things, but you can't take out every drug experience on us. It's not fair.
Yeah, in the words of Ricky Bobby, sweet baby Jesus.
Maynard James Keenan as well.
You said one funny thing, ball skull, and the rest was shouting nonsense.
Why did y'all mute Dimok? He wasn't even interrupted. He was talking.
Because he's the smartest guy in the world, and no one can handle it.
Come
Well, you
on.
should let him in
All
your
that
church,
talking.
Taylor, and he'll do a daily sermon.
Making constant mouth sounds isn't necessarily speaking.
You must admit you can't answer him. He asked the question.
I answered all of his questions. He wanted a ball with water on it, spinning around. I did that. Then he started talking about 7 Mile ball for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, manufactotum's over here pretending he's Doctor Strange, just spheres swirling around in his room.
I did post a picture to him one time that me and him had a conversation about. Up here near, close to where I live, they got a Ripley's Believe It or Not, and well, you know, business thing you can go look at shit at. And out front, they got a gigantic stone ball on this water thing that you can spin, and it keeps the water on it. It's really neat. I showed him a picture of it, and then we had a conversation about it. He thought that was cool, even though he said it didn't mean anything.
Was it in a vacuum chamber? Just curious.
No, they say they couldn't fit it in a bucket, so they just stuck it outside the store for people to look at.
Well, you know, isn't that
What
called
do
the
you think would
Magnus
happen if
effect?
it was in a vacuum chamber?
Because I asked them at the store about it. They said that, you know, they was trying to do an experiment, but they said they couldn't never get it in a bucket, so they just said they would stick it out front for people to look at.
Well, again, the scale, it's too big to put in a bucket.
No such thing as scale.
How do you scale down the sun in your little spark plug generator? So you get a spark plug and you say, "Look, I spark plugged the sun." You know, when you spark plug the sun, you're supposed to let off a sun gas spark and shut off all your electronics you made the spark sun with by making a sun. Didn't you know that?
Demo. Change the subject just real quick. You were talking about the atmosphere before. Let's talk about that just real quick. 2 minutes.
Why?
Are you
Yeah,
good?
where in your backyard is the earth a sphere and can you stack 8 inches of water? Let's go, baby.
Okay, you can't handle the truth.
Okay, in your backyard, which part is the earth curve? Which part of anybody's backyard as a glober is the earth curve? Just 8 inches worth. That's all we're looking for. Stack water.
So again, you don't understand scale.
I can answer that.
No, we don't understand what you're not showing us. Stacked water. Scale of what? Nothing? Scale of
You
your
don't understand scale, otherwise you never would have
You're
said
not
that
showing us
stupid
the
question,
scale.
you dumb fuck.
You're not showing us the scale of anything, dumb bitch. How does 8 inches of water look to you, globe imaginer? Stacked on a hill.
You keep asking too many questions, so I can't get into answer.
It's the same exact question. Stacked water on a hill.
No.
Let's talk about.
You just showed a big ball with water on it. Cole just said he had a big ball with water sticking to it. Now go the fuck outside, stack some water to your little globe hill. Surely you don't need that much.
Like flat Earth Tourette's or something.
Surely your big earth is not going to negate your ability while it's spinning to pour some water and let it stack. Just like the ball at Cole's house. Come on, let's go.
Fair enough question.
Cole balls for the win.
Dawn, I'm sure you've seen the BB show The Office, David Brent.
We want to stack some water. You believe water can stack 24,000 miles high. We just want 8 inches.
Imagine David Brent, but a flat earther.
Why is 8 inches not enough for you when 24,000 ain't enough for you? So 8 inches is too much, but you guys say you got walls of water, but you can't do 8 inches.
I think 8 inches is plenty.
So let's stack it up on the hill, on the side, on the top. 8 inches of earth curve. Just 8 inches of earth curve dirt, top to bottom. Stack that water.
I'll tell you.
How thick are these 8 inches?
It's raining
Don't know,
right now.
globe imaginer.
It's
You don't know
1
what 8
mile.
inches is? It's a portion of your ruler minus 4 inches, dude.
1 mile.
Take 4
1
inches
mile
off your ruler.
down the road.
No.
Why have you
No,
got a
here's what you
fascination
do.
with 8 inches, Demo? That's weird.
Because it's 8. Why do you got it for your globe, motherfucker? Why has your globe got an 8-inch dick that don't exist anywhere?
I'm on the top of the 8-inch hump.
I never said anything about dicks, you weird cunt.
And round me is
Sit on the 8-inch globe, man. Let's see if it
1
goes.
mile dirt pile. Just let me speak. There's 1 mile circle dirt pile around me. I'm on the top of that
Just
little
go
hump.
pour water on top of the 8-inch part. Stop fucking making
So
excuses
the
where
answer
you
is
can't
1
go
mile.
do this.
1 mile.
Where is it at? Get it done.
I just told you that.
What are you waiting on? Stack that water. That's all we want to see, weirdos. The fuck?
You've changed it to stacking water. That's
No,
completely
you think there's 10 feet of stacked water and 5 miles of fucking lake, weirdo. We want to see 8
Completely different.
inches. Surely, if you
about a
can
lake.
stack 20,000 feet of water, stupid, on a fucking hill, surely you can go stack 8 inches worth on this big ass earth. 8 inches of water
I'll
is
tell
nothing
you.
to your gravity.
It's the same on a lake, so I'm on the edge. And
What's
in
the
front
same? We
You're
don't have your
interrupting.
8-inch
You're already
drill.
interrupting.
What's an 8-inch tilt look like? You're already interrupting yourself by not making any sense.
Why are
Don't
you
say the word
asking?
hit. Point to us. What hill is 8 inches of earth curve?
Okay,
Show
now
us
I
it.
went. Now I went to the
We
water.
have
You've
no
gone back.
comparison.
You've gone back to a
We
hill.
have
Now you're
no
interrupting in 1
comparison.
word. 1 word.
You have no comparison for what you're talking about. You'll need a
Mod.
comparison.
Mark, are you trapped in Tupperware?
What the fuck does 8 inches of earth curve look like with dirt? Show us. Put something on it. What's it look like? Then back up a mile. Then we'll
I was telling you, and you switched to the water.
You know, you're not showing me, you weird fuck. I want to see. I want to see what it looks like. You dumb
Mark, you need a
son of
mod
a bitch.
computer with a microphone. This CB radio's not working
How the
out for
fuck
you.
do you guys know what it looks like? Who told you there was 8 inches somewhere? What's that mean? What does it
Dear
fucking
Mark.
look like?
Dear Mark, your
8 inches,
fascination.
man. I know this
Dear
is
Mark.
hard. 8 inches
Dear
of
Mark.
stacked water or a piece of dirt that's declared to be itself as 8 inches
Dear
of
Mark.
earth curve.
Dear Mark, your
Don't fight to
fascination
not
with
put
8
your
inches.
8-inch
Do you
earth
think
curve.
if you go a mile
Listen to
away,
all
you're going to
these guys
see your
fighting to not put
fascination with
8
8 inches?
Look how hard they're fighting to not put 8 inches of this big ass 24,000 mile earth.
You've never clearly seen 8 inches,
What the
Denmark.
fuck is 8 inches of dirt curve? What does it look like? Stop
Will
stuttering,
you
Mumble
see
Pig.
your
Look at the dirt
fascination with
curve.
8 inches a mile away, dear Mark?
Goldfish
Will you
dirt,
see
boy.
it?
Goldfish
Will you see
measure.
it? Will you see it?
Mark, stop
With
interrupting.
imagination.
Stop just shouting over people.
Quit measuring imagination, omnivore, for these guys. Ask them where the earth curve is.
All right.
8 inches of dirt. A mile away.
Yeah.
What's it look
Since you asked me, I'm going to tell you. So we don't have like a hurricane machine that can generate.
Didn't ask for that, weirdo. Ask for 8 inches of dirt.
Democ,
You have 8 inches of dirt, you fucking dumb cunt.
Democ.
You stupid bitch. You don't have dirt.
All right, that's it. I'm sorry,
Now
Democ.
you don't have dirt, you dumb fucking cunt. Now
you can't control
there we
yourself.
have it.
Boo.
You just can't.
So. It's just change his name to Denmute and be done with it.
Boo.
Look, if that was anybody else, he would have been long gone. Okay, people treat him like he's,
an imbecile.
We
Yeah.
just give him we just have a daily dose of DMOC.
Yeah, you done a whole thing
Now we get our daily dose of you dumbasses. Go ahead, Omni. Explain your 8-inch mile bullshit. Go ahead. I'm listening, brother.
All right.
You're awesome, Steve. I heard.
I wanted to ask that.
I've got a question for Omni. Go on, sorry. I'm just
Sea level is defined by the gravitational attraction that creates the geoid. The geoid is the surface of the Earth calibrated for, or warped, the sphere modified by individual gravitational anomalies because the Earth is not perfectly homogeneous. What that means is that because we measure elevation from mean sea level or from the geoid, similar, then even though it is curved in all directions, no part of it is higher than any other. All right, so that's the first thing that you have to understand that is generally not believed by flat earthers, but that's how we measure elevation. If you are walking around that sphere, the general very close to a sphere that is the Earth, even though you're walking along a curve, you're still at the same elevation at each point. So that 8 inches per mile drop is a deviation from a perfect horizontal. It's not downhill. If you walk along it, to the 8 miles, and there is an 8-inch deviation from a horizontal, which would be a tangent line, you're not going down. The term drop is used, but I think that surveyors refer to it as a deviation from horizontal for a reason. So that's not easy for you to wrap your head around if you're going to disbelieve in everything about how that science works. But the reason why it's hard to see is because it is not a matter of topography. In order to get that 8-inch deviation, you have to establish a horizontal. That means a tangent, such as done with a theodolite. And then you have to take measurements that will show you whether or not that from that original horizontal there is a deviation at a mile distance, or however far apart you want to do it. This is most efficiently and accurately done using reciprocal zenith angles. When you use reciprocal zenith angles, you can tell the elevation of one of the theodolites, or both theodolites. You can determine the elevation of the theodolites based on this principle that the Earth is curved, and this automatically corrects for Earth curve and refraction. You don't need the reciprocal theodolites allow you to calculate the amount of refraction and calculate the curvature of the Earth if you wanted to do that, but you don't have to do that. Just taking the measurement will give you the elevation of the theodolite. So for hundreds of years before GPS, reciprocal zenith angles was the preferred way to get the elevation of a point, if you could. So that's how we know. So you have to understand reciprocal zenith angles in order to know how we're detecting that deviation from the horizontal.
Can I ask you a question? Yeah, as soon as you said the word tangent, right away you were talking about a single point.
Well, a tangent is a line, but yes, it intersects the sphere at a single point.
Yeah, so I just want to make that clear. When ballers talk about this, they're thinking of what I call single point geometry. They're referring to a single specific point when they talk about reciprocal zenith angles and stuff like that. Tangents, horizontals, they're talking about one point.
What makes you think that's what makes you think that's a problem?
I'm not saying it's a problem. I just want people to understand that, right?
Okay.
Because you guys think stuff as a single point, like down, right? Down is just down at that point.
Yes.
I just want to clarify that.
That's correct. What reciprocal zenith angles show us very clearly is that plumb lines, or verticals, if you will, if you want to, think of it that way, are not parallel.
Exactly. So you have multiple downs.
Correct. Every location along the sphere down for that is a line from wherever that point is towards the center of the sphere,
which is logical and really easy to understand for adults.
You know, when you read that out,
if you can understand that everyone's got their own unique east in different positions, then why not understand that everyone's got their own unique down in various positions? It's just the
you know, when you read that out, Omnivore.
Sorry?
You know, when you was reading that, or I don't know whether you read it from something or you was just trying to remember it. That could be the difference. Did you read it? You read it, didn't you?
About what?
When you just read that little, like, verse out.
Let's see, you're so slow.
I wasn't reading. I wasn't reading off anything.
Oh, you was remembering.
I was explaining it.
Okay. When you go to the shops, you must be able to remember at least 5 or 6 items of grocery when you walk in without having to
So
read it.
let's see. Do you still have a point, even though that was off the top of his head?
Yeah, I just don't believe that you believed what you was actually saying. There was no commitment there. There was no.
Right,
that's why I thought you was reading it. That's why.
Let's see. He explained.
I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you, am I?
Down is different for each individual person. As you travel across the sphere, you will find that every point that you walk along has a different vertical angle to the other points.
Don't give up the day job, Omnivore.
He explained how normal adult people understand the sphere. Yeah, normal people understand the sphere. So how would you accuse him of not believing that?
Are you the
because it's just horseshit, but go ahead.
No, you mean he's not sure it could be a globe, but he does understand the theory if it was a globe.
Listen,
is that what you mean?
I believe Omnivore is an honest guy. And if you asked Omnivore 100%, could it be something other than a globe? And I know for sure he'll say yes. Because I think he's a stand-up guy and he wouldn't suggest anything else.
But then if you asked him what does the overwhelming majority of evidence point to it being, he won't say anything but
that's correct. Yeah, I mean, if it's not a globe, then people have some explaining to do.
Oh look, let's go through it. Let's go through it. Day 2. I was on here the other day, and there was many of these globalins, people who believe in the globe vehemently. And there was a woman. She was from Australia, and she said like she'd filmed the diverging sky with the stars going in one direction and the other direction, and no one corrected her. And I thought to myself, how is that? How would that be?
On what?
She reckons with a fucking P900, because I got one, and I thought, fucking better than mine because I don't know how to do it. Oh, you have to do it manually, blah, blah, blah. Everyone was backed her up. She reckons she filmed the sky, and she was on a point. She was in Australia, and I think they know her because like she's a very hardcore
trouble about.
Yeah, trouble about. She reckoned that she filmed the sky, and she got the divergence of stars going one way and stars going the other way. And I thought to myself, I didn't say. Yeah, I didn't say nothing because I thought that's the nail in your coffin. So I let her carry on, and not one person, not one glober stood up and said that's impossible. Not one person.
You misunderstood.
No, I didn't.
I think what she was probably referring to was clockwise and counterclockwise.
Yeah, she was. So how could you film that?
Not in one shot. She
said that she filmed it.
No, I've watched her. I've seen her stuff. It's not in one shot. She looked south, saw them going clockwise, looked north, they're going counterclockwise.
So what did she do then? Sew the video together? Because the video, what she presented, because I pulled her on it and I said, "How comes the stars are going through the trees? How is that?"
If you're
And she
close
went,
enough to the equator, you can get both, can't you?
Can you?
It's pretty relatively close.
Let me ask you a question.
You won't see the center of rotation, but you will see the direction they're going.
Hold on, let's check this out, because now the Globers are questioning: is that possible? This is phenomenal.
No, we're not.
No, we're
not. You just
Yes, you are.
misunderstood.
Yeah, it was a rhetorical question.
Oh, now it's rhetorical because like now you're
You
thinking about it.
completely
ain't you?
misunderstood a good globe proof on purpose.
No. So what you saying? You can or you can't?
Yeah.
You can
Yeah,
film
your
it or
problem
you
though.
can't.
The
Your problem
stars
though
always
is
rise in the east and set in the west.
yeah, and that southern point of rotation. You got to explain that on your flat Earth. That there's no
I
way.
don't have to explain nothing. I'm not here to present anything. I'm just
No,
here
you
to.
can't explain it
I'm
on the
just-
flat Earth. Yeah,
But I am not a flat earther, so how am I going to explain it on a flat Earth, which I don't really, you know, comport to?
Look,
You
after the
couldn't put
final
me in there.
experiment, I can see why a lot of people would say I'm not a flat earther, but
No, look, omnivore.
By the way-
I could say to you, look, teach me about the globe. Teach me how the stars go one way in the south and one way in the in the north.
That's a nice request. We
And
could do
tell
that.
me why everyone let that woman say, "I've got where they diverge," and let her post the video, and everyone was going, "Oh yeah, it's really fantastic." And the only critique I made, I said, "The stars are going in front of the bush. How is that possible?"
So I just posted a
fuck?
picture in the chat. This is a celestial sphere globe desk model. We'll see if it worked. But that is in terms of a desk toy, that's how the stars work. So if you're looking,
Go ahead.
it seems to be.
I wanted to ask another question, which is like, I've just got questions. I'm not proclaiming anything. I've just got questions. How comes the stars in the south don't seem to be as bright as in the north? How is that?
I'm not aware of that.
That's definitely not true. Definitely not.
Depends where you are.
Yeah, it's true.
No.
On your own model, it's true.
It's because the stars in the south are fake. The stars in the north are real stars, but the
Maybe
stars
the
in the
Milky
south
Way.
are all running lights of airplanes.
The Milky Way might be brighter, but it doesn't mean the South's darker.
Oh, here we go. So you can't. So like, I'm asking, teach me about the globe, and then you come out with a load of nonsense.
Well, I'm not aware that the stars in the south are.
Let's go with you wanting to be taught.
Hey, look, even the Southern Cross, you wouldn't. It's not a very good. Like you've got the star.
That's more bullshit. That's more bullshit. That's not being taught.
Well,
if you can show me,
you say teach me, and then you tell us bullshit. So
Well,
that's not being being
but
taught.
right? Did he not just say all the stars in the southern hemisphere are planes flying around? So that's
He was
bullshit, isn't
mocking-
it?
He's mocking you because you said a stupid
Oh,
thing on
because
purpose.
I've asked you to teach me how this star rotation works, and now you
but
just
then
got to
you
come
made
out with
something up.
bullshit.
Then you made something up. In
No,
between.
I said
Yes,
like
you did.
the stars are predominantly less
Okay,
bright.
so where's your
in
citation
the
that the
south?
south is? Where's the citation for the south being darker? If you didn't make it up,
I didn't say darker. I said they're not as bright, didn't I? You're
okay,
now
where's the citation
putting
for
your spin
not
on it
as
that they're
bright?
darker.
Not as
How
bright.
can something be not as
It's
bright
the same
darker?
thing, you idiot.
Oh, now I'm an idiot because I'm pointing out your fucking retarded brain can't fucking compute that I'm an idiot.
Bright means darker. Darker means not as bright. Didn't you know?
So
no, I don't.
I don't know that they are. I don't know of any reason why they would be not as bright.
They're definitely not. He made it up.
I didn't make it up.
After being asked to teach, after asking us to
just
teach
a
him,
second,
he made
Don.
it up.
Just a second, Don. So
yeah,
I'm not. I don't know that it's so. If you can show me a citation for that, then you can then we can take a look at it and try to figure out why that would be. Otherwise, I'm not aware of that.
It's not true. That's why I asked him to cite it.
Okay, well,
So
I don't know. Shushi, where are you
he's
getting
giving
that
you the
from?
benefit of the doubt, even though
I'm gonna look it up because I did read this. So look, I read it, not off the internet. I read it in an old
If you can't
book.
show us, we won't take
Shut
your word
up,
for it.
Dawn! Your fucking
No, I'm the one asking you
voice.
to cite your bullshit. So why do you want me to shut up?
Why don't you shut the fuck up, you fucking twat? I'm not even. You know what?
If
I've got
not,
zero
you'll get to lie
fucking engagement
over and over
with
and
you.
over again with no citation.
Mate, just because you fucking got upset about yesterday.
Okay, it's okay. Show them. It's all right. So
You've got to hold him to,
if
you've
you
got to
can
hold
show
him to
that to,
things. Or else he's going to make the next lie up, isn't he?
I
I know.
We're just gonna go with this, and I'll find out.
So this
why
is the
that
vibe
was.
I'm on today, and I don't want to hear Slitsy lie over and over again, and you lot let him.
Off, you fucking stupid fucking
No,
prick from Norwich.
I'm your conscience. I hold you.
No, you're not.
Don,
You're
just
absolute.
lay off for a minute. Just a second. Okay.
If you don't hold him to it, I'm going to complain again, aren't I?
Oh man,
I'm not. So first off, we're not yelling at people for being liars because they're saying something we disagree with. That's not how it works.
I'm asking it. I'm asking a question.
Yes, he's okay. Well, oftentimes asking a question is done not really for an answer, but an attempt to make a point or to think you're making a point by forcing your interlocutor into something that they think rhetorically sounds good for their side. I don't think that's happening here. I don't know where you're getting that stars in the south are less bright. But if you can show me something for it, I'm interested to see it. I do believe.
Yeah.
I do believe that you may have misunderstood what Troubled About was talking about, but I didn't see it. I didn't hear it, so I don't know.
No, she's mental. What it was is like I was reading a couple of things, and like there was obviously a lot more stars in the southern hemisphere, and maybe that's why they appeared, or was why it was written that there was less bright. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I misunderstood.
More stars
You do
make them
understand
less bright. Listen to that.
You do understand that you can actually search this, and what you'll find is the brightest overall star is Sirius, which is best in the south, but you can be viewed from both. Canopus, second brightest, south only. Alpha Centauri, south only. So yeah, I think you're a little bit confused there, my friend. But I'm a little bit confused myself because you were talking about star rotation and then went to the brightness of the stars. I got a little bit lost when you did that.
Yeah, showing he didn't want to be taught anything.
He sidestepped it, didn't he?
So what? If I'm asking questions, don't. Or I've just got to sit there, and you're just going to come out with a spear, and I've got to accept it. Yeah. That's how
we need to address your question and answer it, and then you can acknowledge the answer and then move on to the next thing. Yeah, I tried to answer it for you, Schultzy, and I said that you could Google search that for yourself. Just a simple search.
Have a look at my name. Have a look at my name.
Oh, man.
You wouldn't pronounce it wrong.
Schlitzy. Sorry, man.
Oh, yeah.
I apologize.
No worries.
So last time posted something pretty to the point for the star rotation thing. The example I like to give is if you're sitting in like a swivel chair and you start spinning around, right, say you're spinning to your right, you look at the ground and the ground is going will that be counterclockwise, right? You look straight up at your ceiling's going clockwise. That's the basic explanation.
Yes, but there's no divergence, is there, of the stars going one way?
Yeah, that would be Slitsy. That would be halfway up. That would be you not looking at the floor or the ceiling. That would be you looking straight at the wall. That's where the stars would be. That's where the direction would be flat, just like the stars are going straight
Why did
overhead.
everyone
That's the
let
equator.
that? See, this is why I'm confused, and I'm asking loads of questions. Why did everyone let that woman say what she said? And I've filmed it, and no
I
one
suspect that's
said
exactly
that's
what she
impossible.
said, and maybe you misunderstood.
No, she actually said, "I've got it on my fucking camera."
There's actually more
She,
nuance.
she just
to this.
misspoke.
People get
She just
confused. There's
misspoke.
more
She said
nuance
this.
to this. They do diverge, but that's only if you've got a full 360 of the whole hemisphere. If you're just looking out, they don't diverge.
I don't think you need a 360, do you,
wherever you
Dawn?
are.
I don't think you need a
You're
360.
interrupted again, but I got most of my point out.
Yeah, because you're just absolutely just whinging on. You don't need a 360
You didn't listen
view.
properly, but everyone else heard.
Yeah.
All right. Well, she
it's
just misspoke. She does this all the time.
Wide angle lens.
You just need a bit more than 180 to see the divergence.
I'd like to make a correction about the star brightness. So when you look up the distribution of magnitude in the sky, they say it's equivalent in both hemispheres. It's actually not totally true. I guess if you account for all the stars together, it's the same. But how it appears is totally separate. So like the brightest stars in the south are actually in the Milky Way, or like the what's it called? The it's more towards the equator. Yeah, it's more towards the equator, but the actual magnitude of the South Pole is lower. So the southern sky appears darker compared to the northern pole.
So you might have heard that.
Yeah.
That could.
So all those brighter stars are near the equator, not the pole. So.
Yeah, and I said like, maybe when I read it, there was a misunderstanding. So that's why I asked the question.
That's my answer. That's what I said. The Milky Way will be brighter, but that don't mean the whole South's darker.
Well, I just think it's disingenuous to not bring up the point, and I feel like maybe I should get better at explaining it. Most people don't even know that the South is darker, like overall. And when you Google it, it goes out of its way to really try to hammer in the point that it's not. And why would it do that? Like, why would it make that point? What's so important about that point if it actually is darker?
Probably not
important. Pole. Maybe is another way to say it.
Well, find the best way and Google it. Let me know if that's what they tell you, because that's not what everything I've found has tried its hardest to tell me that it's not, but it actually is.
But maybe an astronomer would say there's less stars in the south that are visible, and that means that we're on this blah 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 plane.
No, they say that in the south you have a richer
of the galaxy
amount of stars. It's like far more stars in the south than in the north. That's
because it's dark. They have a lower magnitude.
Whether they're big or far or bright or dark, it seems random each side.
Well, I just Googled it, Riggs. I just said which is it overall darkest in the northern or southern sky at night? And the first thing that I got back was the southern hemisphere faces the Milky Way, therefore will be brighter.
Yeah, I got that too. Due to view of the center of the Milky Way galaxy.
Yeah, if you're looking, exactly. This is the point. If you're looking at the Milky Way, which is all the brightest stars would be at the Milky Way, which is not the South Pole, which is not encompassing that whole area of this south part of the sky, it would be darker.
Stars outside the Milky Way.
It's like, go look it up. The magnitude of the stars at the South Pole are much darker.
We're not talking about the pole, we're talking about the hemispheres. If you include why would you not include the Milky Way? Like that's most of
because that's across the equator.
Yeah.
Like if you're trying to, okay, if there are 100 stars and 90 of them are at the equator, then the rest of your sky is going to be black, but you could say in argument, you could go to your court case and say, you know what? But the stars are equally distributed from the north and the south, so it's actually the same total brightness. This is like lawyer speak. It's darker in south.
For my first answer, that's what I was saying.
I agree with Riggs on this.
suppose it
The
depends on what it is
where the Milky
you're
Way galaxy is located near the equator is the brightest. But if you actually analyze like every square area, you notice that the south is darker.
The South Pole, maybe, but the
Yeah,
Southern
right,
Hemisphere, which
overall,
is
no, the whole hemisphere, because the equator, the equator is where the Milky Way galaxy is, right? The ecliptic. Most of the Milky Way is
Kind of.
located like Orion's belt and all that. We're not
Most
talking
of
about the
Milky
equator.
Way's-
We're not talking about the equator. We're talking about the south, dude.
Right.
And I'm
That
not going
starts
to
at
pull
the
something.
equator, right? From the equator on.
Yeah, I'm not
Why
going
are
to
we
pull something
excluding
out of the back. Oh. You finished? I wasn't going to pull something out of the bag and tell you anything different. I'm just asking questions like I said from the get-go.
But you see the
I don't
issue.
know how we're
Nobody said
qualifying.
yeah, it's darker or white. We've all said we don't really think it is.
It is pretty odd though that the ecliptic just happens to be where most of the concentration of stars is. Is that a coincidence? Another cosmic coincidence?
No, I would say that.
No, it would be logical, right? Because the galactic disk
Yeah, the
is
solar
probably
plane is on the same plane as the galaxy.
Yeah, plane. Right, exactly. It's a plane.
Oh, that's it. Job done.
no, it's a jet. It's a jet, not a plane.
23 degrees
Welcome
off.
to flat Earth.
Well, yeah, that's it. Someone said
Happy
plane.
Earth.
It's all over. Pack your bags, lad. Someone said plane.
Galaxy's flat, boys.
Oh
That's it.
shit, man!
Earth is
Oh
too.
god.
Yeah.
Milky Way
Yeah,
is flat. Yeah.
This happened the other day. I was in. Someone said, "How did you get on holiday?" I went by plane, and they said, "We're going to flat Earth," and it was all over.
Is that a joke where you have to be there?
It was a joke where you had to be there, I guess, wasn't it?
On the plane.
Slitzy, you seem to never be there.
You have to be. You have to be on a plane to get the joke.
You've been drinking again.
If Paz has a crap joke and there's nobody there, does anybody hear it?
Good
What
question.
was saying? See the
Well, I
solar
think
system. and the
Paz
galaxy is
has a
flat.
qualia. Right, so
Sorry, pizza. Sorry, I forgot one.
We've got
Are you all
flat
right?
disc
I'm a bit worried about you, Schlitz. You
ball
haven't
model.
called me a pirate for at least 3 days. I'm concerned about you. Are you being replaced by an agent?
I was actually thinking, does Dawn sound more like a pirate, or does Paz sound more like a pirate? I think
Yeah,
he
Paz sounds
more
like a character
farmer.
from.
He sounds
Paz
like a
sounds
carrot cruncher. Yeah, carrot cruncher.
No. Paz sounds like a character from Hot Fuzz.
Well, I don't know what Hot Fuzz is, but definitely
Never seen the movie?
He sounds like a pirate for sure.
I do sound a bit, you are right, Schlitzy. I do sound a bit West Country, but I'm not actually West Country, and I can't swim. If that narrows it down a bit for you.
Are you Bristol shape?
No, I'm not Bristol. No, I'm.
You sound like you're from Bristol, though. You must admit.
No, I do sound like it. West Country. I do sound West Country, but then again, I'm not. I'm from the deep south.
Oh,
Deep
got you.
South. Okay.
It does sound a little like that old guy with all the guns.
Don't tell me you're not from Exeter. Please don't tell me you're from there.
It's no. It's people have said it sounds like Stephen Merchant of The Office, Ricky Gervais's tool mate.
Wow. Yeah, I hear it.
Hello, everybody. How's it going?
Paz, you're not helping.
Hello, ladies. Hello, ladies. Hello.
You're enabling the small talk and bullshit.
I know.
Well, sometimes, Dawn, we have a fucking day off.
You've got to have a day off every now and then.
You can't lie about the sky and then segue into pretending to be friends. Because I can spot that. No, 'cause I spot that, and then I think you're all fake.
Well, I mean, you can beg to differ and think someone else is wrong, and then you can have a nice time just having a chat about how they're getting on. That's fine.
Fake friendship will send you to hell.
Well, it's fake arguments as well, so don't worry about it.
Dawn,
Yes,
there was a
so exactly. So
misunderstanding.
how do you
I was
segue into fake
actually
friends
asking
after
a
fake
question.
arguments? Like, how does that
I was
work?
asking a
If
question.
You like your friends to be liars, do you?
Oh
Listen,
my
if you've been,
God.
You
I've been
weirdo.
married 25 years. Every argument on here is completely fake. Trust me.
You like your wife to be a liar too.
Oh my
No,
God.
that's what I'm saying. I just said something to the contrary. I said arguments in our real lives are real arguments. This is just a bunch of blokes just letting off steam.
I agree.
No, we're trying to teach
No,
people the right way.
We're not,
Dawn.
nobody's listening and nobody's learning.
The guy who calls himself a girl is kind of a little bit messed up. Don't destroy his real world, because this is his real world. You know, that's why you can't look. You can't even, like, you was having a little bit of banter yesterday. You was having a little bit of banter yesterday, and then you all saying all mad things, and then you blocked me. You done me a favour.
Because you're a liar.
I'm a liar. You're, well, you're not lying, isn't it?
Fib on here.
Lying about what? Lying
You
about what?
think it's okay.
Oh,
Who doesn't tell little fibs on you?
Right, if you ask a question, how is that a lie? If you're asking questions, how is that a lie?
How is what a lie?
If you when you just asking questions, how is that making? You know, how is that putting across a lie? If you're
Well, you could
asking
say, "Were you
questions.
happy when you stole that car?" And the person didn't steal a car. So you know.
I think that's a fallacy, isn't it?
I think there's a pretty good amount of fantasy in a lot of things, but yeah.
I think that's a common fallacy. That one. I can't remember what it's. Yeah, it's like I remember it. It's definitely.
You could call it begging the question, but it's just a loaded question, really.
Right.
I can explain to you exactly how you lie if you really want to know, but you won't listen, and then you'll do it again anyway.
PhD Dawn, go. The
Why
floor's
can
all yours.
we be friends?
Dawn is gonna school us on a motion comment.
Real flat earthers don't lie. They just think it's actually could be flat.
Who's like? How are you gonna hang that moniker on me?
So I only said it because you said that I blocked you.
You did.
Yeah, so I told you why. I don't have to hang you with it, but I do think you are one.
Can we be friends?
And truth matters to me. Maybe I'm.
Yeah, I said, come to my club, you little
What does it
weirdo.
mean?
I said,
If
come
truth
to my
matters
club.
to you, what does that mean about me?
Come to my club, you little weirdo. So then,
Don't lump him in with us, Dawn. We don't want him.
If you can't control your
like
personality, whatever's your club going to be like?
fucking mate. Trust me, if you ever knocked on my door,
the
I think
people
I'd
know us, the globe, in the clubs I go to. They don't pretend it's flat.
You fucking weirdo. What a weird fucking thing to say.
It's true.
Yeah, just stop talking to me. Stop. Because you're fucking weird.
You don't know any
weird.
club owners that are flat earthers?
When someone holds you to things, it means they're a weirdo.
Go away, Dawn.
How do you get away with that in
Fucking
life?
super weird. You know, what a weird fucking person. That's really
Why can we be friends?
I don't want to be friends. Well, that's how to cut your nose off despite
You'll be back pretending to be intellectual about the earth in a minute.
Anyway, I had some more questions before Dawn sort of derailed the conversation.
Shoot.
He still didn't even have he still hadn't made his point. Do you want to make your point before? Because I can't have you keep fucking interjecting and just, you know. It'd be pointless otherwise. So get it all off your chest. What's your point?
No, I'm going to talk whenever I want to talk.
Why can't we be friends?
Have you heard the news? Apparently, a load of people have gone berserk, smashing up the place, attacking law enforcement officers, and Trump
In
is
Los
saying there's no.
Angeles?
Well, no, hang on. And Trump said he's no way he's sending in the National Guard. No way at all. Do you hear that?
No, I had not heard that. Not the second part, at least.
What location was it?
Wait, yeah, what's going on? Where?
Apparently, there's a load of people who are very angry, smashing up somewhere, and Trump said that even though they're attacking law enforcement officers and causing wanton damage, he's definitely not going to send in the National Guard. Apparently.
Oh wait, Plaza, I don't know if you like.
Yeah.
It's about the deportation rates.
It's not about the deportation rates. It's about the fact ICE is deporting people without due process. They're deporting U.S. citizens. They're deporting people who have
Sorry.
rights.
I was reporting on January the 6th, a couple of years ago. Apparently.
That was the joke.
Yeah, because I read this too. Yeah, he did actually deploy the National Guard.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Let's see what you did there.
We did have Paris.
I don't know, like a lot of people watching on social media, a lot of people are like surprised Pikachu face by this. When he literally said he would do this. Like I don't get it. Like libs now clutching their pearls and saying, "Oh, well, this is unprecedented" or whatever. He said he will do this. You morons.
It is.
Yeah, no, I'll put my.
What do you mean by that? Like,
I'll
no
put my
shit, he said he was going to do this and people voted against it. And now that it's happening, like, yes, people are going to call it out. People are going to be upset about it. People are going to protest about it. What do you mean, Zoid?
What I mean is... Go on.
I'll put my conspiratorial hat on for once, and I'll say that he sent in way too many National Guard to make it sound badder than it actually is to all his followers.
Maybe National Guard. Zoid, what do you mean? Like, why are you acting like this is an unreasonable?
So the people who did not vote for Trump but did not vote for Kamala either, like they were like, "Oh, he's never gonna do it. He's never gonna do it. He's never like going to have these deportations on mass scale. He's gonna just close the borders, deport a couple of people, and that's gonna be it." And now they're all like surprised Pikachu face, like, "What's happening? Why is he doing this? Like, we never knew that he's gonna do this. Therefore, we would have voted for Kamala if, like, it wasn't."
I love that we're pretending. I love that we're pretending that any of this fucking is real. Like voting.
Well, I don't see how that like tracks, bro.
But if anybody was surprised, Zoidberg, maybe they're surprised that a politician said he was going to do something and he's actually doing it. That's funny.
Wait,
that never
like,
happens.
No one's like you realize you're just like kind of hand waving it, right? You're just being like, "Lol XD, you should have voted better."
No, I think there's some shit going on in LA, but I think 2,000 National Guard is a bit extreme, and it's just literally just posturing. He doesn't need 2,000 National Guard to deal with this. The Los Angeles police force isn't overwhelmed. There's not a national security issue here, is there? Like a hurricane or a revolution.
I wonder why a fascistic pig would want more National Guard there than required.
I do believe they did have a riot many years ago, which
LA riots? Is that what you're talking about?
Kind of devastating, though, no?
Yeah, I think the LA riots were a bit more hectic than these. And was there a National Guard called for those? I don't think it was it?
No, there weren't no National Guard, no.
Ooh.
Well, better to be on the safe. Better to be safe than sorry.
So there is like at least for me there is like. Sorry, go.
Say if you're a American citizen of Hispanic origin, it must be pretty scary around there right now.
I bet Mexicans are the only people that work the jobs that nobody else will do anyway.
Well, you
When I worked in, hold on. When I worked in Florida, let me say this real quick. When I worked in Florida down there as a plumber building houses in 2007, before the housing crash, there were Mexican roofers everywhere. And they used to fly helicopters, ice helicopters overhead, and the Mexicans would jump. They wouldn't even take the ladders. They would jump from the roofs to get inside to not be seen, because they would show up when there was large areas of Mexicans working and start checking papers and arresting people. I've seen them do it. This is not a new thing that they show up and start arresting illegals like the left seems to think it is.
It is.
They've
not
always
the
been like
same
this.
thing, though.
No,
What
I'm
you're
not talking about that.
describing,
I'm talking about the
actually
fact
even
that
check the papers is
They do the
different.
same in the UK.
Yeah. I'm talking about people like, for example, that I do follow on Twitter, for example, that voted for Jill Stein for one or the other reason, either Palestine or whatever, and they kind of like dismissed what everybody else was saying is that Trump coming into power would result in like this kind of horrific bullshit. And now they're all like acting as, oh, we didn't know. Oh, how could that be? How is he? How could he be doing this? Like, I hate this. It's so transparent. Like, I hate these people. We need to beat them with love. Love bomb them.
With love. What you should
bomb them, but
Jesus,
with
then.
love.
Yes, I think it's probably bullshit. They probably put a camera on something that this is what they do, right? I mean, either they stage the thing or never let a good crisis go to waste. So I would believe
it doesn't have to be fake for that to be the case, though.
But
like,
plus the other thing is, it's well known. It's well known that the West, any Western country that's taking on secular humanism / feminism isn't replacing itself. So they need that immigration. Quite frankly,
countries that are incredibly conservative are also not replacing themselves. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, what's Italy? 1.2. So yeah, Italy's probably one of the lowest, in fact.
It's down, isn't it? Apparently.
I'm talking about Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is dropping in birth rates. Saudi.
She changed her tune, Meloni, didn't she? She was like saying, we need immigration. Now she's saying, no, we can stop it.
No, she's the opposite. She's a nationalist populist. She never said we needed to immigration.
Trust me, she invited them.
Bro, I speak Italian. I can read the newspapers, right? I can watch YouTube videos from my own media.
Oh,
like
okay.
And I can confirm that.
Yeah, you speak Italian.
Oh yeah, Manu also, yeah, fuck. Finally somebody to back me up on Italian shit.
No,
I want to go to Italy. I'm coming to your house, Zoidberg.
Italy's very nice.
Whatever.
Very, very nice, Italy.
What happened in the little
humid.
island?
It's humid and hot as shit right now. Like,
what happened in the little island?
if you want to sweat like a
Why didn't they
pig.
stop them? Why didn't they stop them? Because they would come in.
better world.
At one stage, there was more immigrants on that island.
Oh, Manu, aren't you in the? Sorry, go.
The little one, Lampedusa, or what it's called.
Oh, I know what you mean. I forgot the name of the island, but I know what you mean. Yes, correct.
You forgot the situation, what was happening there, yeah?
No, I remember. Yeah, sure. Okay.
No one stopped.
Yeah, there are a lot of people from the Mediterranean that come into Italy. Yeah, sure, I agree.
Yeah, Algeria.
But they did try to push that boat away.
Yeah, they did.
They weren't too happy about them, getting off the boat and coming into Italy.
Yeah, the locals, no. Then they were transported to the peninsula. So they went to the island first, then they were transported from the island to the peninsula. They didn't go back to Algeria.
Yes, because we have to process these people. Well, obviously.
Yeah, you got process.
How do you think this works?
Well,
like we get a bunch of people and just like put them back on a boat without processing them, without like getting their documentation, registering them, knowing that they entered like illegally or some shit.
Well,
one situation we let them starve for like 2 weeks.
Yeah. But man, aren't you in the Po River Valley? You should be sweating like a pig too.
Verona. It's not.
Oh,
it's
okay.
mostly,
No, yeah, you're more. Well, I mean, you're still in swamp country, essentially.
The only way you're going to stop immigrants arriving. So the only way you're going to stop immigrants arriving by boat is by allowing your government the powers to command its armed forces to blow up the boats as they come across the water. And that would definitely work. After a couple of weeks, it would all stop. However, I think if it's stopped on the day. However, I don't want to give any government that kind of permission as a citizen. Do you?
Look, Pazza, we have to use our Fincantieri class frigate somewhere. We're building them for the United States and for ourselves, so we gotta use them.
My position with governments is they're all lying, nefarious, self-serving cocksuckers, and we shouldn't give them anything more than they already have in terms of ideas about what they can and can't do to citizenry, or people arriving here before we work out who they are. And anybody who advocates for simplistic barbarism like blowing people up is literally feathering their own nest with a future shite world.
By the way, not to interrupt, Zoidberg.
Absolutely.
Do you guys have referendums over where you are? Is it just like a
for the independence thing, for the tax independence?
It was one is for
yeah, we had the tax independence one.
Like 5 different populations.
When was this? Maybe I missed it. Fuck.
One is for how long you get reimbursed if they fire you without cause. One is for
we did have them. Yes. I remember. Yes. I saw, like, immediately I googled, I saw the poster and I said, that's true.
And positive to your point, imagine someone's on a fishing boat, you're having a great day with your friend, your boat capsizes for whatever reason, and then maybe this boat of immigrants save your life, right? Or save someone's dear's life, like in this room. I'm sure they wouldn't advocate for someone just blowing up the entire boat because you don't know who's on there.
I'm gonna give you a webpage. This is the one we have here in Milan. Where are you?
Okay. Oh, this way you're in Milan. There's not too much immigrants. They're just in the south.
Yeah, Crusader Town, baby.
They're not even Italy. You know that.
Yeah, Crusader Town. Deus Volt, motherfucker. These ones we had.
Yeah.
Mano.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are them.
Yeah. Those are all like worker oriented. Yeah, we actually had like a vote for my union at my company, and they were also like kind of talking about this as well a week ago, maybe more than a week ago. I remember because we were voting for a new representative in the company from the union, and then this was mentioned because they wanted to have like a manifestation. I don't know what's the English.
A protest.
Not a protest. It's like is it a protest? Directly?
Yeah,
because manifestation is
same as Spanish.
Manifestation.
It's a protest.
Like not a parade, but I get what you're saying.
It's similar. It's like a worker walk in. You walk into the city and like you wave your red flags and you sing communist songs. Shit.
Good times.
Hell yeah, comrade.
Same as
Yeah, we still do it. Unlike the Russians, we actually still do it. We still have like strong communist leaders.
Heck, what the fuck was
Yeah, you
that?
guys are dictators.
Yeah,
baby.
you just throw me under the bus. There's shade there. It was like shade, man. Throwing some shade on me, man. Yeah, of course, Russia's capitalist.
Yeah, but Italy is also capitalist, and yet we have like Sinistra Italiana, right? Like it's not.
Didn't Italy side with Hitler in World War II?
Yeah, they did.
Afterwards.
Problem, liberal? Problem?
What? Yes, that's a problem.
I'm not a liberal, but
what do you mean problem?
They did. At the start, they did. They surrendered, and in the end,
yeah,
they were
pussies. They surrendered.
They were sort of like jumping between the two. Oh, who's stronger? We're with you.
You know.
Anybody want to read my short story? I write short stories. Anybody want to read mine? I can post it in chat.
No.
I'll tell you what, if you send it to me, I'll read it and I won't hate on it and I'll give you a good critique because I like stuff like that.
Okay.
I'd like to say yes, please, but I'd be lying.
That's
I'll
fine,
read it.
Buzz.
I'll read it.
Okay, man, I'll send it to you.
Go on, send it
It's
to me as well. What the hell?
it's like a science fiction, supernatural, SCP.
Yeah, that's cool, man. I definitely, if you send it to me, I'll for sure read it.
Here.
You on a space? Are you on a spaceship?
No, it's an SCP story.
Oh. Yeah, I read
What does that mean?
Don't worry.
I'm an old person. What is an SCP?
SCP is a fictitious foundation that people use as a literary device to create scary, spooky, or really eerie stories about supernatural things, aliens, gods, like whatever the fuck.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're a bright young lad, aren't you? Knowing terms like that.
That's crazy.
You write it in
Oh.
Italian?
You heard about it recently?
Yeah, read it to us in Italian. Go on, I'll sit. Okay, mate, let me
I am not reading it in Italian.
Let me
Too
get comfy.
self-conscious about my accent, okay?
Okay. Fair enough.
If I have to talk to my doctor or talk at work, yeah, sure, but English only. Tata, are we going to the supermarket?
Yes, because
We need flour.
Hey, you're hot micing, Zoe.
Oh, okay.
Don't forget sugar. Oh shit! I got a
Arena.
bit.
What type of arena?
We need tipo 00. Oh, we need flour. We need. I think fruit we have, but we can get some fruit. No, we need to get Houdini's grass too. He doesn't have any. And those packed foods, the rabbit food.
Poor Houdini.
I'm dabbling with flour and eggs right now as we speak.
Oh yeah, we need to get eggs. Thanks, Buzz.
Eggs, don't forget the eggs. Get the eggs, sweetheart.
It was on earlier.
Yeah. Oh. I'm making Yorkshire puddings. Who doesn't like a nice Yorkshire pudding?
Great idea for a Sunday.
Yeah, can't knock it.
Buzzer, if I was to say to you, what is white culture? What would you say?
White culture. Oof, well, depends where you are in the world, and nowadays, sadly.
Bacteria cultures?
It means, in my part of the world, it means half Christian, half secular, kind of easygoing lifestyle. Quite happy to buy foreign things and moan about them. Quite happy to work with foreign people but moan about them. Quite happy to moan about the weather even though they know exactly what's coming next. Shit telly, shit radio, and just basically pretending that you live in usually white culture nowadays means pretending you live in a world where the whites are far, far worse off than they actually are.
Well, I asked ChatGPT the same question, and it's like,
Goodness me,
it's quite hilarious, really, what it went into.
Yeah.
White
What
has
was it
been
to answer?
defined as in opposition to non-white groups. Cultural
I think
norms
so.
in many Western societies are often based and centered around the experiences, e.g., media, education, history.
Here we
But
go.
then down here, it goes into the term can also be weaponized in political and extremist rhetoric. White nationalist groups may use white culture to push the racial purity of ethno. What the fuck
What is white culture?
No. This is the trouble with AI. It hasn't learned yet not to take itself too seriously. This is the trouble with AI.
What is white culture? Is white culture the culture of Bulgarians, the culture of Italians, the culture of the Swiss? Which culture is white culture? All of
I
them
put
are
at the
white culture?
bottom no mention of Shakespeare, Chaucer, or Mozart, Beethoven, and it's like great point. Yes, absolutely.
Sure.
They belong to the fuller conversation.
But I noticed that you did not mention.
They're so
Andy.
racist.
Andy, my answer was kind of a everyday colloquial one. I mean, how many times did you or your neighbours go and see the Taming of the Shrew in the last couple of years?
That was going to be my wider point in that if you ask most people, I would suspect nine out of 10, and you said to them, "What do you think white culture is?" Or even British culture, they wouldn't have a fucking clue what you talk. They'd be like,
Yeah.
They wouldn't know what to say.
Well, you only got to look. You only got to look at the jingoistic representations of it online. Yeah, they talk about the Crusades. They couldn't tell you when the Crusades took place, who was involved necessarily. They talk about Rule Britannia. They can't tell you the second verse. They talk about all kinds of things in English, you know, like Jerusalem, the song they sing at rugby stadiums. I only know the second verse because they get pissed on rugby. Yeah, they talk about Shakespeare. Hardly any of them can read more than 3 or 4 lines. Half of them don't know to be or what to not to be comes from. You know, most English people harbor a fantasy that they're imbued with some basic historical, you know, cultural references like that. They don't have a fucking clue what these are.
What do you reckon would happen if they'd done reruns of Love Thy Neighbor?
Oh God! Well, yeah, it's a good question actually. Well, they couldn't, they wouldn't. I think they should, but they won't. In the same way, they won't even do Two Deaths Do Part. You know, with Alf Garnett. Now, Alf Garnett. This is the thing about if you actually look at Love Thy Neighbor and you look at Alf Garnett and you look at Rigsby and Rising Damp with his black tenant. In all of those things, okay, right? The white man is the buffoon getting it wrong. In all of those, even in Love Thy Neighbor. Because in Love Thy Neighbor, he's a well-meaning bloke, lives with his wife, but all the jokes are him being paranoid about something that didn't happen, thinking that his neighbor is going to do something he didn't do, or say something he's not going to say, or do, you know, just the whole thing is literally a way of, at the time when you could say those things, to get people to realize that most of the time when people say stereotypical things or racist things, they really are they should be seen as the brunt of the joke, because they haven't really got what's going on. Because everyone in there knows that if there's an Asian family next door, they're just a family. They don't really give a fuck about you. You don't really give a fuck about them. It's only jingoistic people who try or paranoid or ill-informed people who try to make out that there's something. There isn't really. They've got the same brand of lawnmower as you have.
Here.
So those programs were useful. They won't be shown, and I think they should be, because they're too blunt, they're too crude, and our tolerance for edginess or rudeness or words that, you know, we've banned a load of words we shouldn't have banned, basically. But they would serve a useful purpose, because in all of them, the racist and the naive or the stupid are the brunt of the joke.
And I think he's actually, because Al Garnett's Jewish, I think his actual character is Jewish.
Yeah, so do I. The actual funniest parts of the show are how he's the downtrodden member of the family. He thinks he's the alpha male, and he's literally being trodden on by everybody. But largely because he says stupid things or he does stupid things, and his family continuously berate it for him. You know, in the film, he's in the audience watching the 1966 World Cup. And afterwards, he's dancing and singing in the street and making references to the Crusades and how England's great and how we beat the Germans again. And that's kind of demonstrating that really that man wasn't involved in the war, but he was acting like he was part of the victory over Germany during the war.
I think there's a scene when they call him out and said that you didn't fight in the war. And I think, what did he say? I can't remember what he said. He said it was either he was colourblind, made out he was colourblind.
Yeah.
Or
something
he
like that.
come out with a classic. It was right funny. How come she didn't?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just, yeah.
It was
definitely depicted though.
They get those sort of programs get a lot of criticism. They were well made, well meaning, and you can't show them, sadly. It's like Mind Your Language. You mentioned Mind Your Language with where all the foreign exchange students learning English, and a lot of that, and a lot of the jokes of that are ones we make about English. You know, like say, how do you spell through? How do you spell trough? How do you spell though? How do you spell enough? And the ends are all different, and they'd make that into a little joke, where there'd be this Japanese student trying to learn those, and then Nigerian would come in with the different, and it would just be funny because they were taking the mickey out of the language, and also really taking the mickey out of everybody trying to learn the language, because you're trying to learn the language, you've got to learn all those little nuances and all those little things that don't make sense that we just basically just forget about because we've been brought up that way. And that's the same in any language. I mean, in Japanese and Chinese, there are tiny, tiny inflections which can turn mother into whore. You know what I mean? And they're funny if to the people in those parts of the world laugh at the idea that people get those confused when they're learning their language. Well, we've got no reference to that.
Yeah, I think it was Benny Hill, wasn't it? Look at Benny Hill.
Yeah, look at Benny Hill. Benny Hill spent his entire time chasing arse around. Did he get any? Never.
And even when he done his Japanese jokes, wasn't it? Hello, taxi.
Yeah.
Even
well, like you say,
why is there so many Japanese in Harrow or in North London? Because as soon as they get in the taxi, hello, taxi. Oh, that's
I mean,
yeah,
you know,
he was a classic.
I mean, there are some young comedians in America coming through now, who are white, who are doing what blacks have been doing in the last 15, 20 years, which is, as well as taking the mickey out of their own culture, also taking the mickey out of white. So there are some younger white comedians coming through who are doing that and making jokes about them. They're not hateful, they're just jokes about the stereotypes, and exactly the same way as, you know, if you listen to Eddie Murphy's got when he wants to pretend to be a white person, he's got a very particular voice. And he's literally trying to evoke a stereotype just for a laugh. He's not being hateful. He's not being, you know, he's not, as far as I'm aware, as far as I know, I don't think Eddie Murphy's racist. And so the world's become too sensitive to those things in a lot of respects. And some of it, I can see why it happens, but some of it is you know, tipped the wrong way by some people.
Like what they say, right? Punch up rather than punch down.
Right. I don't want to live in a world where any kid at school is is bullied using words like this, or made to feel shit, or made to feel, you know, they're different and in a hostile way. None of us do. None of us would like none of us really should like the idea of anybody doing that to anybody. But that's the way the world works. Racism is not going to go away.
Not about racism anyway. It's just that fucking kids are not fucking nice anyway. If you're either in the gang or you're not. If you're not in the gang, you're going to get grief. It's as simple as that.
I think the fact that kids have to be taught just about not to be bullies in school, like so many kids are just natural bullies. It's a thing that it's a problem. I think that tells a lot for just what type species we are, you know.
Yeah.
You know what it is? It's the generation of now. Because when I was at school, I've never ever think about being cheeky to an adult ever. But I was on the understanding that if the adult punched me in the face, or even give me a good dig, because even when I was that age, coppers were giving people a good punch in the head, you know, giving them a good beating and saying that it's better than going to jail.
Sure. My grandfather, my paternal grandfather, perished at El Alamein in the war, and him and his twin brother never met their dad, and their mother brought them up in poverty. And there was no father figure, no patriarch in the house, and they were unruly little shits up until their teens. But every Friday, the local copper used to knock on the door and say, I'm not going to say names, but she'd say, evening, afternoon, have they been good this week? And she goes, my nan would go, no, they haven't. They were bloody nightmares on Thursday. And if she wanted him to, he'd come in and whack him with the belt for being naughty. Policing in the 1950s in the UK.
But that's how it was, because your parents would say that, I'll get a policeman around, and you'd be like, oh, because you knew they'd beat you, and you'd think, no, shut up.
But that copper who was on the beat on those 10 or 12 blocks in that part of the town where she lived, he knew everyone, and he lived in that block, and everybody knew where to find him, and everyone knew that he would resolve conflicts between neighbours and things like that, yeah, before they escalated into something else. And we don't have that kind of. We talk about community policing nowadays, but it's not the same as it was then.
Yeah, that's it. You know that. But you see these community police officers, it's most probably cheaper for them to have them because they can just get rid of them as and when, rather than employing someone. And it's most probably harder for them to get rid of them now. I don't know.
Mm. Well, the world's a different. The world's a different color, and no matter how many times you wash it with the paintbrush, it's not going to go back the way it was.
No, that's 100%. No. It's only going to go forward, whether it's in a shit way or it's going to get worse.
Yeah, people say, "Oh, it used to be great in the 50s or the 40s." Yeah, I don't. I think a lot of younger people don't, and I'm not being just denigrating to a younger generation. I was alive along. I'm old enough to have spoken a lot to the generation who did fight at 20 or 18 in World War II, and they told me all the tales of what they got up to and what they did and what they didn't do, and how they suffered a lifetime of woes and strife before post-traumatic stress disorder was a million miles from the dictionary. And one of my grandfather came out from the war, and the first BMW he saw parked in the street nearby, he went out in the middle of the night and beat it shitless. I mean, can't imagine that now, can you?
Yeah, that's what I always thought of the sentiment of the two differences between America and Britain. Basically, that we'll always pull you down to our level, whereas in America we'd see someone with a nice car and go, "Good for you, well done. I'm going to try and do that for myself."
Sure, it's a lot. Well, America is a younger and more opportunistic culture by definition. I mean, it may be starting to get a bit frayed around the edges in that respect now, but it still is different. It's still imbued with that kind of frontiersmanship and that kind of that forward motion that you get from a burgeoning culture. But it's not the young kid on the street that was now, and America is becoming far more cynical, should we say, and far more suspicious of itself than it ever used to be.
People used to love them. People lived in America used to love America. They used to write songs. You'd have songs come out all the time talking about, hey, American or stuff like that. And now it's like people hate America from the people that live here. It's like there's this movement of people who hate America. And I'm thinking, you should maybe not like your government, but you should never, hate your country.
Well,
sorry, go on. We have the same in the UK, isn't it? Exactly the same. People do hate our country.
Yeah. I mean, but it's slightly different. We've always been sort of like a bit self-deprecating in this part of the world, because with all due respects, we've been around a long time, and we've done good and bad, and we've ruled and been ruled over. So we're kind of a bit more. An Englishman will take the piss out of himself all day long, but he'll also take the piss out of his mate as well. And his mate will just see that as a way of affection. Whereas an American tends to have a different relationship with the way they look at themselves. I think they're not completely different. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to make a scathing generalization say Americans are radically different, but they certainly historically they're a different role. And America lives in a world now where its politics has matured into this horrendous bipolar mess of two halves hating each other. I mean, in the 1940s and 50s, Democrats and Republicans weren't like they are now. They actually used to get long-term, meaningful shit done because they worked genuinely in bipartisan ways and come up with plans with a capital P that drove on the American infrastructure, drove on American technology, and drove on American capitalism. Nowadays, it's a race to see who can bicker for 4 years while someone gets hardly anything done. Anyway, that's my fault.
Incidentally, I watched a movie yesterday called The Vast of Night, something like that. Vast of Night. Just a recommendation. It's one of these films where, like an older, it's set in the 50s, so you get, or something like that, so you get a real sense of Americana, old school. And I like that. I definitely have these sort of romantic ideas in my head of time travel and going back going to an American diner and getting like a proper burger with a strawberry milkshake, you know what I mean, or a drive-through or something like that. Because when I was a kid, I used to think that they were just all wasteful. You know, that was the sort of the sort of, I don't know what you want to call it, the zeitgeist, the thing that I don't know if I was just influenced. It weren't really me thinking for myself. Is that what I'm really trying to say? And so I thought of Americans with these fucking 5,000-pound vehicles in weight. That is, and you know, did like 3 miles to a gallon, and I was just like, these fucking people. And but I got older. I was like, oh, that's fucking awesome. I love those cars now. It's so funny how you change, isn't it?
You gotta also remember a lot of people don't think about is America is a huge country, and so when we travel, it could take 15 hours to visit your sister, you know, or 25 hours, or 2 days, 3 days. So a lot of people have bigger vehicles, not just because they use them every day, but because it is nice if you got to go on a 15-hour trip to be able to take enough stuff with you. It's just nicer to have a larger vehicle when you a lot of times when you live in a huge country. There's a lot of reasons for it.
Definitely.
Other than just because you want to drive a big vehicle.
I'm 77 miles from London, and that would take me. And that's too far. I wouldn't commute that far. Not in a million years.
Plus the gas was like 10 cents a gallon.
So you just gave it up there.
The thing is that I often hear people say, "Oh, we should go back to like it was in the 1950s in terms of society and the family unit and blah blah blah." And I think that whether they're European or American, you're talking about a time when the government sent. If you had 6 sons and the government sent 6 pieces of paper saying your son has got to go off to war, everybody just dutifully got on their shiny shoes and went off for 2 weeks training and fucked off somewhere in Europe to die in a trench. I don't want that back.
What about if they didn't go? They took him to the garden fence and fucking shot him dead.
But I don't want to live in a world where people are so naive of what's actually happening in the world around them and what the powers that be are doing and manipulating things that they're happy to send off all their children to be culled in France. Fuck that. That's not an ideal I want to return to.
Yeah, the old brother wars. I think there was a bit of eugenics involved with that personally, amongst other things. The Middle Eastern land grab.
Well, I think that maybe spoke to how much people like their country. You know what I mean? People love their country and they were willing to die for it. Where now you're getting this mindset, well, I hate my country. Well, you can say that, but then if something happens to your country, everybody's gonna be looking back like, shit, America was pretty good back then, wasn't it? Not back then like come to us, but I thought about if something happens to America and America would get taken over, people would then be looking back like, well, fuck.
Well, I mean, yeah, there is that. Yeah, that's very true. And there's also a world where everybody under the age of 20 now knows that if America does go to a full-scale war, it doesn't need them. It just needs drones and bombs. It doesn't need them to sit in a trench.
Yeah, I'm not advocating for us to go back to way like 50 years ago. That's not what I was saying either. I just want to clear it up.
Sure. No. I knew you would.
I think people have learned a lot more as well now, though. While we can say that there's still a lot of NPCs, a lot of idiots, and I include myself into that, by the way. we know enough to know that we're being fucked royally.
Sure. You get if there's a conflict somewhere in the world now, you can, if you really want to go and find it, you can go and find 15 live feeds from one side and 15 live feeds from another. If you really want to go and look for it. You could, back in the World War I, World War II, the constant message in the newspapers was, we're doing marvelously. We'll be in Berlin by tea time, and that went on for 5 years.
Yeah. I think the COVID thing as well. I think, well, not that we should probably talk about that, but I think a lot of people are like, okay, so this is fucking nonsense.
Sure.
Right. No, even, I mean, I take it to an extreme with germ theory and stuff, but I think even the average Joe would say, wait a minute, I'm getting so many conflicting different bits of information here. There's something not right about it.
It was.
You say that, though. We say that, but I don't think it is the case where so many people didn't think it was real.
I think lots of people did. I think lots of people were concerned about the shit show that was the way that messages were sent to us, how it was all orchestrated. It demonstrated, actually, if anything, what it demonstrated is how utterly ill-prepared humanity would be if there was a holy trinity. Yeah, the holy trinity, isn't it? It's infectious, highly infectious. It's got a long incubation period, and it's fatal. If you get all those three in one, we're all goners. Because it will spread everywhere, and it will start. You won't notice it until it's spread everywhere, and then it kills everyone. The Holy Trinity.
I was in Barcelona when that went down. Believe me, it changed overnight. One day everything was like nice, you know, da da da. Next day it was fucking weird. And there was still nothing said about anything. But all the police knew what to do. They'd implemented it on the day that it was live. That's for sure. That's one thing you can 100% know for sure.
Oh yeah, they got the script.
Mm.
But Cole, to your point though about people hating their country, it is unfortunate. I think it's because what's happened is if America or any country is like a vehicle, it's just people behind the wheel. Maybe gave reasons for people to dislike the country, but thankfully you could just replace the people. Not hate the country.
That's why I said you can dislike your government, but you should never hate on your country. Your country is you and the people that live in it and stuff, and everything it can provide for you. And to say, I'd like to see just this country burn in hell and everything, that's ridiculous.
But it's gone through education, isn't it?
The trouble with that is that, and this is the real difference between 100 years ago and now, is there was a time in the past, certainly in the US and in most of mainland Europe, when people saw the government being an intrinsic part of the country and working for the country and working for the man. Now, he may do a crap job from time to time. He may misread things. He may not have the money or the willpower to do what he wants to do. But nowadays, people see the government as something steering themselves, and just basically they've got a casual on the road to make sure we're just trundling along the bus behind us, all fighting and screaming with each other on the back seats. So long as we're still on the bus, they don't give a fuck about us. That's the big difference now.
I look at the country as all the people that live in it, not necessarily the government. You know what I mean? I look at the government as the government, and that's why when people say they hate America and all this stuff, I'm thinking, why don't you say you hate the U.S. government? Don't say you hate America. America is all the people that live here who are just being forced to live under that government. You know.
Sure.
That's just I don't know. I probably don't matter either way, but that's the way I think about it.
Well, the point is the people were supposed to be the government. That's the idea. Rather than
that was supposed to be, but that got hijacked by the super wealthy about 60 or 70 years ago.
There was a time in America, and there was certainly a time in various places in Europe, when we were all told that the rich and powerful were the ones we should be watching, and the government's job was to keep an eye on them for the betterment of the people. Nowadays, most governments are telling us all of our problems are all down to poor people. Poor people arriving, poor people not working, poor people. The fact is that we live in a world now where rampant globalism and corporatism and how many multi-billionaires are we going to have before we realise that something's wrong?
Great points.
That's the problem. Our governments are corporations, and they don't give a fuck about the people.
They're not really our governments anymore. They exist separately from individual governments. They lobby government. They lobby and they tickle the underballs of all the governments with lobbying to make sure they get what they want, to make sure they don't pay proper taxes, to make sure they basically just ride roughshod over the working class and the manufacturing sector in countries and farm out to the cheapest place in the world for slave labor there. They're very good at that. And we're all very good at going, oh, fuck me, look at Amazon, look how cheap that is, and it'll arrive tomorrow. That's brilliant. You know, we all know we're decimating the retail sector, particularly in the local community, as we do that. But we don't care, because guess what? We'll have it tomorrow. It'll be cheap. It'll be brilliant. If it don't work, I'll just send it back, and some other poor soul will come and collect it for me for next to nothing on the minimum wage. We're all part of the pantomime, and at the same time, while we're living in that world, half of us are convinced, because the media run by the powerful tell us, is the problem is the poor or the people arriving. It's not those people.
Yep.
It simply isn't. That they present issues for society, and they do present some challenges for society, but they're not going to be the end of it.
Yep. It's a story as old as time, Pazzer, isn't it? As long as you know, we can take all the money and fuck off.
Exactly.
And get you to fight amongst each other.
Yep.
This is not new. This is bread and circuses.
And you know, the left and the right in the UK. Oh yeah, they want to do this, they want to do that, they want to take away this, they want to do that. I mean, look, you know, same in America. Oh, they're going to take your guns, they're going to take your Bible, they're going to do this, they're letting these people in. They're all doing it. They all take what they want, and they're all take away from you what they think you don't need or will be non-beneficial to them. If you've got guns and you've got Bibles, it's because they want you to have them. If they're letting immigration run rampant for 5 years, it's because they need it. They need it themselves. They're not interested in what you need or what you want.
Yeah, I've already mentioned several. Like I keep saying, we're going to have an aging population with nobody to look after them. That's what we're opening ourselves. Well, that's what we've already opened ourselves up to.
Yep.
And people talk about the Chinese, that they're going to be the next big dominant thing. You know, I'm like, no. Chinese are fucked. They've had that one child policy that you don't think that's going to have ramifications down the road in a couple of. It's already having ramifications, but there's a prediction from for 2025 that their birth rate will be at 0.7 or something ridiculous. So imagine what they're going to have with an aging population with no one to take care of them.
you think about it, how like they changed the view of a girl. You know, like do you remember when like you had girls going, yeah, they were like geezer birds. Anyone remember that? Before, like, then the Spice Girls, all girl power. That was what it was. It was isolated from when you had, oh yeah, she's like a geezer bird. She's like a geezer.
Yeah, that was kind of the Nuts magazine era before the girl power ball stuff.
Yeah, then that weren't good enough, and then they come out with the Spice Birds.
I didn't address you.
But I say it's education, because when you think about education, when you ever done an essay, what was it? It's always fucking Marx, kind of fucking communist fucking socialism thing. All the essays were about that.
Yeah, if they did, I've got you turned down quite a lot, Chelsea. So I got a grasp of a little gist of what you were saying. If they did a campaign that were like girl power, but it were actually celebrating motherhood, that would be like propaganda in a good sense. That would be the positive thing. That'd be like, wait a minute.
Well, they put out that thing. You don't need a man. You know, you need to. You know, they pushed it on the jobs. Even when you think about why women want equal rights, because they want women to have equal rights, because they're going to tax them fucking just as equally. It's not about the woman, is it? It was never about that.
No. Yeah, we'll put you in a cubicle, or you go to college and in your most fertile years, and then you can be a fucking wine-stained teeth.
That's what I've been saying.
Owner when you're 35.
They didn't impoverish the people. If the woman stayed at home and was a mother, house cleaner, that's a fucking job, mate. Not fucking sitting in an office, fucking typing some work. That is a job. There's no comparison, you know. Like women who run the household were of strong character as well.
But even that, I think, is a bit of an illusion. I mean, we've been sold this idea that, oh yeah, women's lib has meant that, you know, all these women have chosen to go out and work. There's an awful lot of people in the UK who need 2 salaries to fucking survive.
Well,
that's not women's lib. That's fucking financial desperation.
It is partly due to that, though, because they put twice as many people in the workforce. He's actually right there, Chelsea. But there's obviously several factors to it. And that would be one of them.
Could you think to yourself, it's not for them to have the money. That was never ever an issue. It was always to impoverish you. You had to go out and get 2 jobs to make ends meet. You had to do this. You had to do that. Because They just want you with no money. Because then you will be more malleable, like you can be more, you're kind of docile, isn't it?
Well,
you know,
the working class, middle class, and upper class. The middle class, they want enough of those people in that group who've got just about enough money and a bit left over to go on holidays. Then they've got the working class who have got just not quite enough money to aspire to being working class, and then the upper class. And it doesn't matter. It's none of your business what they want. They're taking it anyway.
Have you seen that Gary Stevenson? I know I've said it before, Pazza, but you ought to watch that guy. He's a bit of a lefty, and he'll get accused of socialism and all the rest of it. But he just says, look, just all you need to do is do what we did in the 50s and 60s and 70s, which is tax the wealthiest in the country and take a bit of pressure off the middle class, and you'll see as it were. Then you can literally look at a graph. And you can just see an incline, like a steady rise of the middle class, and it'll just start to even out again.
What do you think of this Labour government? Sorry to interrupt.
I don't really follow governments or all like that, so I'm the wrong person to ask.
It's a pretty right-leaning Labour government by historical standards. I mean, what does it really mean nowadays? As far as I'm concerned, most of the time it's. I mean, I like. I'm of the opinion that and I have voted either side because I don't want any particular wanker to be in power too long because that's when they muck things up. But as far
I think
as
trickle down economics is stupid. Oh, I thought you was dumb, man. That's
yeah, no, go for it,
Because I mean, you're talking about tax the wealthy, the super rich. Yeah, that's what I think should be done. But this idea that a lot of these guys have in America and president when they get to be president is let the rich make more money and then they'll give people raises and it'll trickle down to and it don't work that way. They buy more yachts and stuff like that. That's what happens.
Sure. Let's pretend human nature doesn't exist, shall we? The rich, right? The trickle down notion was sold to you by the rich. There's not it's interesting that Trotsky or Marx or any of the socialists historically didn't come up with the idea of the trickle down. And there's a very good reason why, because anybody with half a brain realizes that if you give the rich more money, they just keep it.
Yeah, they have a cloak and dagger in it. The socialists, they just want all the power and get money.
And a lot of people in politics who say we need to get back to the family unit, to get back to the 50s. The elite tell us this all the time in the media. Oh, you need to get back to how it was in the 50s in America, for example. Okay, right? Well, in the 50s in America, you used to tax the living bejesus out of the rich. If you don't believe me, go and look it up. Super tax rate.
That Gary, like I said, I think that guy's channel is called something like Stevens. I think his name's Gary Stevenson or something like that, and he looks like a homeless guy. no cap. I mean, he's actually looks homeless, but you listen to him talk for a minute, and you're like, holy shit, this guy knows what he's talking about. And he was one of these sort of people who basically made of millions himself, betting on the destruction of the middle class. And and so he's selling a book anyway, so this has got a dog in the race. But what he talks about is pretty simple, really, and that is that, well, besides the greatest wealth transfer in history, which was the COVID situation, putting the economy on pause for 3 years essentially, which is interesting to listen to. But the other thing he says is that what you'll end up with is what we have got is basically playing this game as well is that so a very rich person can only realistically live in 5 houses, but they can buy 5,000 houses, and this is what they will do and have done. And so if you think about that across every sector, they'll just price you out of every sector. That's what's happening.
You know what it's Andy, you know, it's like in the UK, she probably does too in his area. You know that there's half the people in half the smaller houses in the city are paying rent, and if not more than half, and that half are paying it to landlords, and all the people who can't afford the rent are getting the money from the government. So all the landlords are doing is sitting on their ass and getting the money from the government, because it's not sitting with the poor people; it's just being passed on. So the rich are actually siphoning money out of the fund that society is supposed to have to look after everybody, and just making themselves wealthy. I mean, how is that constructive?
One of the
they're
biggest.
making themselves disgustingly wealthy at that.
Yeah.
One of
But
the biggest.
it's good because it's not like look how evil and satanic and no, you don't even have to go there. It's just a natural course of events if this is the systems that's set up, right?
One of the biggest in London is I think it's a lord or somewhere. He owns so much property, fucking streets of London and all the best areas. You can't buy the houses, and he rents them to the council, and they pay him like the full whack. You know, so like for 1 year, he will. Someone said it was even like on a 5-year basis. They rented them to the councils and they pay in advance, but I don't know. But he must be fucking absolutely raping London if you own so much. He owns half at Chelsea.
Yeah, I didn't realize till because I don't follow politics, because I don't think at the highest level it's even fucking real. But that's another thing. But I didn't even realize that this, whatever his name was, Rishi Sunak or whatever his name was, this guy had £700 million in bank. Now, what is the person with £700 million in bank gonna? Why are we giving him the keys to the kingdom and say you delegate where the taxes are going to be taken from? So
when their family, like when the wife's family, like basically running India.
I'll post that guy's channel because he's interesting. As I say, he'll get accused as being some kind of socialist or whatever, but he has got some good ideas. He's definitely a lefty. But I don't really buy into that. I just think of it as two wings of the same bird. So I think if you buy into that, you've already sort of bought into a trap of sorts. Because naturally, of course, just as you age, you know, when you're young, you're more left leaning, and as you get older, you're going to be more conservative. That's just the way it works. Meanwhile, behind the curtain, you see all these people, the Hillary and Trump, they're all best pals. Behind the scenes, they're all best pals. Meanwhile, in front of the camera, I would have put you in jail. I would have put you in jail, whatever he said. Which was a great line and very funny. But, you know, it's all kabuki theatre as far as I'm concerned.
Can I ask you a question?
Well, wait a minute. This situation with Trump and Elon, it's making me laugh at the minute. They're having this big fallout. It's so funny.
I mean, they don't really spend much time hiding it, except that people couldn't imagine a world where it actually was just all in theater.
Yeah, it's not difficult to imagine if you think about it. I mean, they've got lots of power. They want to consolidate that power. So what do they have to do?
Andy, what if with that power you can extend mercy? Maybe that's what he did. Do you think he maybe offered mercy, or do you think it's an act?
Who gets the mercy? What? Sorry, say that again.
What if Trump extended mercy to Hillary by not prosecuting her?
He has, hasn't
he? He's not going to prosecute. He's not going to prosecute her.
He might need someone bumped off.
And also, Trump's going to do nothing to Elon. Elon is one of the richest men in the world. Do you think Trump's got any sway over him? Elon just fuck off abroad.
He called him a pedophile.
Yeah, because sometimes mercy is power. When you have enough power, you can extend mercy. But yeah, go ahead.
No, didn't you call him a pedophile? In not so many words. Said you was on the list.
Well, Trump made the statement. He said the reason that he didn't want to push to try to prosecute Hillary Clinton because she was a woman, and he said he thought that was unbecoming of a man to try to have a woman thrown in jail. He said that publicly.
When has Trump been worried about being unbecoming?
Yeah, what a gent. No, I mean they're all the same.
Well,
this is what comes down to it. Listen to this conversation we've had in the past couple of hours. We've been talking about actually the nefarious nature of the world, the deceptions, and
no one arguing.
No, and no one arguing. And also, really, the thing about it is, okay, right, is that all of this goes on, and what we discussed, everyone can see. They don't have to hide anything, and they don't have to make any effort to hide anything. They have everything they want, and they treat us this way, and it's obvious. They don't have to go through pantomimes of hiding crap from us.
Right. So on the heels of that, I'm curious for those who, I guess, see this in the most extreme of ways. Like, if it's the same people in charge of everything, it's all kabuki theater, and they're going to try their damnedest to consolidate power and keep the masses subjugated, what's to be done about it? Like, as us simple plebes being subjugated, how do we fix the situation?
They've tried to rule out some. They've tried to rule out any sort of revolution. They have prisons ready for that.
Right. So what are we supposed to do in this situation?
Well, the thing is, like as Pazzo were talking about earlier, it's way better than it was in the 50s. People, they sort of cook the frog slowly, don't they? Is that right? So it's the comfort that kills you. Nobody's going to start a revolution. If they were, they would have done it over the COVID period. I think.
Yeah, I think
we're still being cooked, right?
You raise a good question on that, Factotum.
But I think if they tried to implement that again, it would fucking absolutely.
Everybody's too far, too comfortable.
It would go
Nobody's going
to
start a revolution, I'm afraid.
No, but if they tried to do the COVID thing again, it would just be. I think you'd see a different response. 100%.
I very much doubt it.
Manufactorum, though, you raise a great question. So, because back in the day when slavery was rampant, right, when politicians were literally making their livelihood off slavery, it took brilliant men and women to come together, especially one man to go to Parliament and try to end it. And it officially ended in England, if I'm not mistaken, 1833, just before he finished, before he passed. William Wilberforce. Yeah. William Wilberforce.
But even that, some might argue, if they go extreme enough, that even that was like a little concession that they themselves orchestrated to keep us from like actually rising up, right?
That's why I think the best way is not where they feel like they have a threat. Because if they feel threatened, they already have a response ready for that, right? So the best way, in my opinion, is have them do a self-reflection where they, just like, I'm sure you guys have all seen the movie like Scrooge, when people realized what they had a different perspective on things. They were able to make a different, maybe more rational decision and had the opportunity, rather than someone taking their life to get and then taking away their opportunity to do something radical, maybe a 180, right?
Are you suggesting like a therapy session for the rich and powerful?
Information rather than therapy. Information. They do say we're in the information age, right?
They do, but aren't they in charge of the information?
Yes,
what I'm getting to is
people in charge of the information could be maybe a wrong perspective, lies.
I suppose. I don't know. The whole when it comes down to, we can't trust anything that's happening to be a natural result of human interactions, and everyone's a puppet and everything is orchestrated. That just feels very defeatist to me. Like, usually when I ask
for some people,
the answer I get is there is nothing to be done. And I guess that's the main reason I just can't. It's one of the reasons. I think the main reason is I just don't see it. But
I can see it.
It's hard for me to buy into.
There's a lot of reason why people probably on both sides are apathetic. From my understanding, Tony Robbins, he says there's two motivating factors for people. the avoidance of pain and the pursuit of pleasure. So some things are very painful, right? So they'll do whatever they can to avoid it at all costs. And then if they have encouragement, maybe to pursue pleasure rather, then go against something that could be extremely painful. I'm talking about torture.
Sure. Yeah, it's a stick and carrot. I don't know. I just got back from voting, so like, if I'm gonna do exactly. See, that's the thing. Like you can sit there and do nothing and wait till the world rolls you over. I'm gonna go down fighting, even if it's a meaningless fight. And it doesn't mean that I have to be complacent when I get home and just sit back and say, "Well, I did my part." Right? No, voting is just a part of it. There's still civil action. There's still raising awareness and educating people. But it's not said that you can't do both, right? But in the case that you might be wrong about the whole kabuki theater and there is something gets moved some direction or other, even by a small margin, I want to feel like I at least tried.
Absolutely. Well,
yeah, that's good.
Thank you for that. And did you know that let's say if there's 8 billion people and if just one person helped 2 people, that's enough to start a whole wave. Because if each 2 people told 2 people, I think at step 33, everybody knows. So thank you, Manufactorum. I appreciate that.
Sure thing. Sure, I didn't mean to like kill the VC.
No, we brought it to really the truth, maybe, and we're all thinking, I guess. Considering.
No, I like your optimism. I think it's good.
Oh, thank you. I like your guys' optimism
well,
too.
I meant Manufactotum. The fact that he still thinks it's all real and whatnot.
Amazing.
Good for you.
Well, in the off chance it is, I feel like, I'm not gonna sit and wonder what if.
Yeah, Manufactorum. Let's say if you're living in a time where it's very corrupt, is it your duty to, like you said, advocate, maybe raise awareness, change?
I suppose that would depend on what your personal values are. I would see that as, I would say there's some responsibility there. Yeah, if you see something wrong or corrupt, to do something about it. I think from the moment that you know about it, you have some responsibility to act on it.
I totally agree. Just like a firefighter who's well trained, who's already been, he's already aware to see things that people maybe in the civilian life who haven't been trained don't see, right? Like maybe smoke through the window. So, and if they decide not to help, imagine what would happen at the ethics interviews after or the investigation, seeing what took place.
Yeah. Someone proposed a thought experiment earlier about a cop standing next to like someone abusing a kid or something. I did an MAT program. I started an MAT program. I got the hell out of there. But one of the books we had to read was called Real Lives, and it was about this guy that was a substitute teacher in various schools, and he wrote down his experiences, and it was part of the reading for the course. And one of the stories in there was he was on his way out of a school, and he was passing a bathroom, and there was a woman hitting this kid, this little girl. And he stepped in and stopped it, and he got chewed out by the principal, basically saying, you're not actually a teacher here, and there's protocol, and basically saying that he overstepped his bounds. And most everyone in my class said, he did the right thing. That's not the kind of thing you want to read about in the paper the next day, knowing you could have maybe avoided it. But the teacher said that there was some truth to what the principal said, that he either should have went and found someone, or I don't remember exactly, but everyone was pretty appalled at the whole thing. I think I forgot where the hell I was going with all this. Fuck, I lost it.
It's something to do with people doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Having knowledge.
I guess. Yeah. Long story short, if you know about something, I think you do have a responsibility. Especially like you don't want to read about it the next day and say like, oh shit, I was right there. If I had done something, this 8-year-old girl would still be alive. For example, it turns out it was either her mother or babysitter or something. But still, that was one of the reasons I got out of that MAT program.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't who proposed the thought experiment in the morning, but I think there is a boundary. For example, when you endanger yourself, I think you cannot request. For example, you have someone with a knife threatening someone else. Do you have to go in between or not? Because you could be in the same danger as the person that got threatened. That is a boundary that I could accept as not to be forced or like have to. You don't have to go over that boundary. But I don't know if this is the correct English word, but in Germany it's called Zivilcourage, so civil courage. So it's like you even as an observer or a civil person have also you are basically legally forced to help if you can help and if you're not endangering yourself. And I think this is a very moral thing. And even so, your work principles or your work rules are against that, kind of staying neutral or stuff like that. You are civilly obligated to do something.
Makes sense.
I would
Imagine
say.
everybody in that position.
If I'm not mistaken, there's a law like that in America. Where if you see somebody like hurt in a car wreck or something, you have to at least call 911. You can't just walk away and leave them laying there dying in a car wreck and not help them.
No, I think
Good Samaritan Act or something.
Yeah, it's something like
no, that was a Seinfeld episode. But Legal did a thing on this. If I understood correctly, if you try and help somebody and you wind up hurting them, there's an argument that like you should be covered in that you were trying to help someone. But I don't think you're legally obligated.
But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about laying your hands on them or trying to help. I'm just talking about calling 911 or alerting that this person's needs help.
Maybe de-escalating.
Yeah, I think it's the same. Like if you see a car accident and you just move by without stopping and offering support or calling 911, for example, that would be, for example, actually a criminal offense in Germany. So that's not just like, oh, you pay a fee. No, it's called unterlassene Hilfeleistung. So it's kind of not done or how do you say, like rejected support or something like this. So you are legally obligated to support people in kind of maybe not in danger, but in the need of help. So you're legally obligated to support someone in the need of help, unless you're in danger yourself. So for example, if someone is drowning in a river or so, and even you can swim by jumping in the river, you would endanger yourself, but you have to at least call the rescue, fire department or whatever to notify about that situation. Or throw a ring or whatever.
Thank goodness for brave people willing to risk their own life to save maybe someone else.
I mean, that's what firefighters do, right?
Yeah, but they took on that risk. Like, I don't know how I feel about it being legally mandated. It's certainly the moral thing to do. I would hope everyone would do that in that situation. I feel like there could be tricky situations in having it be like a legal mandate. I don't know. I'd have to sit with it.
I know it, for example, as an example in India, it's a tricky situation. So I have kind of people that I know from work who are in India, and one was driving with a motorcycle and got hit by a car and no one stopped to pick that person up and brought to the hospital, because they say if anyone stops and call the police, the people will first try to kind of how do you say, like sue the person who stopped, because they will assume that person who stopped and called the police or called the rescue was the one who was actually hitting the person. So everyone will just close their eyes and pass by, and not carry that person to a hospital. And what actually has happened then? So he broke his both legs on that accident. Someone stopped, throw him in the trunk, drove by a hospital, and just dropped in at the front door and get out as soon as possible. That was the best he could kind of hope for in that country, or in that city at least. Not I don't want to say that's all over, but in that city he was living, that was kind of the best case scenario.
Sure. That's kind of like how when drug addicts are hanging out and someone ODs, like no one wants to deal with the cops, so they'll do something like that.
Yeah.
Hopefully, or they'll just run away and let him die.
I had that actually in real life. I was serving 1 year as a paramedic, as part of my social service, which you can do here when you are not doing military service. And I was working as a paramedic, and we got called to a site, and there was no one. It was dark. There was no one. There was no one in the on the street where we were called to. So okay, we stepped back into the rescue vehicle, and then someone knocked the door, and it was kind of two, let's say 1.90 meters. I don't know, what is it, 6 feet or so. Two Russians, and had one guy in between them, and they throw him on the concrete and said, "Took the rocks," and went away. So we picked that person up, put it into on the bed in the paramedic vehicle, and then 5 minutes later, so put him on the medication. So 5 minutes later, someone else knocked the door, and there was the same two Russians again, took the rocks, and put the next one on the floor and went away. So that was okay. They at least called the paramedics.
They should maybe
like
check those
they were giving him drugs.
Of course, they were first selling them, and then they couldn't handle it, so they throw them out.
So you know how to give CPR?
Again, please.
So you know how to administer CPR?
Oh yeah, but CPR, I think I would say everyone with a driver's license knows how to give CPR. Yeah. If you do, that's a different thing. But at least here you're obligated to have a CPR course when you get a driver's license.
Isn't it interesting how sometimes it saves someone's life?
Yes, it does. And for example, this is a good example of how you could support. My father had a situation where he was, I think, at a bus stop, and some person just like passed out at the bus stop and was just lying on the ground. So he checked the breath, no breath. He checked the pulse, no pulse. So he started CPR and screaming to some other people who were just standing around watching, like, call 911. I mean, it's 112 here, but so call the paramedics, and they came. The person survived, so they continued CPR. They shocked him twice or thrice, and so the heart started beating regularly again, and the person survived. It does help, definitely.
That's amazing.
Independently of how good it is or not, just jump on the chest and do it in the rhythm of staying alive, right?
Oh, I was going to ask you that. You spelled it.
Staying alive, staying alive. This is the correct beat. So just take that beat and press on the chest. Don't breathe, just press on the chest.
Lots of beautiful ironies in life, and that's one of them, isn't it? But I was going to make a joke about it, but you ruined it, Snooze. I hope you're happy.
Yeah, but I think it's good to. I mean, it's a good kind of how do you say, marker, or how to remember it.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with that is once you start, you can't stop.
If you don't start, you have already given up. So I mean.
Yeah, but they say now that it's better to put them in a recovery and call the ambulance, or like there's defibs everywhere nowadays, so you can maybe stop them yourself.
But these AEDs, the automatic electronic defibrillator is so defibrillating is not helping in any case, and even so, the heart is typically pretty heavily kind of suffering. So CPR is always the best case. If you find someone else who can run for the AED, you should send the person, but first you start pressing.
Do you not breathe into the mouth then at any point? You just do the pressing.
No. Yes,
that
was
can be dangerous
before.
Yeah.
No, back in the days, it was something like 15-2 or so, 15 times pressing, 2 times breathing. Then it went to 31, I think. And nowadays, the teaching is just do pressing, not breathing, because typically people kind of stop too long for okay, now I have to breathe once or twice, and they do it poorly anyway. And by just pressing on the chest, you are creating enough ventilation in the lungs by just pushing on it. You have more than enough ventilation, and keeping the circulation active is way more important compared to giving 1 or 2 breaths more in a minute.
Right. So there's another way that you can slap them on the inside of their arms, continually tapping them on the inside of their arms as well. Apparently, that's a definite.
I heard if you just slap them hard enough and tell them to wake up, they usually come back.
Yeah, that's when they drop.
Well, the solar plexus. Do you guys know where the solar plexus is? Right in the between of the breastbone. That's normally one place as well. You can rub there, and that should generally. There's a lot of nerve endings there, if I'm not mistaken. Right, Snooze?
Or just find the nipple. Just find the nipples and push between.
Yeah, I think the slapping on the inside of the arm makes sort of that starts the circulation of the blood, which is obviously there's the blockage in cases of
there is a more kind of perfect way how to find it, but rule of thumb: find the nipples and push. Not on the nipples, but between.
Solar plexus. That's
well, I do that
devil,
all the time anyway.
It? That's that.
And if it's an old
find
woman,
the nipples and
find
push.
where it's.
That comes from that
and
Hindu.
if it's a very old woman, just find where it used to be and then push there, not where it's now.
You definitely don't want to look at her nips.
Don't push on the stomach.
Yeah, gravity's taking effect, you bloody gravity deniers. How dare you? Think of those old man's saggy balls. He has to put them in his socks.
Shout out to the ancient Greeks for gravitas.
And the lesser known version, levitas. Not talked about in these circles, obviously. We only stick to flat and globe.
Thank you. That's true. Interesting.
So is it on the concave Earth something pushing from the center to the outside, or? I mean,
that's
honestly
heresy. We
curious.
don't talk about that in here.
No, just curious. Is that the idea behind it? So it's something from the center pushing outwards?
That might be the idea. I encourage you to research it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, get yourself a dessert bowl.
Sometimes knowledge can lead to being a lifesaver. Knowledge alone might be a lifesaver.
Well, in this world that we currently reside in, all life suffers to a miserable end, so there is no saving that one.
What's just that in sense of preciousness? You've got life, and then what's after that? Time. Time is priceless.
Time is precious. That's what you say. Time is precious.
You want 25 hours in a day? 26, 27? Or is 24 enough? Seems like the creator maybe had an intention for 24 hours.
I mean, was there an hour? I mean, there is a day, that's clear, but is there an hour, or is it just something that we invented?
I think it's something we maybe not just invented, maybe find as a part of nature and reality. So they try to maybe give it a definition, in, you know what I mean, terms. I guess like logic. I guess people would argue logic.
At least there is, I think, a mathematical logical how do you say, like, source why there is a sixth of a circle. If you take the radius and then you paint the radius basically, or you strike the radius with a protractor on the circle outside, you get 6 divisions. So a sixth of 363 makes total sense, and then making more fractions out of a sixth, so a sixth fraction of something, is normal.
6 is the first perfect number.
Is it so?
It is, because it's divisible by.
Yeah, plus 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Yes.
I thought 9 was.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought 9 was because
No,
then it would be 10. 9 is not a perfect number.
No,
Yeah,
the
it's,
number is 28.
You can divide anything. Look, 27, 3 9s, 3 3s, 9, 2 and 7, 9. Tell me you can do that with 6.
forgot
You
one.
can't do that with. You can't do that with 6.
You have to do 1 as well. But you have to always include 1, because when you divide it by itself, that's 1, right? So you have to add 1 as well to it. That's why 6 is the perfect one, because 6 divided by 1 is 6. 6 divided by 2 is 3. 6 divided by 3 is 2. And when you add up all the divisible numbers. 1 plus 2, that's 3, plus 3 is 6. That's the first perfect number.
You say 9 divided by 1 is 9.
That's not 1, right? And then 9 divided by 3 is 3. So when you do, and then what's after that? Nothing, right? So 3 plus 1 is 4.
The 9 times table, it will all add up to 9.
A perfect number is a number that is where all divisions added up are the number itself. So 1 plus 2 plus 3 is 6. 6 is divisible by 2. 6 is divisible by 3 and by 1. So this is a perfect number. The next one would then be kind of theoretically could be 10, but 10 is not divisible by 4. So it's 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, but it's not divisible by 4 and 3. So it's not a perfect number.
Yeah, but 10 is not a number. It's 1 and a 0. It's not an actual number.
Oh, it's a number. It's a number. And the next perfect number
it's
is
not
28.
dividable either. It's divisible.
There's only 9 numbers.
Oh, it's divisible. Okay.
There's only 9 numbers. 1 to 9.
No, that's false.
No, it isn't. There's whatever you add to those numbers is you're adding. They're the numbers.
How many fingers
that's
do we
bullshit.
have now? 8 fingers?
It's not bullshit, is it?
How many fingers and thumbs do we have? I guess 10.
27.
I think you're conflating numerals.
You have 2 thumbs and 8 fingers.
Okay, how many toes and fingers do we have?
Unless you're from Norwich.
How many digits do you
Unless
have?
you're from Norwich, and you've got 6 of each. Well, you got 1 big toe and 4 little ones.
And then what about 10 Commandments?
Well, that's a different ballgame. How do you know there was 10? There might have been 9. There might have been 9. They just said, "Do you know what? Let's fucking pretend there's 10."
There are a lot more than 10.
That's a good, interesting theory.
You never know. It's like when you hear a story and you think, I'll put my spin on it because I don't really like that story.
Oh, for sure. Do you know who else did that? Hitler. He removed the 6th and 8th commandment. Thou shalt not steal and thou shalt not, I think, murder. Yeah, kill. 6 and 8. That supposedly, there's one Bible left. Supposedly.
When he's random, apparently, but I don't know, Snooze can tell you this. When he's doing his thing, he sounds very Christian, no? He definitely doesn't sound, because I think he's meant to be a Catholic. I don't think he goes on about the Catholic values.
Yes, I was a Catholic.
Yeah, but Hitler, when he was on his ranks, would always talk about Christians, no? Because I would imagine at that time, Germany was mainly predominantly Christian, no? So he's not going to alienate the nation to get behind him by just appealing to the Christian.
Germany was typically Christian, Roman Catholic or Protestant, like Luther Church.
Yeah, you'd appeal to the biggest majority, I would imagine. Can you say he was that bad, or was he that bad? I don't know. The suggestions that he wasn't.
So let's see, I have a question for you. Let's say if you were the creator, would you have 9 rules or 10 rules?
I definitely have 9.
Do you have one specific in mind that you should not have? I would say I would have more than just 10 rules.
Yeah, like a driver's manual.
One
right?
rule.
Like
No,
a
because these 10 rules. I mean, maybe you could dump them down to something more simpler, because some of these rules may be unnecessary. So I would at least say, like, 2 or 3. I don't have them in mind, but 2 or 3 of them are absolutely unneeded. Wait a second. Let me look them up.
First 3 for
I
the
can boil it
creator.
down to one rule.
Okay, go for it.
One rule: don't be a cunt.
Yeah, that's
See
a good
you-
way.
see-
Some you know why people will include a second rule?
See you
Because
next Tuesday.
Yeah, 1 to 3 are totally useless.
No, think of like 1, 2, 3 as a parent telling you that they're your parent and they have your best interest out for you. So just keep them first while you're
No.
learning
No. That is number
the
4.
foundation. It's the foundation.
That is
I'll
number
tell you
4.
why.
What you mean? Like the parents?
No,
About the
fourth is
parents
for
is
you.
number 4. 1, 2,
No,
3
fifth
is
is
just
for
like
you.
the selfish ego of God.
No, no. It's like a parent that's got your best interest at heart because he knows there's other gods out there.
Okay.
Fourth
Okay.
is for you.
Still useless.
Fifth is for your
Still
parents.
useless. If you follow the other 7, you're good. You don't have
Yeah,
to kind
I
of
agree.
pray to him or I
No,
don't
it's
know.
not. It's not dishonor his name, just like you wouldn't dishonor your parents' name. Why? Because he's the creator that gave you your parents, right? Why would you even bother if you're not even going to?
I wouldn't care.
Okay, well,
I
some
couldn't
people
care
do.
less if someone is kind of I don't know,
If I was loving
praying
your
to
name right
me
now,
or loving me, as long as the person is following the rules, I don't care how the people like the rules. That's the same like with the law. I don't care if
he's
the
the
people
same.
like the law as long as they follow
Yeah.
it.
Well, he's hoping that people choose to follow it. That's why he doesn't force, right? He's hoping
Yeah,
that's the
but
best
this is
for
one of the
everybody.
commandments. So if you say love me because I'm lovable, that's something that you could say. It's the same like don't swear on the Bible. Just speak the truth. This is
That's
something
number.
meaningful in my
That's number
opinion.
9.
Yeah. So what?
Well, think of it like this. I totally get your opinion. Now, maybe just consider this even for 10 seconds. Like I said before, think of it like a parent would do with their children. They would say, there's other parents out there, but love me first because I love you more than they do. I have your interest at heart, right? While this
Yeah,
children.
but I would never force my kids to love me, and they are not allowed to love others. I would say, or I would have the request to myself to be as good, so that the kids do love me directly by their own, without them forcing me to love.
I have a
So the
rebuttal.
thing is, if I be good, and if I am really good, they will love me more than everyone else. This is the point. So you don't have to force them to love you.
That's right. He doesn't force. Well, that's right. Well,
I mean, this is one
if
of the
he
commandments.
forced you, if
Why?
he forced
It's
you,
it's
you
not
would
an
be.
unnecessary one.
Hold on, let him answer. Let him get his answer out,
Okay.
then you can respond to it.
I think if he did force you, then you would be Christian right now, right?
Again, please. What was it?
If he was really forcing you, you would be Christian right now. Yes.
I would have to, kind of. But the thing is, like, if he says, okay, you can follow my rules or not. So if you're not following one of these 10 rules, you are kind of damned or so. Then I would be damned right now. And I think 99% of the Christians would be. Even more, I think. Because
Well,
number
Jesus
3, nearly no one follows number 3.
Yeah, I know, but it was so serious back then. They literally wanted to stone people to death because the God was so holy. Because imagine at that time how ruthless it maybe was. People just being so mercifully living out in the desert, right? No justice, no law. So they were praying to God for protection because they wanted to be righteous, and God. I guess it's a long story, right? But I get what you're saying.
And in my opinion,
one
these
commandment,
rules
that wouldn't have
are.
happened.
I mean, if these rules are should have to be taken seriously or so, I mean, they are kind of, on the one hand, they are way too detailed. On the other hand, they are not detailed enough. So, I mean, for example, am I allowed to punch you in your face? Yes, by the 10 Commandments I am. I should not kill you, but I can beat you up very, very heavily. I should not steal from you, but beaten up is fine. So
Oh, great.
is
I
that
love
really meaningful, or could you just generalize that? For example, like right in the 10 Commandments, do not do anything that you don't want to do to yourself. yeah, or be done to yourself. This is written in the Bible, that's true, but it's not written in the Ten Commandments.
Great
But
point.
it
And
says don't want to have the neighbor's wife. I think, come on. I mean, this is a super specific thing. But am I allowed to want his car, even that I'm not allowed to steal it? But am I allowed to want it because his wife wanting is not allowed? I mean, that's it. So there.
Okay. Yeah. The thing about, I guess, like you said, why isn't there more? I guess that's why Jesus came, right? To give us the ultimate wisdom on how to apply those 10 commandments. He told us not to cast the first stone because we're sinners too, and he told us all the parables, right? If we're willing to ask for and be given the mercy of the Creator, we have to also extend that to other people, right? Because if we don't, why should He extend that mercy to us or to anybody? And
Yeah,
I
but those
guess
aren't commandments.
no, but he would. It's essentially the 10 Commandments under the electron microscope, right? When there's a law about thou shalt not kill, but people have hatred in their heart. They're like, I know I'm not gonna kill this person, but I hate them to death where they die. You know what I mean? Jesus came and said, if we even hate them, if we even hate them, that God's very not going to be happy with that. I mean, that's like almost murder in the heart.
Yeah, but the Bible does say that we're not just allowed, but almost obligated to stone certain people if they break certain laws. So Jesus says, "Whoever's without sin cast the first stone." That might be a minor transgression if I have sinned and I cast the first stone, but casting the stone in and of itself could be mandated, right?
No, because Jesus, remember, he from maybe a non-believer worldview, I guess they could argue for that, but from the believer worldview, I guess maybe the Jews themselves, they were expecting the Messiah to finally break the Genesis curse. They anticipated a Messiah, and they said that he is him because he's fulfilled all these, I guess, or he's about to fulfill the prophecy. But
he also said he didn't
not to kill it all.
Law.
Pardon? Sorry?
He also said he didn't come to change one jot or tittle of the law.
Oh, I'm so sorry I interrupted. Can you please repeat? I'll be quiet.
There might be a little bit of a lag. I was saying that he also said he didn't come to change one jot or tittle of the law. So everything written in the Old Testament technically still holds.
Well, did Jesus read? Did Jesus would he have ever gotten to have read the prophecy? Because if he had read the prophecy, then he could have just acted out the things that was in it and said, "See, I'm fulfilling prophecy."
I think he did.
He does that, in fact,
multiple times.
Somebody does say
the woman at the well.
This
the
happened so that the prophecy was.
Yeah, many times. Especially the one that I know clearly is the woman at the well, the Samaritan.
There's some interpretation there. So some people say, because he says, I don't know if it's him or one of his disciples says, this was done to fulfill the prophecy, but it's unclear whether it was done to fulfill the prophecy or so the prophecy would be fulfilled, so to speak. I have my suspicions, but it's debatable.
Okay, but I have a quick question for you though. Like, okay, imagine everyone has a precious state-of-the-art machine or laptop. Just because, let's say, they've done some things that are heinous, doesn't mean maybe there are heinous acts that are put on them. Where I'm sure you're all familiar with those scenarios, right? Someone who was abused as a child end up doing things to others, and that's why they're in prison. So rather than having to maybe smash their state-of-the-art machine to smithereens, you could just update like you would a computer. You would format the hard drive, maybe put a new operating system. I think that's what the creator wants, and he's provided.
I missed the first part. Are you saying everybody has or everybody is a state-of-the-art machine?
Yes, everybody is a state-of-the-art laptop machine. And the creator, yes, he has rules, and the sins are so serious that they deserve probably death. Right? Imagine someone going around breaking all the 10 commandments. We all see the extreme scenarios. People are still going to prison for it because whatever their belief system. I'm sure you see these videos on YouTube where they're going to extremes like dismembering people, and you see the interviews. But so there's a lot of people who want death for these people, and maybe some argue they deserve it, but maybe there's a better way, right? Just having them update their operating system. Maybe there's something deeper that caused them to get to this. And you'll see cases where the victim's family members have so much love and mercy that they actually often forgive the people, especially probably more often when the victim is apologetic or has tried to apologize or show that they've changed. Maybe even even the times where they don't show any remorse, the family still forgive them because they believe so much in God. And I think
two
there's
things.
a way. Yeah, thank you.
So I mentioned this earlier. I think we were talking about hell and justice and all, but my ideal system of justice would be one in which people are either rehabilitated, or if they can't be rehabilitated, they're simply sequestered from the general population so they can't further harm anyone or themselves. The other thing to say to that, and I don't know if this is a Christian thing or not, but I don't think you can forgive someone if they haven't asked for forgiveness.
Can you repeat that last part one more time, please? Manufactorum? Thank you.
Yeah.
You can't forgive
I
someone?
don't think if they haven't asked for forgiveness.
You shouldn't be able to forgive them?
No, I don't think you can. I don't think that it doesn't, I don't know if it just doesn't hold any meaning or if it just doesn't sort of compute, right? Like
he's just talking about in the human psyche.
Yeah.
Like personally forgive him. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I was just clearing it up for the other guy. I don't think the other guy realized exactly what you was talking about at first. I was just clearing that up.
Yeah, I mean, I get the idea behind it, but I don't think it. I feel like forgiveness is a response to something, and if that something isn't there, then there can be no response to it. If that makes sense.
I guess so, but maybe the creator is something like that. He has so much love. He's already has mercy in mind for everybody, willing to forgive everybody for everything. Especially think of it like this: a man has a spouse. She cheats on him on their anniversary, and rather than saying I'm sorry, she's just like, "Oh, at least I'm not the worst spouse in the world." Some wives cheat 1,000 times. This is just one time, right? And then she does it again the next day, an anniversary. Wouldn't you? And then, I mean, put yourself in that position. Would you want her to say, "At least I'm not the worst wife. I haven't done it a million times yet," or would you want her to say, "Oh my goodness, I can't believe I did that even one time," or "I'll never do it again"? I think that's what the creator wants, right?
I would want her to apologize, of course. So there's two things. I think from a sociological standpoint, trust is very much more easily lost than it is gained. And the only mechanism we have to gain it back again, once it's been lost, I think, is the apology. So I take apologies very seriously. But even from like a metaphysical standpoint, like from a theological standpoint, I feel like even God wouldn't be able to forgive something unless there was contrition there. Like mercy and justice are different things. Like God can be merciful and dole out less of a punishment than is merited, but I wouldn't say that is forgiveness or even requires forgiveness.
I actually kind of agree with you on some levels because, I mean, it happens here in court. Sometimes the judge will see how the accused is acting. Maybe there's no remorse. He's laughing at the victims, laughing at the whole, you know what I mean, making a mockery. Maybe the judge will throw the book at him. But maybe if it was someone who is completely remorseful, shows extreme remorse, the judge will be maybe a little bit more lenient on the sentence.
Yeah, and I do get when, families will, I've seen families read letters saying that they forgive the perpetrator of whatever heinous crime it is, and there is value in that. Don't get me wrong. I feel like as much as I would rather there be justice, if there isn't, at least forgiving the person, quote unquote, could bring some peace of mind after a tragedy like that. But I think from like a technical aspect, it's not actually an apology. Like, not to say it's without value. Like, it's good that they do that, I suppose. But I don't know. I got
I know
lost
what
in
you
my
mean.
train of thought.
I know what you mean. Oh, totally.
I think they perhaps understood that there's a deeper wisdom there. When the forgiveness is not for the perpetrator of the thing; it's for the actual individual also, right? Because they can let it go. Then that's the whole point of it.
Yeah.
So you're not carrying this thing around that's festering, right?
Yeah, and they're probably using that kind of synonymously, which is fine, I guess.
It's say with prayer. Prayer's not for God. Prayer's for you, right? God doesn't need anything. It's for you.
Yeah, kind of like someone in battle when they're calling headquarters. I need backup, quick.
Reminds me of a Tom Waits song. Was it Saturday Night? I don't remember what album, but it's a song about a guy. It's like a letter guys writing from war. It says, "How does God choose? Whose prayers does He refuse?" And the guy keeps saying he'll be back the day after tomorrow. The implication of the song is that he doesn't actually. He died.
Because tomorrow never comes.
Interesting.
That guy, I guess.
If I could, I would just have maybe one rebuttal to offer, I suppose. Maybe what I would say is the Creator actually gave instructions to believers to actually do just that. Maybe bring life rather than death. Save life. Literally, like figuratively and literally. Like spiritually and literally. Because if people love them, they're even someone that looks like their enemy, but love them enough to save them that they were dying in the street, just as if maybe one was in that position, right? Like the government changed, and now there was a mandate to hate whatever particular person, males or females. So right, but imagine someone like an enemy willing to cover for you, and take you somewhere safe. That's what God wants. And it was instructed by Jesus.
Well, that's what Kabbalah says, isn't it?
Probably.
Like that.
Yeah, probably. I would hope so.
Bedrock purpose. My memory's not letter perfect, but something to the effects of the purpose is to create life and fill it with perfect happiness. And in doing so, you become closer to God because you more closely emulate the nature of God. And that's, I suppose, everything moving toward that is getting toward God.
Yes, perfection. Well, you don't have a watch, right? Imagine you have a mechanical watch and it's continually barking because it's clashing. No, that's not perfection yet.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that the thing is, okay, I was just saying. So we have, I believe we have rules for instructions for near perfection, but because people have the free will to reject it, we're not working at that level yet of efficiency or you know what I mean? We're not at our official capacity, perhaps. Or
I think so. Yeah, I think I get it.
if literally everyone got on the same page, perhaps we could reach 100% ideal operating capacity, or for lack of a better term, I guess. Everyone's working well together. Everybody's got each other's back to the fullest.
I mean, ideally, I think where that breaks down is like most people are more similar than they are different. Like most people have the same goals in mind.
Yeah.
The difference is how they interpret those goals. So you look at the left and the right, and they all want basically the same thing, right? They want the best situation for most people, but how they get there is sometimes radically different. So I don't know at what level people could have each other's backs that would end up in like teamwork. Because if they get bogged down on the details, and to be fair, some of those details are quite important. That's going to end up in squabbles, unfortunately.
Yeah, I agree. Something maybe the ants or the honeybees we could learn from, because I think they got each other's back.
Yeah, but they probably don't have a sort of moral system.
Yeah, nothing written down. We're different because we're the only creature that actually has the ability to write down knowledge.
Well, knowledge is one thing. Well,
I would
into the whole morality thing. Go ahead.
I would agree with the bees, but what about, for example, apes? I mean, do they have some kind of practical morality in their tribe? For example, not eating the kids or so. I don't know.
Maybe
giving them enough food, even if the bigger ones are still hungry.
Maybe in the Garden of Eden, but maybe today, yeah, we can see the violence that they even inflict on one another.
Do you know who Sapolsky is?
Oh, please forgive the ignorance. I don't.
He's I don't know if he's a sociologist or a evolutionary biologist. He's got a whole series of lectures at Stanford. They're super interesting. If you only watch one of them, watch the first one. He talks about like how to interpret data through different like buckets and how each bucket is limited in some way or another. But later in the series, he talks about this this thing that I don't know if he was researching it or one of his colleagues. He goes to like Africa to look at these baboons, and they realize that when a baboon is charging, the guy being charged at will pick up one of his kids so that he stops charging. And there was a whole lot of hypothesizing as to how aware are they of familial ties and how instinctual or intentional this act is. And they're watching this, and at some point, one of the baboons starts charging, and he picks up his own kid. And immediately, the researcher's like, "Well, shit, my whole theory goes in the garbage. This is like totally wrong." Then the baboon looks down, realizes it's his own kid, and he chucks him so he doesn't get hurt in the brawl.
That's hilarious.
With animals, it's my mic. Sorry, give me 1 sec.
That sounds good.
We can't hear you, Dawn.
When sometimes my lead like drops by 6 dB or something. Animals is often based on territorial stuff, isn't it? The masculine wants to beat up another masculine because he came too close, or. So I was just thinking, does that explain all human fights, territory, and resources, or do humans like fight because of politics and emotion, whereas animals don't?
Hell, we fight for enjoyment. Look, we got sports where we box and
yeah.
shit just for the hell of it.
Fuck. Shit, you're right, we're fucked. But maybe that means we can control it. So Russia versus Ukraine is just a sport. It's not the be all and end all sort of thing.
Doesn't affect me, so who cares?
Got a phone call. What I missed?
We're just comparing animal territories to why humans fight.
Oh, was it Tool? Had the song Right in Two? That's my favorite line from a Tool song.
What is it?
Who's the first? No, I think it was Tool.
Why do
Repugnant is
humans
a
fight?
creature who would squander the ability to lift an eye to heaven, conscious of his fleeting time here.
Oh right, yeah, I get that. So we might only live once, or even if we live multiple times, it's still only this once in this story. So why would I make a fuss and try to change things?
Okay.
Maybe I read it wrong.
I'm gonna post it because it's just a good song. And actually, I got a dip. Well, people have been talking. Yes, I have heard that. Not what they do.
Yeah, because that's sort of speaking about forgiveness, but it doesn't really speak to what you were saying, where it's a two-way street.
Yeah. Whoever said that didn't agree with my take, I guess.
So I'm sort of saying the words don't matter. You could offer your side, like, I know that wasn't the real them. Even if it was, they've changed. So I'm going to let them off. Even though I was pissed off, I'm going to let them off now because I'm over it.
Yeah.
You could do all that
Well,
yourself, but that's not the full meaning of forgiveness.
Sure. But since we're back on the topic, I'll just say this, and then I gotta get dinner started. I mentioned how I take apologies seriously, and where I've landed on this is there's 4 parts to an apology, 3 or 4. The first is an admission of guilt, right? You have to say what it is you've done wrong, because if you're apologizing for something that I wasn't bothered by, then the thing that I'm waiting for the apology for, you might just keep doing in the future, right? So the first thing is
You could
acknowledging what you've
define
done
it.
wrong.
You could say what you've done wrong, but that might not always meet the person that's expecting an apology. So you might
Sure.
misword it, and then you're apologizing for a slightly different thing that was asked for.
Yeah, and that would be up to them to say, well, that's good enough, or they got the gist, or not, and say, you need to do better. The second thing is the actual apology, which is, I apologize, or I'm sorry for XYZ. Just oopsie or sorry, for me, doesn't quite cut it. And the third thing, if possible, would be some sort of remuneration.
What's that?
Paying them back for damage, or doing something that in some way restores them, or makes up for what they've lost physically.
Do you mean
possible.
on step 2? Do you mean it has to be real? You have to believe them?
Well, they already have these things on the books, right? They have victim surcharges, right, for the victims. They already have, the courts already put money. The courts already put money aside for victims and other costs.
Step 3 would be making amends, and you'd have to decide if it's coming from the person or not.
And the courts do kind of follow this to some degree.
Yeah.
And the fourth part would be basically a promise to never do it again.
Yeah, that's an important one, because if you can't make that, what's the point in the other three?
Yeah,
You've got
the
to
third might
say,
not
I'm
always
going to
be
try my
possible.
best. I'm going to try my best to never do that again.
Yeah, yeah, and that's
Yeah.
usually the most you can hope for if they're honest. Like the most they can do is try. I guess.
Some people will jump straight to, I won't do that again, but you can't believe them. You have to say, no, you have to think about this, because you probably will do it again tomorrow, won't you? With
Yeah, and the
addiction.
promise isn't always necessary. Like if they're sincere enough in the first two, typically, if they're
Yes, that's the point.
genuinely.
You could say, if you ever do it again, I won't even ask you to apologize next time. That'll just be the end. So then they know the state of play of number 4, even if they haven't said it.
Don, Jesus told us about this. It's called the parable of the unforgiving servant. It was where this mayor was so corrupt, he literally ran up a debt that he would never be able to pay off in one entire life, even if he tried. That's how corrupt, and we see that today.
Many people do that, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So when he was taken, because every year, right, you have to report your taxes, your assets versus liabilities. The judge, put yourself in the position of this judge or the king, right? Someone brought in front of you the most corrupt person you've ever seen. To them, a lot of people in the court, they thought that mercy was a show of power, right, rather than taking someone's life. So
definitely, yeah. I think that's what Manu's saying as well, and what I'd agree with.
So what happened is this man, he was forgiven for this massive debt, again, that he could probably never pay off in his entire life. And then what happened was he went off, and then he found someone that actually owed him for for nothing, and he tried to shake him down, and people in the court saw that.
No.
So yeah, they reported him. They reported him to the king, and he was brought back to the king because he didn't extend the mercy that was granted to him. He had to pay, and I think that's what happens with Christians.
He didn't understand. He debunked his own understanding and proved he'll go against it.
Yes. So then they will have to pay. Jesus warns of that, if I'm not mistaken.
So if you're in debt and they give you bankruptcy, don't ever go and pull money from other people.
Right? Or be unmerciful.
I think there's a few parables, about lending and not lending, and who's the bad guy, and it can be both. You've got sneaky borrowers and you've got sneaky lenders as well.
You're right. Jesus actually went into another parable for that, exactly. So this one guy, he was an accountant, but the guy that he works for, I think he had to fire him, and this guy was older, so now he was a little bit concerned. He's like, how is he going to support himself, his family, perhaps? Now that he's old, can you go back into the workforce at his age, or the younger people? So, but what he knew, but the guy said, okay, before the day is over, go collect all my debts. So what he did was as a Jew, he knew what to do. So as he went to the first person, he removed the interest payments because he knew that within we shouldn't be doing that, especially to your own brothers. So the guy was so happy because of all the money that he was gonna just save instantly.
Yeah, I like
he
that.
was so grateful. Yeah, and then he went off to this next family. He did the same thing. The next family, the next family, the next family, goes back, and then when he reports the guy, when he looks at the account, the books, he realizes this guy was wise. He didn't break the law, so he just, I guess, let him off. And I guess so. What happened was, now that he was without a career, those people who he saved lots of money, I'm sure he would have been welcome to them in their house.
I've actually had that happen in real life. I've owed my weed guy like 300 quid, and he said, because I make hundreds of quid off you, I'm just going to wipe that off and come to me more. So
Nice.
carried on making money by forgetting the debt.
Yes. It's a blessing. Shouldn't be taken advantage of. But yes, that's amazing.
I'm sure he's not read the scriptures, but I had a little synchronicity when I heard the parable. So sort of like in your cult, I guess, forgiving something or someone is like a shadow working challenge meditation.
And doing the right thing. Because I'll tell you why.
I'm just saying,
right.
trying to get past something that's happened in your mind. Like, could you forgive Hitler? Could you forgive a rapist? Could you forgive your wife for divorcing you, for being a bitch? Can you forgive all of these things that are really hard to forgive? Is it possible to make your way round that blockage and become new again? A lot of people use that verse, they know not what they do. So you can forgive everyone because you can just say they were confused.
Yes.
But I think then you have to note them down. I've forgiven you once for that. And then everyone gets a few ticks. And if they repeat behavior, you can't keep offering it.
Yeah, Jesus gave an example. Someone did ask Jesus, how many times do we have to forgive them? 7? And then Jesus said 7 times 70.
7 times 7. So
That's a lot. Is it 490?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I don't know if that's gematria or not, but I think he was just... So what it does is spin your head out into, I don't know exactly how many days. And that's his little trick. So I don't know exactly how many times.
I don't think it was gematria per se. I think like he was just trying to use the number 7.
Right, 1
as
week.
opposed to 6.
70 weeks.
No, just to use this, like using the 7 as if it's like the better number than 6.
Okay, yeah,
you know,
yeah.
like
It could be
7's the nice number, 6 is the evil one. You know,
but I feel like he's also tricking you by doing math. If you have to do the math, then that's not how you should judge how many times to forgive. 7 times 70 is a mystery number.
What do you mean? Well, I get what you're saying, but in the court of law, they'll always add up the charges. So if it's 1 count of X or 2 counts of X or 3 counts of X, they're literally keeping tabs.
So
but
you're trying to believe that literally exactly 490.
but
when it's 491, you're like, sorry.
Jesus was probably just saying, be more merciful than you can. If you thought it was only that many, yet think more.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's his trick, is think more about it.
Yes. Imagine the type of mercy the Creator has. If we have mercy, imagine His mercy, or love, or power.
I guess it's a test. Could you forgive someone 490 times? Just like that's a little meditation.
Yeah. Some people have to. Their experience was so crazy, so intense that probably we've never experienced.
I think there's a distinction as well between types of forgiveness. If someone's hurt you, or if you just disagree with what they did. If they actually hurt you, it's a lot harder to forgive. And if it's just you decided they did a wrong thing, that might be easier to forgive. I guess in witchcraft, you could forgive someone and curse them both. So you could give both reactions together.
That's interesting.
Like, I forgive you. It's not all your fault that your conditioning made you into a weirdo. so that's not all your fault. But I am going to curse you. I'm going to do a working to change how you act in the future.
Oh, okay. Some sort of stimulus or external stimulus or something. I can see why a teacher. Yeah, think of like a teacher as well, right? Someone gave the student the wrong information because they had intentions for the child or student to fail purposely and be embarrassed, etc. The teacher would be like merciful and say, "Okay, here's the correct information. Let's try it one more time. I'll come when you're ready for the test." And then you can pass.
In America, they actually put you back a year, don't they? If you haven't understood enough.
Yeah.
It's weird, but an extra year or two could settle someone. It's another chance to settle into something.
Oh, for sure. Everything's in the past. Every day is a new opportunity. Imagine building a creation where you include something like having people laugh so hard it hurts and they cry. That's pretty fun.
Yeah.
Making people laugh until they cry.
Or I think you can do it the other way around, crying until you laugh, like hysterical. can balance.
Yeah,
It's like a little balancing act. Have you seen those Indian gurus? Now there's different ones, not just Indians, but it's all from the East. And when the women,
laughing,
the women when they get this cosmic joke, they either cry or they laugh.
No, I thought you were gonna say something about the laughter therapy that they're doing now.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that too. They sort of trigger it. I think
Yeah.
it gives you endorphins and then like a crash, like a release afterwards.
Yes. Looks encouraging.
I'm not sure. I think it's manic. Maybe it's better to go to a comedy show.
Yes, I agree. More organic. Where you laugh. Yeah.
Maybe you could have a comedian come into the church.
They do have some Christian comedians.
Do they?
And the pastor had me busting up yesterday. A lot of them are kind of natural.
Nice.
What do you think of this cosmic joke that the Indians say? It's enlightenment when you realize there's nothing to realize. You realize it is a simulation. You don't know what shape it is. You're a cool guy, but also you're nothing. You're just the dust of the universe. Everything's true. Everything's false. Everything you hated, you don't understand. Everything you loved, you don't understand.
Why say that?
And you're enlightened.
Doesn't sound that exciting.
You've not heard of this?
Doesn't sound that realistic.
Doesn't sound that exciting. That's why it's probably not the most popular.
Doesn't sound objective.
If you teach this stuff, you'll get 100 women.
Wow. So you're gonna waste 100 women's time?
100 women that hate one, or
yeah, if you one of these gurus that teaches the cosmic trick of there's nothing to realize, and even though you're an observer, behind that, you don't know what.
Well, yeah, but anybody who's saying profound shit and does it in a fancy way, it's going to get chicks.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, especially these gurus though, when they tell the women.
Okay, I mean,
there's nothing but love, man.
Everyone's looking for answers, man. I mean, the mystique that comes with being called a guru, I guess, helps, but it has nothing to do with whatever you're saying.
With knowledge comes responsibility. Commandment number 7.
Yeah, forget the chicks then. What do you think about this knowledge that the Indians say when they talk about
the gurus?
The enlightenment of
who knows, man?
The gap between
thought,
like, all of this stuff.
If you take your regular ass person, they're going to have a very limited catalog of knowledge. Let's be real. They're going to have a very limited perspective. Yep. And some of these gurus, they've been exposed to a lot of different teachings, and there's a good chance they're going to say something that helps somebody, whether or not it's like any kind of advanced understanding. It could just be a cursory, blunt chunk of information, and that could be all. I mean, you just say the right couple words together, and it's like, oh shit, that's profound. Whoa.
Are you saying it is true then, a little bit? What Alan Watts says, this type of stuff is true in some way, but it's not that special.
I mean, anybody who's actually looking for knowledge and they're willing to put their life to the side and actually search for it, you're going to come to a lot of these questions and understandings yourself. But the shortcut is that you go look up these guys
I agree.
with the name Guru, and suddenly it's like the McDonald's of knowledge. They're like, oh, profound.
Yeah, I think I said the word knowledge, what triggered you. I know you're enlightened, like me, with loads of information, but that includes this Buddhism. So I'm saying to anyone listening, do you see anything in Buddhism? Do you think there's cool ideas?
Did you ask me a question? Sorry.
Yeah, do you like Buddhism at all? If I didn't call it knowledge, if I just called it enlightenment.
Oh. Everything's got something useful. But the problem is when people, they elevate it to a status that is unachievable.
Yeah.
It's like when people go vegan, they're elevating an ideology to the epitome of something like the god. When in reality, there's literally no way to become a vegan. It's just something that you're trying to do that you never actually achieve.
Well, I would say it's a diet, and then people pretend it's the moral way to live.
I don't know. Some people think it's the moral, and then it's the diet. And then they're constantly chasing that high of like, oh, what's the next greatest moral thing? And while their body deteriorates,
Yeah, you're right.
Like shit.
Yeah.
Whoa. What if it's not deteriorating? What if it helps you become even stronger?
Then you're a liar and you're not really vegan.
Wow. What about that one doctor from St. Louis?
Yeah, what about that one piece of chicken you had a month ago? Yeah, that's what's up.
So I'm gonna have to come down the middle.
Remember what happened, Riggs?
Yeah.
There was one doctor from St. Louis. I think there was members on the football and baseball team where they became one on a plant-based diet, and they both won championships. And he has rings from both teams.
I'll come down on the middle here. I think eating meat makes you strong in the mind. Eating veg makes you pure in the body. And there's good ways for both, but in the end, man wants to be strong in the mind, so that's why we have to eat meat.
Well,
that's an interesting. I wouldn't necessarily. I mean, at first glance, somebody might agree with that, but the rotting meat in the gut is extremely good for the body.
Yeah, that's why I said
skin.
Purity. Like, it is the moral thing. I didn't eat a dead animal. I ate a plant instead. It's something spiritual.
Okay.
Or
well, I don't
right,
know,
maybe because some people have their
I'm
own
saying that's
time.
the only reason someone would do it.
Yeah, well, some people have their own timeline. They're like, I can't wait for these animals to reproduce, so I'm gonna go ahead and intervene. Where's the females, right? And then they do their procedure, and then they have to do it again, probably, right, to the next batch.
Yeah, we have to kill on demand for our bellies and our brains because we love.
When there's different option.
We love this juice.
We've been conditioned. Some people have been conditioned to like being slapped in the face doesn't make it right or healthy.
Slapped in the face.
No, I'm not saying. That's just an example. I'm not saying.
There's a lot of really.
Our teeth show that we eat. We're omnivores. Our teeth show
yes,
that.
I agree with
We
that,
have
but-
mixed. We have a mixed diet. I would even say that. You know, if the meat were of a better quality and we had all of the organs and the bones, then we could just eat less of it and mix it more with vegetables. But because it's such a low quality, we tend to eat more of it and just feel less good about it. Or just keep trying to eat more until it just never gets to where, everything is nutrient deficient.
Yes, and they're having to color it because people won't eat it at the market. If they see the meat color, they wouldn't even touch it. That's why they add coloring.
Yeah, I think that's crazy too. I hate food coloring. Food coloring's basically like poisoning your own food.
Yes.
I know a lot of people talk about red coming from like the red food coloring come from bugs, but that's not in America. They use a type of red food coloring that they make from petroleum, and that's where it comes from. And they literally put that in our food. And
It's stopped though, thankfully. I think it's banned, but you're right. Who knows who's going to enforce it if they're still doing it?
Well, they just banned it though, didn't they? Just like recently, just the other day or something.
Thank goodness, yes.
But I always thought that was so crazy that they literally put petroleum product in our food.
Well, dude, that's like all the food. That's like all of the food, though. Like all of these additives and preservatives. Like,
that's what kills everybody, gives everybody cancer.
All the seed oil. I mean, that stuff was an industrial mechanical oil. And then they turned it into a food additive. Like it's like there's hardly any real food on the American shelf anymore.
Independently how healthy it is, I would say that only those people who are mentally and morally capable of killing an animal with their own kind of hands or guns or whatever should be able to eat meat. People should know how it's about killing an animal and then consuming it. If they just go to the supermarket, buy it without having in mind that an animal has died for it, they shouldn't be able to eat it.
I agree. I would agree.
I mean,
with
I
that.
agree with this.
You should be aware. You should be aware of your impact and your consequences, because too many people are just like closing their eyes and seem to be super moral, and just ignore that they are, for example, like eating meat out of mass farms and stuff like that, and pretending to be moral, but not looking into the eyes of the animal that you kill.
There's people in America that thinks that meat comes from the supermarket. It's a dumb people.
Yeah, it grows in the supermarket. Yeah.
Dude, there's people in America who think chocolate milk comes from brown cows.
Oh yeah, in Germany we have this brand. It's called Milka. It's a violet chocolate. Also the paper is violet, and they have a violet white cow on it. So like not with brown plus white, but it's violet plus white. And there are actually like kids thinking there are violet cows who make the milk for the chocolates.
Yeah.
I mean nowadays not anymore, but that was like in the 90s or so.
Cool.
Because they had in the just one thing, they had in the commercial like a violet painted cow. So There was like looked like a real cow in the 90s. It was violet, so that people think, okay, that's the cow who made the milk for the chocolate.
Oh, that's funny. I think there's another joke for another type of cow, but I won't do that one. Cool. And everyone else in the room, I think some people think part of the conspiracy by perhaps the U.S. government and the North American government, and maybe in Europe, like UK, if there is some sort of massive conspiracy, they don't really want the healthiest and brightest people, because if they have that freedom and wit or insight, maybe, or knowledge to catch on to any sort of some sort of illegal operations or whatnot, or psyops, that would interfere with their operation. So I think some people think that's part of the program to get people maybe, and that's where you'll see, yeah, and that's why you'll see America. They're not number one in mass in the world. Like 1 through 5, I think, is through Asian countries. So it's like,
if they're
yeah,
fed on fast food and meat and shitty vegetables, like someone else said as well as you, then yeah, they're going to be more stupid. And
how does that align with like assigning the decisions of the corporatocracy and such to greed? Because healthy employees are more productive. Like, that's just a fact. So
Well,
if they wanted the most profitable workforce, they would be healthy people.
Well, I know it is a fact that the food industry had got a bunch of scientists that worked for the tobacco industry to come over to the food industry and help develop foods that were more addictive, and that's a fact. That's actually part of American history.
They did it for Big Sugar and everything. You're right.
Yeah, that's true. I believe that. It makes sense to me, but I also have read about it being true as well.
But
and also,
I would
it's a
also
good
counter
thing.
it.
Sometimes, sorry, addictive food is a luxury, but stupid people get addicted, and then that's what happens.
I would also like to add, though, the American people and humanity, across the board, I think, are so smart that despite being under attack, let's say if it is an orchestrated attack to undermine our health, our well-being, maybe in our spiritual, we're so well maybe designed, we actually can overcome. And that's why you'll see people onto all the corruption, despite these people's efforts.
There's a certain freedom in America and a nexus of world knowledge that makes people smarter, even if they've never been to school.
Yes.
I think the killing animals and eating flesh thing is a paradox. You have to take it on as part of spiritually being a human. If you're gonna eat flesh or not eat flesh.
Not if you split it into virtue versus morals. Like something could be virtuous, but amoral.
Yeah, but that means you're saying I'm immoral every day, instead of I religiously eat flesh.
No, amoral. Like there's no morality in the consumption of animals because we do live in. I mean, that's part of nature, right? Like that's
what I'm okay.
part of staying alive.
You're agreeing you're amoral, which is
no, that is an amoral act. Eating meat is a non-morally positive or negative act.
But
now you could be immoral in your sourcing of it.
Sentient beings, so everyone knows it does affect you morally.
Bull Knight's vegan.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, as an example, like I think it's virtuous to be as vegan as you are able to be and maintain your health. And honestly, I don't care about the animals personally. I'm not going to make the factory farmers work in the factory farms and work in the slaughterhouses on my behalf. I'd slaughter my own
cow. As a
cow.
virtue, spiritual understanding either way. Or else you're just a predator that doesn't understand itself. So a vegan has to understand that they eat plants, not sentient life, but life. They
No,
they destroy and
more
eat
important
life.
than that. Hold on, is like the farm. All farmland is a replacement of natural habitats for any number of creatures, probably millions of creatures.
Yeah.
But we, if we want to stay alive, we have to eat, and we have to.
Yes, you plow the ground and you affect life. But I'm just saying, every time you rip up a vegetable, you're destroying and sacrificing life.
Transmuting.
Yes, but there's one clear difference. They don't scream and shed blood like an animal. Like an animal's literally gonna run away, whereas a plant.
You've never eaten a blood orange, Eden? Come on.
They do. Yeah,
They
well,
don't
that's a good.
express pain, no.
But it's not running
neither
away
does a
either.
human when you drug them.
Yeah.
So that can't
Other
be
than
good logic.
Well, other than the maybe something dropping and that falling or running away, but you don't hear it like you don't have to chase after it for minutes
But
sometimes.
sometimes you have to work hard to get it out of the ground.
And then you gotta sometimes how to take its life. Sometimes it will fight for its life.
You have
It'll
to
make
become
noise.
like
And
when
then
you're a
when
gardener, you are a slave master to all the veg, and you're breeding and then destroying and eating all of these different types of life forms.
Yeah, I agree, but I just think they are so different for those reasons, right? It doesn't run away and scream and fight for its life.
Yeah, but I'm saying neither does the drugged human.
Yeah, but you don't. Thankfully, you don't have to drug the plant.
But you can't hear its screams. That's what I'm trying to suggest.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So maybe let's say there's all these qualifiers, right? So that's why something with the driver.
He's ignoring something huge here, in that fruit for the plant is grown to be eaten to spread the seeds. So
yeah,
there's no part there. If there was an animal that like grew lumps of meat for other creatures to eat intentionally for the benefit of that animal, then
yeah, but
that'd be
dude,
different.
I decided that young humans are grown to be eaten by adults. God said. Sorry, I'm just following your logic. But
Bull Knight raised a great point that I forgot to failed to mention. The difference between a dead corpse, right, dead flesh, is that's not going to spawn new life, whereas fruit will. The seeds, let's say it passes through the human, there's a seed there, it probably has fertilizer and enough stuff potentially mass to grow into something and spawn new life. Is that something, Bull Knight, is that something maybe right?
Yeah, effectively. I mean, like plants being eaten is part of a lot of their life cycle. So I'm not saying that's true for everything.
You're saying other
Obviously, it's not
creatures
true for corporate
so,
crops.
And also, I'm saying other humans eat kids, so it should be fine.
Well, you're free to try to convince other people of that and start the humanist cannibalism diet. But I think you're not going to go very well.
I'm just talking about the logics.
Oh, that's what I was saying. Criteria. So there's criteria for being a driver in some countries. You have to be one certain age. Number two, so you have to have a valid driver's license. Number three, valid insurance. Right. Number four, sober. So the same thing perhaps applies to criteria when consuming food. Does it have this? Right? Does it scream and run away? Does it shed blood? Not even shed blood. The blood will fly everywhere in some cases.
Yeah, but juice comes out of plants.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that there's certain criteria, and I don't see them on the same level, unfortunately.
Okay, yeah, but then I could make up criteria about how it's fine to eat certain types of people.
I'm curious,
if
since
they're
Eden is
poor,
here.
basically, that's my criteria. If they're poor, it's fine.
Okay, well that sounds okay. You can have it. So since Eden is here, I was curious. I've heard that the Bible has been referenced in regard to eating meat. Do you have anything to say about all that?
Yes, I supposedly in my research of this, because naturally being wanting to try vegetarian veganism for the animals, and I found out also for my health. I did hear that there were Christians, or maybe during that time there were Christians that were vegetarian, and some people even speculated that Jesus Christ himself was vegetarian. There's instances in the Bible where they tried to feed him many times, and he would reply, "I have food that you guys know nothing about." Or right, so but and then they would argue. There was even one documentary from the one guy that I'm a fan of. His name is Kip. He did the documentary Seaspiracy, What the Health, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And then he the latest documentary was called Christspiracy, where he shows that maybe Jesus was vegetarian. I wouldn't surprise me, but I don't judge people for eating meat. If the creator did a great job, I mean, and if right, we're still all alive. We all ate meat. It's
I would
like all the
say
Thanksgivings and
he probably had a very strict diet. So if it was meat, it was like celebratory on the Sabbath or whatever, something like that.
yeah. I think that's what they would do it for back then, because they thought, okay, this should be us. This should be me dying because I did this X Y Z. But instead of me dying, God, can you please substitute it on this poor beautiful animal? We'll eat the animal. We're not going to waste this animal.
That's so
And we'll try to
satanic.
learn.
And back in the time, the meat was a side. It was not the main. So it was what was like the specialty as a side dish. And nowadays it's like meat, and if you have to, you eat some potatoes with it. But
That's true. Yeah. I heard in Australia it was 2 veg and 1 meat. But yeah, you're right. Now that's a great point. Now it's like the main portion is meat, but maybe it shouldn't be.
If you were in some type of tribalistic cult, the fact that it screams might be something you bring up in the meeting, and they're like, "Oh, how can we sort that out? If we just whack it on the head first, then the screaming stops."
Yeah. Sometimes it needs 2 whacks, I guess, if they're untrained. But and then I know what you mean. It's like they have thought about that. Now they have factories, but even those cases where it's like fully automated, almost, I think the animals almost have a sense. They can.
But that's why I think it's a moral, spiritual thing, because it's obvious fruit designed by God for us, and it's obvious so are things like cows and chickens. But it's how far will you go? Is the tasty human designed for the elites to eat? Like, how are you to claim? Oh, it just stops here.
do you know the concept of a Judas goat? Do you know what a Judas goat is,
No.
Eden?
No, I don't.
It's basically a goat that is kept as kind of animal at the slaughterhouse. They feed it, they cuddle it. The goat is pretty well, and they always like feed it and give them food inside of the slaughterhouse. And they use that goat because normally if you like deliver a bunch of goats with the trucks there, they are feared to go into this unknown area. So they take the Judas goat, and the Judas goat goes first. But the only goat that goes out again is the Judas goat. So it kind of keeps the fear or takes the fear from the others. So they follow the lead. And because that goat is pretty happy going into the slaughterhouse, the other seems okay. If this one is going, why not also going?
Thank you. I can see that. Yeah, and I think that some other people, there's other methods too that they're considering, like someone Don mentioned, right? Maybe giving them a drug where they don't feel or sense pain. But then you got to manufacture the drug and make sure it works, and that's the thing. Okay, now you can eat. Let's say you have a cow. It could give you milk for. Well, I don't know if actually. I guess it only gives milk during pregnancy. But
I only eat beef, and I celebrate the horned god. So I think I just get away with it spiritually. I decided that's what I'm gonna do.
You celebrate the horned god?
Yeah, one of God's faces has horns, so it means he's a beast of the forest that you can eat, like a cow.
Interesting. Just a anecdotal event that happened in my life. So on the subject of drugging animals, so it is, you know, civilized or not brutal to kill or torture them. I was in the military, and during our traumatic care, casualty care under fire, we had pigs, and pigs are very intelligent. So a lot of them knew what was going on when we would take one of them and inject it with a sedative, completely under, tongue out, completely unconscious. And the cadre, the instructors would, perform a mass wound on it, either cut open its stomach or cut off a leg, cut it in the neck. And we'd have to turn around, and in 15 seconds, we'd have to treat it and then move it to a safe area that wasn't under fire for training, And I heard they used to use goats, but goats would just go into the night really easy. But pigs.
That's so fucked up. That's so satanic. Imagine being spawned as one of these animals in this fucked up world.
Well, it's not black and white, because it does save human lives.
Yeah, it
in
serves a
war.
purpose.
I'm not
War
judging
is satanic.
people. I'm just saying it's fucked up.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of the fucked up things.
This is a
in this
clown
world.
world. This is a clown fucking world.
It really is, but there's another side to it as well. It's just as beautiful as it is fucked up, which is extra weird,
Nah, fuck
How's
that.
it beautiful? How can
fucking
you
world.
justify it being beautiful, if you don't mind me asking?
You could justify it because it's being used ultimately for the proliferation of life in one way or another, but it's a clown world. Fuck that. Parasites can think the same way.
Yeah,
what
just
if
to
it's actually
experience.
shortening someone's life?
I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Did you want me to answer the first question? What was the second question?
That's okay. I was just wondering. Okay, yeah, because I think you mentioned there's something beautiful about it, and yeah, you mentioned about perhaps it provides life, but then I challenge, what if it actually shortens someone's life? Not just the people who consume it, the people who live around these factory farms. In one documentary there by Kip, he interviewed people who live near these farms, not just one family, but multiple, and they shared their testimony that many family members already suffer from cancer because of what's happened is, I think it was North Carolina, multiple residents state that it's because these hogs produce more fecal matter than any human. I think it was like on the order of 7 or more times. And then there's a huge problem with that, and it's leading to E. coli issues when they spray it on food. And the people who around the epigenetic issues now that they're having to deal with, the smell, their water contamination. I think someone called South Carolina or North Carolina, or whatever it is, the fecal matter state in the entire America.
Yeah, so I think factory farming is an abomination. It's torture, it's horrible, and it's putting profit over humanity, or just being civilized. And I think it definitely is a greedy system that doesn't need to be, and we're being poor stewards of the land when this happens and we allow it. But the thing is, like, the powers that be right now, it's kind of unstoppable, because they run the court of law, and they write all these laws and shit. And to stop them without being violent, you need to beat them in court, and they stack all the chips against you. But yeah, factory farming completely fucked up. I don't think that eating meat is inherently bad. It is the process in which you execute the animal, if it's humane or not.
I would agree with that. Thank you for sharing. Yeah.
I agree, but I also think, how else do you feed a city than factory farms?
Eating meat is an action that occurs in fractured fallen worlds where the world has been knocked off its perfect recursion, powered from God at the center. And what this world is rather than a perfect recursive system where all living beings are eternally alive due to a perfect recursion of God energy eternally flowing within them, the world is in a fractured state where rather than perfect recursion, it's a locked system of recursing upon itself rather than a continuous outflow of new. So corrupted world stuck in recursion, eating its own self. That is what the snake is. Basically imagine one living thing being God. It's living here and it's fractured and it's sustaining itself by eating itself. And that's fucked up. That's all I have to say.
That is
there is no human, there is no, I mean, obviously I just made that up. No one, that's not proven. But in such a system, no one is to blame. The system is fractured at its core, and such a loving being whose constituents of itself, such as sparks or souls, if such a thing were to happen, that being would want to come take its constituents and save it, not judge it, not torment it to eternal damnation, but save it, all of it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's a very interesting outlook, theory, and I don't necessarily think it's not possible. It definitely is, and it is dark. But then, what if it's just temporary, and this fractured existence we kind of learn from in the next eternal life? I mean, that's an option too, right? Where we go to a more perfect world.
The options only increases 100 questions. Whatever I just said only brings up 100 new questions.
Yeah.
I don't know the truth.
That's life, man. That's a really interesting way to think about things. The cycle of life and the process of, devour to survive. It definitely has got its dark undertones, but then there's so much beauty in this existence as well, and that's really where it gets weird, because there's this duality that we all have to be a part of. It's wild.
Yep.
Yeah. A world that used to be perfect and now it's fucked up. I've heard that story before.
Yeah, earlier I was listening to the YouTube channel, and they were having a huge discussion on the Bible and God's word, and how it could have been written by, corrupted men, or they chose what to keep and what to take out. And the ultimate question is like, this creator, why would he put us in such a fucked up situation? But it is, the duality. There's beauty to it. So living is awesome as well. But it is a fucked up situation. No one can argue that. But it's like, what if the creator doesn't have all power? What if he deals with variables that we just don't understand? And people are like, why are children starving? Why would he allow that? But they always presume that he's just in total control of everything, and I think that might be a misconception.
Yeah, I'm sure that's nothing new. I mean, people back in the day thought Zeus and all these other gods were indifferent to humanity.
Who thinks God's in total control?
I think he has incredible power. Look, I don't believe in the Big Bang, but if I was to indulge it again, like I used to, just think of the immense power you have to be able to compress all the known metals we have and all the water here. Water is barely compressible, but the creator can do that, supposedly, right? So,
well, to answer your question, like, the people that argue for and against are primarily under the assumption that he has ultimate control. You hear people that argue against his existence say, you know, why would he allow this if he can stop it? Why would he be such a fucked up demigod or whatever they called it? And the people for, you know, that believe in the word and believe in the Bible, they argue the same thing. They say he's all powerful. So it's just like I never hear a good debate on God's existence that takes those variables into consideration.
Aren't we the big variable? Like we have free will. That is outside of God's control.
And he's giving us the opportunity to step in.
Yep.
But I believe there are evil forces in power on this realm, and to, you know, say he's in control of that or those entities or that force, I think is an assumption that, you know, we shouldn't just think is true.
Okay, so what about this then? You've got the king and you've got an evil prince. Do you think the evil prince can amass enough power where he can overthrow the king?
Yeah, of course.
And I guess the complaint from the agnostics are like, since there are many things bad that are happening, it doesn't seem like the king is stopping that evil prince as frequently as humans would prefer. But also, I'd say, like, if you have allegiance with the king, not the prince, you too have the like inherited power to say, I will obey the king, not the prince, out of my own choices to have the disdain for those temptations. So some things in the world are tempting, but I don't have to indulge in those because there are more beneficial things to encourage me into.
Yeah. Some things have a greater reward.
And I think that's often the case where humans will go for the short-term satisfaction rather than the delayed satisfaction.
Yes.
So
I was thinking this earlier, Blake. Yes.
And that's why I say to Slitzy, I'd rather be slow and precise than quick and incorrect.
Yeah, measure twice, cut once.
So how many, not to get veer off subject from where we're at, but back to really quick, how many vegetarians are in this space right now, or vegans?
I can see, I think it's just myself now. I know 2 online here in Discord that usually visit the server.
And how long have you been practicing that?
Over 10 years. I mean, I've had a few, I've indulged myself maybe less than a handful of times over the 10 years where I decided to just be more committed. Because initially, when I was a big steak guy, obviously, like everyone, but when I saw a movie called Earthlings, I changed my position for the animals. I decided I'll try it, and I went on a walk, and I found a $20 bill right away. I thought it was a sign, so I tried it. But then, of course, traveling, and I've been to Texas, and so I've been indulged to eat, and I worked in the hospitality industry, right, in a software company. So our clients were basically restaurants because here there's thousands of restaurants, like literally thousands of restaurants. So and they usually close, and you can just essentially relicense software and whatnot. But then I decided to recommit. And I feel strong. I feel healthy.
Yeah, it's like something like you can adjust to over time. My sister is like one such example. Like I'm not sure exactly of her motivations, but like over time, she's just framed her life around like, okay, what's gonna fuel me, sustain me, and she's also a bargain hunter, so she sees a 40% off like option, and it's veggie. Not sure if it's exactly vegan, but it's at least like pescatarian / vegetarian. Like
Yeah.
and it's just like, yeah, I can normally, but when the vegetarian options were not as frequent, you'd have to say, oh, can I have that thing without thing? And the restaurant's like, oh god, I'm gonna have to like change my recipe. But now it's just like, yeah, it's like you've got vegetarian restaurants, you got like the whole shopping aisle, you can pick and choose what you can grab. And if you are missing a vitamin, there is like a vitamin D or a potassium or something tablet that you go, I'm not quite getting enough. Here's another option.
Great points.
Yeah, great points. I was really disappointed the way lab grown meat turned out. You know, it kind of got muddied with the whole like fake lab grown meat where they would add chemicals and it wasn't even an animal they were growing and they called it lab meat, right? I feel like Bill Gates kind of co-opted that because in a perfect world to this fractured world, right? We would be able to grow non-sentient meat that was nutritious for our consumption, you know, in a lab. And it was actually like real meat. You know, I know it sounds weird, but I believe that we could do that. So to see, you know, I was really
with the mixture of
optimistic
proteins,
about it.
yeah.
Like, I was really optimistic about it, but then it just went south with it becoming some chemical compound that they create and they call it.
Yeah, it's really bizarre now. My sister says like, I have these vegan options, but they're pretending to be meat products, so they smell the same. And I'm like, I don't want something that smells like something that's fried up. So it's really interesting, like 18-year transition. Like, yeah, it's very interesting.
And thankfully, they do have some great replacement options now. Like you can fry beans, maybe like lentils and some olive oil and salt, maybe some garlic, and you got a lot of protein there in some lentils. I think they say 20 grams of lentils, maybe in 1 can of beans or half a can of beans. But if you guys ever see jackfruit, feel free to give that a try. It's yellow. It's wonderful.
Say again?
If you
What's
ever have
yellow?
the opportunity to try jackfruit and it's bright yellow,
Oh yeah.
feel free
I've
to
heard
give
of
it a
jackfruit.
try. I think the gum juicy fruit was developed after it.
Where does that grow usually? Jackfruit. Can you
Yeah, I
harvest
think
it? Or can you grow it in your garden and harvest?
Tropical nations right now. You could probably do it with a greenhouse for sure.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think they can grow up to 40 pounds, and it could last the whole week, I guess, or longer, depending on them. I was able to eat it like all day. It's just amazing. It's kind of sweet, but it's pretty like hearty or thick. It's like fleshy rather. People are actually starting to use it for pulled pork. They'll like fry it in barbecue sauce, and some people think it smells and tastes better because it's naturally sweet, so you don't even have to add sugar or anything. But ideally, we'll get to a world where everything everybody puts into their mouth and puts on their skin is optimized for their health. Because there'll be some sort of health will be the commodity of the day. Or a citizen's health.
Yeah, you could say the universe appears to decay from the inside. No, they aren't.
Man, this demiurge concept really helps give some meaning and reasoning and some kind of logic behind all this God nonsense. Makes you wonder why they called it heresy a long time ago.
Well, it does kind of answer the question of evil, I guess, but I don't know.
Ironically, having some consideration for this thing, because obviously we don't know the truth, but it almost like helps you bring you closer to God, like realizing this concept.
How so?
Not closer to God, because I mean, I personally don't know which one God is. If I don't know like the truth, but like closer in terms of like not being mentally opposed to it. Like a lot of these atheists, they say, you know, without having any knowledge or consideration of this demiurge, they'll question all these questionable actions and behaviors of this so-called God, and it puts a bad taste in their mouth. It makes them not, you know, they have enough awareness, logic, and questioning, like I did when I was 13. Why would God do this? Why would God do that? Why would an all-loving God do this? Why would an all-knowing God do that? So
the show goes on. The show goes on.
Okay.
And what was your conclusion out of these questions?
To be determined.
Okay. So,
Do you think
Omni,
she
what?
could have created? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No. Go ahead, Eden.
Oh, okay. I think you don't have to take this question anymore. We can. Yours is probably a better question. I was just gonna ask you guys in the silence. If you were the creator, would you have created more interesting animals or people?
It's hard to beat the platypus.
Yeah.
Which one?
Right. An oddity in Australia, the land over there.
Well, Australia is like where all the deadly stuff is.
Yes.
I think it like lays eggs. It's a mammal that lays eggs, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Yep.
And it has a duck bill, and apparently it's venomous.
Yeah, underneath its, I think, belly where the tail is a small spike, and it doesn't really actively use it. It's more like, yeah, they're not often found in rivers and estuaries and such like that. But they are in the wild. They're just yeah, very elusive. Like they're not as common as beavers per se, but their tail's a little bit different, and so are the bills.
Maybe the creator created the platypus to be an oddity for evolution and proof of creator.
That would be an interesting study if there's like an argument for common ancestry for this mutation. It's a very unique animal, I'll tell you that. But yeah, compared to the taipans and black widow spiders and redbacks and drop bears, yeah, they're pretty safe. Had to go there.
Thankfully, we don't have to imagine what it would be like to have a creation where you could interact with all these different incredible animals and have an amazing experience. Maybe bring something to their life or vice versa. Imagine befriending a huge African elephant male. becomes your best friend. Or best elephant friend.
You guys remember yesterday we were talking about 9/11? Well, looky here what I got into my feed today.
If you had to choose one, and you had to choose one to save your life, would you be a flat earther or a Christian?
Save my own life or someone else's?
Yeah, imagine we live in a society that devolved into madness where flat earthers were saying, okay, we got to hunt down globe believers. Would you say you are a flat earther to I guess that's pretty obvious.
Well, it's
Or would
like
you defy them and say, no, I'm a glober?
You're
You mean
comparing
like
like
to the?
a Christian
Sorry, go
under
ahead.
persecution might say, "Oh, like Peter, I don't know him." Like just because you deny it doesn't mean like
I mean, it's the question like pretending to be a flat earther or kind of spreading the word, or
I guess just
or
pretend.
with these enemy.
Yeah, maybe just
I mean,
pretending
same like the resistance against the Nazis. Of course, in the public, the resistance made the Hitler greeting, but in the under the surface, they were working against it, and I think that the same doctrine I would pursue. I would do more against it if I'm alive. And that
Great
has nothing
idea.
to do with flat Earth. It has just to do with a kind of suppressing regime
True.
or whatever.
Yes.
Unless I can fight against it, I would do.
If you can't
So
be them.
as long as I can fight against it, I would do this. Even if that means to not being truthful against the prosecutors.
Is there more evidence for Christianity or flat Earth?
Well,
I mean,
Christianity stems
Christianity
from the spreading
is
of.
there. That is, Christianity is just a fact. The question is there a God?
There you go. I agree.
I mean, is there more evidence for a God than for flat Earth? I would say yes.
Wow. Love it.
What?
I like that you can see it. I'm
Yeah,
impressed.
and I already said before. I do not deny. No, yeah, I do not deny the possibility of a God. That can definitely be possible. Even the biblical God could be possible. I would never rule that out. I don't believe in a biblical God, and maybe a like distant, not watching God is in my opinion more realistic, less how do you say contradicting information there. But there is absolutely proof that the Earth is not flat. So that's definitely God could be more possible than flat Earth.
Thank you, Snooze. That's awesome.
And I would say 99.9% of the world population would agree with me.
Yeah, there's Hindus that believe in a creator, Muslims, Jews.
And more funky ones than those, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think there are some militant atheists who are arguing against God or who are kind of say like religion is stupid or something like this. I wouldn't agree with those. I personally think everyone should believe whatever the people like. However, I don't like, for example, people which go from door to door and preach the others they should believe in the same thing that they do believe. I think that's a personal thing. If people experience God and if people figure out that there is a God, they can do it. But you should not try to convince someone else.
Especially with any law. Don't maybe ever enact a law that says people must put their hand up and swear on whatever text that they have at the time, and say they now believe in God, and if they don't, for punishment. You know what I mean? I don't think they should ever do that either.
Yes, and so on. No one should be kind of prosecuted for whatever the people believe, which we also have more than enough evidence that has happened. Even if it is flat Earth.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys, what was the topic about the platypus?
And now what is also a beautiful animal is this one here. Share my camera.
The platypus?
No. Nice honeybees.
Say that looked like an apiary.
Yeah, it's like a show hive, or where people who could walk by can open it and watch the bees.
That's awesome. Beekeeping's cool. Unfortunately, I live in New York City and we can't do cool
I
shit
heard
like that.
passingly, it could be an anecdote, but they said beekeepers had the longest lifespan of any occupation.
Because they had food, or what?
Maybe there's several factors.
Actually, beekeeping in the city is possible. I mean, if you, as long as you have a balcony or so. I mean, maybe not in, I don't know, downtown Manhattan, but I mean, if you're in, let's say, half a mile range of Central Park, could be possible. And if you're a little bit more suburban, where some people had some flowers on their balcony, or have maybe a very tiny backyard or so, or some trees are there, these will find enough. And city honey is pretty nice because it has a big variety of flowers and different blossoms. So I know people, for example, that have bees in the center of Cologne, for example, or in center of Berlin on the rooftops. So that works.
I live semi-suburban-ish Brooklyn, like semi-suburban-ish Brooklyn. So I guess theoretically I could, but the problem I think would be trying to explain to my neighbors how it's safe for their children to be running around with honeybees around like that. People would get in their head. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I absolutely know what you mean, because we have this in the kind of association. So with where all these small beekeepers are, I know the stories from kind of dumb neighbors who claim their bees are kind of attacking them when they eat their cake on their balcony, and you say, okay, what the fuck? These are wasps. Yeah, bees are not going to your cake. Wasps. So, what do you want?
How much better is that honey than what you would get in the store?
I mean, it depends. So I'm not sure how it's in other countries. At least in Germany, for example, you're not allowed to call it honey if it's not pure honey and unfiltered and not heat treated at all. You're not allowed to add anything. You're not allowed to remove anything. So the question then, if everyone would kind of stick to the law, would only be, is it from a countryside or from an industrial area? Because you cannot control, or like a big farmland or so, where they spray a lot of how do you say, like venom or so against insects or whatever. So that would normally be just the single question. But a lot of honey that is in the supermarket is extended with sugar. So because the how do you say, the verifications, or like they are not controlling it that tightly, not everywhere. So a lot cheap producers are adding basically sugar water to the honey, not to the bees for the winter, but to the honey. So you stretch it, specifically honey from Asia or cheap production countries. And I would never say honey is healthy, but if you heat treat it, it's basically the only thing that is left is pure sugar and a bit of water. And those things like pollen or enzymes or whatever could be somehow healthy is destroyed totally. So yeah, if you eat heat treated honey, then you can also just like eat sugar. Doesn't really make a huge difference.
That's why I get mine from Whole Foods. But also David Beckham, a beekeeper. Don't know if you knew that. Learned that from the Netflix documentary about him.
I didn't know that. So Björn, in which country are you?
I am in the States. I'm in New York City, Brooklyn.
Okay. Oh, actually, my brother may move to Brooklyn. He's a doctor, and he's maybe working there for a hospital.
You'll love it. We're great. People think it's not. You know, sometimes you get on the news that it's unsafe. Totally not true. It's not. Like, it's great. And the crossroads of cultures that you get in New York. So, like, I can, like, within, say, 5 miles of my house, I could probably find any kind of cultural food from any culture. And I love that.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I miss on the countryside. International food.
I'm a big fan of the Turkish food, and I have a great place near me that's like incredible. Like nothing like fresh lamb. So I love it.
In Turkish, we have a lot in Germany. It's nice, yes. Indian is also nice.
Agree, definitely.
Oh yeah. I have a friend in Greece and brought some olive oil from there. SE, have you seen the YouTube thumbnail of the last live stream, the previous one, or I think this one?
Which one?
Wait a second, I posted in the chat.
Talking about the ice raid, the one I posted.
No, the live stream thumbnail, which I just posted. Have you seen that?
Yeah. My buddy D-Ball. Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, he's still triggered about we had a debate, if you want to call it a debate, about the James Webb Space Telescope. And all he was saying was, SE, where is the James Webb Telescope at? SE, where? That's all he was saying through the whole thing. So it was like a disaster.
Is
I'm
this
telling
actually
him, I'm using you're in. What?
The dog on your picture, is it yours or just anyway?
Well, yeah, that's what that's all about. He's trying to represent me, let's say my icon on the James Webb Telescope. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I was just asking the dog on the skateboard. Is it yours or is it just a picture that you liked?
No, it's not mine. No.
Anyone ever seen one of the bulldogs skateboarding in person? There's a guy that used to do it in Union Square Park. It's pretty impressive that the dog can get on a skateboard and like ride the damn skateboard. I gotta give him credit, whoever trained the dog to do that.
I have a good meme of a dog like that skateboarding. I can't do it right now because I'm gonna head out. But yeah, there's some freaking dogs that could actually skateboard downstairs and stuff like that. I have videos of them.
My dog would look at it, roll over on it back, and say, "Nah, I don't want to ride the skateboard. Rub my belly."
Come on, guys, bring up a topic. Entertain me. I got stuff to do. Let's go. Look how many people are in here.
How about geostationary satellites?
There you go.
Any flat Earth explanations for them and for their position?
I'd like to see an actual. Who has the best photograph of one in the lab?
I don't care of a photograph. I can't. You cannot photograph them from down here, but you can point an antenna there and you receive a TV signal, or you point it a little bit not directly on it and you don't get a TV signal. And then you can travel somewhere else and do the same thing again, and then travel somewhere else and do the same thing again, and then you know roughly where it is. And independently of where you try that, on the globe, if you calculate this angle on the globe, it will always be directly above the equator.
What do you mean always? So people in the north are always point. Can you repeat that scenario for people in the northern hemisphere plane and the southern hemisphere plane or spheres? Thank you. Not too many photographs or videos of satellites in the lab. The ones that do exist may go down in the Hall of Fame or the Hall of Shame, depending on what is reality.
What do you mean, picture of a satellite in the lab? I'm not sure.
Sorry, I got interrupted. So your question, Eden, like what I mean with always over the equator. So yeah, if you are, for example, in Finland and you want to get satellite TV, you have to point it kind of lower than if you are, for example, in Germany or in Greece. But it's not like exactly your latitude or longitude. It's a little bit, I don't know, more or less, depends on where you look. But on a globe, if you triangulate it, it's something like 30,000 kilometers above the equator, the point that you will find out. And yeah. And you can verify that, for example, like just going around and look to satellite TV dishes of multiple countries or multiple locations or so.
So yeah, I would have to agree with you. That's some interesting evidence, right? People are pointing up a device, right? A receiver, maybe a receiver and a transmitter up at into space, right?
Yeah, the receiver dish you point somewhere to the heaven, yeah, and then you get satellite TV. Somewhere needs to be a transmitter, but yeah. There is definitely a single point, kind of where you have to basically pinpoint it, as long as you're on the same satellite. So different countries, for example, obviously the US would have not to point to the same satellite that I have to point, because it's not, the US has not satellites that I can see. But yeah. And that's maybe also an evidence, by the way, independently of how much I tilt my my satellite dish to the east, I will never get US satellite. I could get a British one, but for example, US is definitely out of reach. But for example, from South Africa, you can definitely see the same satellite that I can see in Northern Europe. So it's not the general distance that is separating us. It's definitely some other thing.
Like Earth curve.
Yeah, curve or shape. Yeah.
It's science.
So, for example, like northern Finland and southern Africa are 11,000 kilometers apart from each other. But for example, Germany and West Coast US is only 6,000 or roughly 7,000 kilometers apart from each other. Still, I cannot see any satellites that are over the West Coast of the US. But the Finns and the South Africans can see the same satellite.
Is it impossible that they have some sort of balloon? Wouldn't it be more feasible for them?
I'd say if there
You'd
is a
have to
balloon,
send
it
a rocket
must have
to-
some suction cups or so to stick to the dome, because otherwise it would move. Because there are winds in the sky, right?
Great point. Yeah. There's no anchor points.
Talking about the geostationary satellites.
Yes.
They couldn't be anchored to the dome because you observe parallax relative to other stars. So from perspective of one viewer, this satellite, geostationary satellite, will appear on the background of one star, and for another viewer of completely different another star. And if stars are also on the dome, then that wouldn't happen because they will be the same distance as this satellite.
Yeah, so the only
But I
answer is
thought the stars are behind the dome.
Matryoshka domes.
Are the stars at the dome? I thought they are behind it. That's why it's a glass dome, isn't it?
Well,
Yeah,
if you believe in the biblical cosmology, with most of the surfers do, they are on the dome because they are literally on the firmament.
yeah. So the response was like Russian nesting dolls domes, like Seventh Heaven and such.
Yes, I've heard that. I think Kingdom in Context has that as his model. Sean.
I mean, you can see parallax with moon and stars from different points on the Earth, which means of course the moon is not at the dome, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
different
but
stars against each other, so they could just say Sirius is in one dome, and behind that is other domes, and behind that is the microwave background radiation. Like it's just nesting.
the moon is the
But
most obvious one.
if you would
Even
measure the parallax, sorry, go ahead.
the moon is the most obvious one that even photographers would have to agree is the closest, because not only parallax, it also obstructs objects that are behind it. So, for example, it can occlude a star, or it can occlude every single planet because it's closer than every single planet, and that has been observed multiple times.
True, but so if if you measure parallax with the moon and the stars, and you measure parallax with the geostationary satellites and the stars, you will figure out that the satellites are 10 times closer than the moon. So they need to be inside of the dome, below the moon, or is the moon? I mean, okay. I think flat earthers generally do deny the distance of the moon, right?
Well, this entire model breaks in the first place because the moon and the stars and literally this every single celestial object additionally has to move away from the observer in a daily cycle to make it rise and set, and that already basically breaks the entire model because you will see varied parallax throughout the day. You will see changing angular size throughout the day. You will see changing angular speed throughout the day, and that already doesn't work because we don't
True,
observe
right.
any of that.
Celestials. I just forgot. Celestial objects are just magic. My bad.
And that's actually you
That's
actually have to
actually the
have
point
like
why I could never play to be a flat earther. I just forget all the time how the rules are.
yeah, and for me, what's beautiful about stuff like creationism and flat earther is that they are fractally wrong, which means that in every single aspect of that theory, if you look at it closely, it will be wrong in every single aspect. So you can even grant them one assumption, like for example, in this case, that they indeed magically don't change their angular sizes, even though they are getting away. And even with this assumption, you can still debunk it even further, because you can then point out that throughout the moon cycle, let's say, which is like 26 days, if I believe correctly, around the celestial sphere, when it changes its phases, it magically starts to change the angular size, because when the moon is closer to the Earth, it is slightly bigger, and when the moon is further, then it is slightly smaller. That's why you sometimes see, when you have a solar eclipse, you sometimes see a full solar eclipse when the sun is fully covered, or you have only the angular eclipse. Yeah. So not only you have to assume that it magically doesn't change the angular size, you also have to acknowledge that it at the same time magically changes the angular size, but in another cycle. So at the same time it doesn't, which is even more insane.
But I think it's breathing. It's breathing in and out. That's the man in the moon. He's breathing in and out. That's why the moon is changing size, like a balloon that you inflate and then you let some air out and then you inflate it again.
And I think the blood moon is difficult to explain. Like, what's blocking the light?
Yeah, but it's also like I tried to explain how it works on the globe model, and even that is difficult to explain to people who are just like rejecting all components that you explain.
Yeah. And what's interesting is, oh, go on.
I was looking at like how orange or red the sunset can get. So if the sun is shining through that to the moon, that for me explains the red color.
I would really like to see a lunar eclipse from the moon. I would really love to see a picture of the Earth with this kind of red shine around it, like the red atmosphere, like a kind of a red corona. That must be awesome.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this change in angular size not only happens to the moon, but basically to every single body in the solar system. So if you observe planets through a telescope, if you are an amateur astronomer, then you will notice that when a planet is directly at the opposite side of the sky than the sun, which according to the heliocentric model would be the point when it's closest to the Earth, then it indeed will always have the biggest angular size. And then when it goes away from that position and it gets closer to the sun, its angular size will be decreasing over time. That's why there are periods in a year when it's better to observe the planets because they are bigger in your telescope, and periods when it's worse to observe them because they are very, very small and it's bad to pick up the details. So all of the other celestial bodies like Saturn or Mars will also have to have this double standard for perspective. When they go away throughout one day, they don't change the angular size, but throughout their entire cycle, they do.
You mean specifically they don't change in size for a flat Earth model because they do change in size for a globe Earth. You do realize that, right?
I'm saying that for shell model, it will be also changing angular size throughout the day because the flat Earth model claims that they are going further away, and that's why they are setting. But this doesn't happen. And I'm pointing out the double standard that's at the same time, when you take into account the full cycle, like for example the full orbit of the moon around the Earth, they will be changing the angular size slowly throughout that entire cycle. So on a globe Earth this makes sense because you don't need the daily change in angular size because that's an things setting is just an effect of the curvature and rotation of the Earth. It's not an effect of them getting further. And the fact that they are changing their angular size throughout the full orbit also makes sense because they are actually doing that in the globe because those orbits are actually happening in reality. But in flat Earth, they will have to be getting smaller over the day when they are setting, and they don't do that in reality. And then you can go to those rescuing devices like atmospheric magnification and stuff, which would make them, appear at a constant angular size. But then you would have to ask yourself a question: if that atmospheric magnification works for its daily cycle, then why doesn't it work for its full cycle when it moves relative to the rest of the sky? Like for example, when the moon changes phases, why is the moon sometimes bigger and in other days it's smaller? This doesn't make any sense. It's just double standard where perspective turns on for one cycle and turns off for another cycle.
Okay, so in your globe belief that you believe right now, when you rotate away from the sun during the day, how far away do you rotate away from the sun? Do you know?
It would be like between the sunrise and the sunset.
Half the Earth radius.
Yes, I mean it would be Earth's radius. It would be Earth's radius times the square root of 2, because you would have a triangle where the Earth's radius is one side, another Earth's radius is the second side, and it would be a right angle triangle. So the third side, which would be the change of the distance, would be Earth's radius times the square root of 2.
That's pretty far.
No, it's not.
Uh,
Not
No, it's not.
comparable to total length.
How far does it take to travel that if you're traveling at 1,000 miles an hour? That's pretty. Isn't it about 6 hours? Pretty far.
But the question isn't if it's far in like absolute numbers, because compared to let's say the size of my room, it will be far. But the question is how far it is compared to the entire distance to the sun, and it isn't, because the distance to the sun is so much bigger. Like let's say if you look at a mountain in a distance and you are 1 meter from a mountain, so you're basically standing right next to it, it will be enormous. It will be basically covering your entire view. If you drive away like 10 kilometers away from the mountain, it will be only covering like a part of your view somewhere in the landscape. And that will be a significant difference, but once you will be getting further and further away, so let's say a difference between 100 kilometers and 120 kilometers. Then, by traveling the same amount of distance, this change in angular size will be getting smaller the further you get. And because the Earth is so much far away from the Sun, and this change in distance from the Sun between the noon and the sunrise, or the noon and the sunset, is so small compared to the entire distance from the Earth to the Sun, this effect will be negligible. The Sun will be getting so much little smaller than you won't be able to detect it.
So on the equinox, let's say on the equinox, if you're standing on the equator, the difference between sunrise and solar noon will be 1 Earth radius, which is 6,300 miles, right? So 6,300 miles compared to 93 million miles is basically the difference. So it's less than 0.1% or 0.01%. No, it's a factor of thousands. So yeah, a lot. More than 10,000 times further away. 10,000 times further.
Oh, perfect. Okay, I have a question, Snooze, if that's okay. Let's say you have a large vehicle, a bulldozer, let's say that they use in the mining today, and it's a flat Earth with the atmosphere. So potentially our range, our visibility is limited because of the atmosphere conditions. Do you suspect that you can see this bulldozer or this loader 6,000 miles away into the distance?
But again, you have a large vehicle, and you want to see that large vehicle through 6,000 miles horizontally atmosphere, if it would be flat or what?
Yes. Do you think that would happen on a flat Earth? Someone could see this vehicle 6,000 miles off into the distance?
No, I wouldn't say, because the light that is reflected from that object is too few to kind of distribute that through that. I think if you have, for example, a laser, maybe that could penetrate that amount.
Yeah. Thank you. I agree.
That's the same with the mountains in the far. You can the most pictures of long uh, long distance shots are when the sun is behind the mountains. So you basically do not see the mountain, you see the shadow of the mountain. So the absence of the mountain, or the sun being blocked by the mountain, that's what you actually see. So you just see the sun and the not sun. I mean, that's actually it could be kind of a category error on these long distance shots. Like it's a long distance shots often I don't know, object on the Earth, and you're actually not photographing that object, you're just photographing the sun and the not sun, and probably nothing of the object at all, because it would even be the far side to the sun of the object that you look at. So there are barely photons reaching you from the mountain where the sun is behind. I have to look up the rules of these long distance shots, actually.
Yeah, same here.
Interesting.
It's called the longest line of sight photograph on Earth. So,
Let's talk about how he took that shot.
What shot?
Let's talk about the picture.
The Venus picture?
No, pick a part. So the world record of the long distance shot on Earth. I was just saying that the person actually did not photograph the mountain. He just photographed the absence of sunlight blocked by the mountain. So
where did he say that?
He literally did not picture the
mountain. Where did he say that?
What?
Where did he say that?
Where did he say what?
He didn't take a picture of the mountain.
I say that because the sun is behind the bloody mountain. So
do you want me to?
You only see the.
Do you want me to put up his proper blog?
Yeah, I just say he literally did not took a photo of the mountain. So there is probably no light that has been touched really the mountain coming to the camera noticeably. He took a picture of the absence of light blocked by the mountain.
No.
And the sun behind it.
No. Do you want to read what he really wrote about it? His proper blog, not something that some weirdo said this is his blog. The guy from Chile was lying, you know that. I can put it up if you want.
But do you understand my claim, Schlitzi, or do you just arguing for the sake of arguing?
How's your claim? When you can read what the guy fucking took, his fucking shot.
But my claim is the sky behind the mountain is lit up by the sun, and the mountain is actually dark, so it's blocking the light that is coming from the sky from behind the mountain.
You don't even know what's going on.
If you take a shadow, or if you take a picture of a person standing in front of the sun, and you only see the dark surroundings of that person, are you taking a picture of that person in that case, or are you just photographing the sun and the shadow blocked or blocking sunlight?
Man, you don't even know what you're talking about.
Or you don't. And you're just arguing for the sake of arguing, and you are not trying to understand what I'm saying.
I don't want to argue with you. Let's pull up his blog of him explain what he did on that day. He don't mention curvature. He don't mention anything.
You are not engaging in my argument at all. You're just saying,
I know, because your
You said
argument
that he took a picture.
it's subjective, isn't it? It's your fucking
It had
opinion,
nothing to
as
do with
usual.
subjective. It just has to do
It's
with
your
if
opinion, and your opinion in this
you're
case is
taking a
not
picture
valid.
of a shadow, are you actually picturing the person that caused the shadow, or are you just having a picture of absence of light?
Right, look, you don't even know what's going on in the picture. Tell me what's going on in the
I
picture.
know what's going on in the picture.
Go on, then, what's going on in the picture? Tell me. Tell me about it.
The light behind the mountain is lit up by the sun, and then he took the picture which showed the outline of the mountain, which while the mountain is blocking the light that is coming from the sky behind the mountain. So you see a dark mountain in front
I don't know
of
where
a
you got
lit
how
up
you got that.
sky.
Were you there?
Look to the picture, you dumbass.
No, I don't have to
You're
be.
looking to
You're
a
calling me a
dark
dumbass, right? Look,
mountain. You
it's not your
cannot
picture.
see. You
Look,
cannot
number one. Look, let's go through.
see any
Let's go through the
surface. You
facts.
cannot
Let's
see
go
any
through
surface
the facts.
information.
Let's go through the facts. You wasn't there.
You
You
cannot
don't know the
see
weather
any
conditions.
surface
You don't know
information on that
anything
picture.
about that. You don't know
I
nothing about
know
it.
the picture, Schlitzy.
Yeah,
I
but
know
it
the
doesn't
picture,
matter. You
Schlitzy.
can't. What can
You
you tell
cannot
from a
see any
picture?
surface
What
details
can you
of
tell
that
from a
thing.
picture?
That you
What
cannot
can you
see
tell?
any surface details, and you see only the lit up sky behind the mountain. That is what you can see. And there is no debate about that fact.
The fact.
You don't see
your
a front
facts are baseless.
illuminated.
There's
You
no
don't
foundation for
see a
your
front
fact.
illuminated mountain.
You've got no
So you
basis
want
for
to
your facts. You
argue
don't even
just for
know
the sake of
nothing.
argue, and you do not want to engage in this situation
Well,
honestly.
you're just coming out with bullshit,
There,
and you're fucking wrong. It's just that simple. From you to look at a picture and give all this factual evidence without no fucking facts at all, you're bullshitting.
okay, Schlitzy, can you see any surface information on the mountain?
Can you see any surface? Mate,
Do you see
how can you look at a picture
from the
and
surface
start
of
coming
the
out
mountain?
with your spiel? It's just nonsense, and you know
Do
it
you
is.
see any surface details of the mountain? Can you answer that question? Do you see any surface information of the mountain?
Blog. Let's read his blog. You know,
Information.
not the
Can you answer
silly
the
one
question?
with all the.
Do you see
the
any
Earth
surface
curvature and that.
information of the mountain? Okay, you're just rejecting to answer the question.
No, I'm not
Is the mountain
engaging with your
darker
nonsense.
than the sky
You're now talking about
surrounding
a
the
picture.
mountain?
You're now talking about a picture.
Okay,
You have no details of it. You have zero details. You don't know the weather conditions. You don't know the temperature. You don't even know about the picture. And you're just going blah, 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 blah. As though you fucking know, and you don't. You fucking clearly do not know. The only thing you know is that's a world record line of sight picture. That's all you know. And line of sight doesn't mean, oh, he talks about the mountain, so that's his focus, the mountain.
My arguments had nothing to do with the distance or does it prove flat Earth or round Earth or anything. It was just about the fact.
Why would you?
If you make a picture, let's shut up and let me tell you something. Without interrupting. Once without interrupting, Shitzy. That would be super awesome. I was just making an discussion, or let's say I brought up a thought. If you make a photo of something that blocks light, have you then taken a photo of something or not? Or have you just took a photo of the white wall behind something or so? And you want to engage in something without hearing out the argument at all, and without letting me argue, without interrupting. That's why I don't like to discuss with you.
Yeah,
it was not
I'm
about
not
flat Earth or
for
anything about how he took the picture or whatever. You just are too dumb to understand the arguments.
No, see, this is your fucking problem. Honestly,
Yeah, or you are too dishonest to
look,
engage
that's your
with it.
problem. Look, you're always quick to call people names. Just an absolute fucking retard. You are a retard. You think you're clever, you know, and you're fucking not. And you don't like it when someone pulls you up on it because you think that you'll outsmart everyone and you fucking don't.
I'm only
And
calling
that's your
you
fucking
names
problem. No,
because
listen,
you are
listen.
insulting everyone
That's
once you
your
have no
fucking
arguments. That's
problem.
why I don't want to discuss with you, asshole.
Yeah, because you don't. Because you're a fucking absolute rodent and you're wrong.
Demons.
Yeah, fuck them.
What's wrong with rodents? Rodents are nice.
No, they're fucking rats. And he is a fucking
rodents
rat.
are hideous.
You know? You know what it is? He's like gonna bang on about he fucking knows. He does not know. And that's the truth of the matter. He doesn't know. He doesn't know the weather conditions. He don't know the altitude of what the picture was taken. And then says, "Oh, he just took a picture." The fucking guy is taking a fucking picture because he knows he's gonna get the fucking world record. He didn't just take that off by chance. It's just bizarre. And there's nothing, and in his blog, he
I was
don't
talking
mention
about nothing of
curvature.
that.
He
I
doesn't
was
mention
not
refraction.
arguing about anything of that.
Oh, yeah,
And you
because you
did
don't.
just not listen, but engage just for a fight. You just engaged the discussion for
Look,
fighting, and not for
you're
honest
still
talking.
sure that you didn't win the war. That's your problem. But I'm not going to let you just bang on about something that is clearly not true.
I woke up to that guy who has like the cat profile picture going on about something. I was like, oh my gosh, I gotta get off of here. Starting to get a headache in my sleep.
Darn. Sorry about that.
Now I have to get back to work because I have a presentation tomorrow.
Get back to work.
Yeah, I know.
I trust it'll go smoothly and people will listen and learn. Get all the best.
Thank you.
What's the topic? Are you allowed to share or is it
It's
top
just my
secret?
committee. It's for research.
Did you say gene coding?
No, it's for aluminum and microtubule regeneration.
Oh, I remember Grayson Hawk, one of his favorite topics.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Yeah, they're pretty interesting. You need microtubules within the cell, I guess, to transport essentially everything. No?
For memory formation, new neuronal connections, neuronal growth.
Yeah.
In their
I think-
model, I mean, even though we don't fully understand memory formation, their model is that we have new neuronal connections happen, and then in those connections is in the series of connections associated with an event is like a memory. I don't really deal with the particular like details on memory formation. I'm just looking into microtubule growth, which they say is needed for memory formation. And so it's a little bit indirectly related, but yeah.
Makes
I'm
sense.
looking at how aluminum could impact that.
I can see. Yeah, I think that some people speculate that some sort of issue maybe it hinders electrical transfer. That's what I think. One theory I heard. Maybe it's yeah.
There's a theory on microtubules carrying biophotons for consciousness, and they're photo optic cables and stuff like that. So if you break them down, you're gonna have issues with you know, that's
Yeah, makes
people with
sense.
Alzheimer's apparently have degenerated microtubules, and the brain's not connecting right.
It makes sense. As if like telephone cord and Ethernet cord. Once you start removing these sort of connections, it's not it's not operating at, I guess, design capacity.
Definitely.
But thankfully, the body's pretty regenerative. Like the ability to regenerate is pretty remarkable.
Mm-hmm.
Have you
One
seen the
thing I
video
found
of
in
that?
people with
Oh, sorry.
Alzheimer's is that they have a high amount of aluminum.
Yes.
And so I was trying to figure out how is it indirectly related? Could it be directly related? I was trying to kind of look at a mechanism as to how. That's kind of what I was trying to figure out.
I think it's a major factor. Absolutely. The amount of aluminum people put on their skin with not even realizing it sometimes, or in their mouth.
Yeah, they found that in people with Alzheimer's, the protein tangles that were there were basically around like pieces of aluminum. Like they were surrounding aluminum, and it's controversial. Some people try to go against that finding and say, "Oh no, it's not necessarily the case." But so tau is a protein that's like malformed in people with Alzheimer's, and tau is a microtubule stabilizing protein, and they have these like protein, like basically the proteins are malformed and tangled, and they found this to be present around aluminum in the brain of people who died with like progressive Alzheimer's. And I was trying to figure out like the relationship there.
Yeah.
I got deep into my research. So I'm gonna be presenting on another experiment I did regarding that.
Excellent. I'm sure if PhD Tony was your was in charge of grading, you'd get the A+.
Oh man. Could you believe he just told me I was trying to have a conversation with him on having like good faith conversations with people of the opposing viewpoint, and he just straight up said F me just out of
I was
nowhere.
yeah. What a
I,
what a
I
shame.
that was so messed up, dude. Like I was like, he was talking about how, how flat earthers are effing stupid. And I said, PhD Tony, do you think that you could really have a good faith conversation with people that you think are effing stupid? And he was like, and I was extremely calm. If you want to watch back, I would implore you to.
Yeah.
And we're going back and forth, and I was just trying to like kind of find some common ground with him. And then he said, and like for this, that reason, like, I do this, and that wrong, and then because of that, F you. Like it was just so messed up. I was like, what well, God bless you, Tony. I'm not sure why you say that.
That's the best response. Great job. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was just really uncalled for.
You know, it'd be great to see one of these psychologists analyze the conversations and just get their opinions. I wouldn't be shocked at the results of what their findings are. I'd probably agree. But every chance is an opportunity to practice how to communicate more effectively, remain calm, help others understand the point of view. Even
It
if
seems
you're
like
outnumbered.
I'm angry. Like it makes certain people angry that other people believe something. It doesn't
Yeah.
really affect their life. And it's like,
Well,
imagine it's like talking to a psychologist and it's like, these people believe the earth is this shape. It's like, oh my gosh, it makes me so angry. And the psychologist is like, why? Like, why would that make you angry? You know, what's going on? And I could just imagine like them trying to comfort them and being like, look, there's no reason you should be this angry because somebody else thinks that about the earth. And then, oh man.
yeah. Okay. Now let's go to that. Let's indulge that idea for a moment. Let's say it does affect them potentially their income. Maybe let's say if there was someone in the industry, space industry, and then there was all of a sudden a moratorium on space spending, so there was an actual threat to their income, and there wasn't, let's say, a solution to that. Let's say the government, like a package where they supplied them, or maybe gave them focus in a new industry, similar wages and whatnot. Maybe they could still feel that way, but I think there is a better way than lashing out at others. Right?
Well, why don't you guys tell that to Denmark? If you're going to talk like this, why don't you tell that to Denmark? Why don't you tell that to Denmark? Because every line he says, hold on, let me talk. Every line that man says ends with R word or you're weird. Every single line. So if you want people to be kind to you, should you not, in turn, be kind back to others? Or am I wrong?
I told them to calm down. I tell him to be kind and respectful. I can't control what he does, but
you're expecting us to do it with others. You see what I'm saying? It's a little bit of just saying.
Yeah.
Like I have yet to insult anyone who has not insulted me first. So that's how I look at it. If you come at me, as soon as that R word comes out or whatever dumb word someone wants to be immature and insult, I am going to be an asshole because I can't help it. I'm from New York. We're all assholes. You know, that's just the way it is. So, like, you know, I'm just saying, if you want people to not say these kinds of things, then it's kind of hard when, as soon as a discussion happens, it seems every flat earther goes to an insult.
Oh,
All
not
the time.
me.
That's all I've seen. Not you, Taylor. That's why I have yet to insult you at all. I won't because I see that you tried to not do it with insults. So I'm not going to do that to you.
yeah, I can't. I can't control Demok. he's one of a kind. But no, I don't agree with how he approaches the conversation.
That's fair. I can appreciate you saying that. Thank you.
But Tony, like, he's like has a PhD and he wants to be well respected, which I do. Like, try to respect him as like an elder. I try to be kind to him. He just like acts like he hates me for no reason. Just like yesterday, trying to talk to him very calmly, find middle ground, and then out of nowhere he just says "F you." Like, just it was crazy, unprovoked.
It's
Can't believe
very
that.
I think he's just an angry guy.
I don't know if he's just an angry guy. I think that sometimes with people who are very intellectual, there tends to be the the denial of what they consider to be settled science affects their, you know, sort of intellectual side. So that's what I think it is. I think he could, you know, tone it down sometimes. I will agree with you. Sometimes he goes hard a little too fast, and you know, so I will agree with you on that.
Did y'all hear the conversation we had about something being physical? He was okay. So we had a conversation before about space time. Is space time something that is physical? Okay, and there is different definitions of physical. I read all the ones yesterday at Library Britannica. The second one was like something that is material, like something of substance that we can measure, yada yada yada. And then like the sixth definition was like something pertaining to the laws of nature or physics. And so I had definition number 2, where I think something physical is something we can directly measure instead of indirectly measure. And he had the sixth definition, okay? So last night we were talking and he was like, "Oh, I've told you before that, you know, space-time is physical. And you continue to repeat this misinformation and this, you know, wrong whatever, that it's not physical, and I've already told you." And I said, "PSG Tony, what's happening is I'm using definition number 2, where I think something physical can be directly measured and we can understand the substance of it. And then you think it's number 6, and you think because you tell me that being physical is definition number 6, which was pertaining to the laws of nature, he expected me to immediately take up his position and disregard the definition I knew for physical, which I still hold to. And I said, PhD Tony, I do not think that something that's not directly measured is physical because of this definition right here. And he just expected me to take up his definition immediately and just said I was being intellectually dishonest if I didn't. Even though I gave him like backup validation of why I did not think space-time was physical. It was like a mathematical, geometrical principle to explain like the indirect effect, the like how gravity affects the stuff around it. I even look it up. They even say that space-time isn't physical. It's like conceptual to help like demonstrate and represent what's happening. But he say space-time is something that's physical because it's pertaining to physics, and because I don't use that definition, I'm like purposely lying.
Well, the thing is, where you have multiple definitions of a word, that means that there's context involved.
But even in his own,
your definition number 2 doesn't apply to space-time. Definition 6 applies to space-time.
But even in his,
well, if I use physical as something that is of substance that can be measured, if that is my definition of physical, which was like higher on the list, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
If that's what I consider physical, then we would need to clarify. He can't just say that I'm being dishonest or I'm lying after he told me the truth because I use a different meaning of physical. And we had completely different context.
Yes, he's still referring to a theory that potentially could be debunked, right, with the new more accurate clock.
But didn't no one hear him when he made the description? He said that you couldn't measure it physically, and it was only the things around it which you measured.
He said time is physical.
Yeah, but in his first description, he said, "Well, we don't measure that. We measure the things what happening around it."
I don't think time is physical because I use a different definition of physical. He thinks just pertaining to physics, and since time is something that is what's measured by the clock in physics, time is now physical. Okay,
now that
so
you can change
agree that
that's
time
right.
is physical, Lane?
It's conceptual at best.
Yeah, but I think what was just
they
said
start to
before
think
that
they can manipulate time.
That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is that while you're choosing
theory?
definition 2 and he's choosing definition 6, perhaps all 6 definitions are a definition of physical, and it depends on the context in which you're using the word.
It does.
I mean, English language is the craziest fucking language in the world. I think everybody who speaks English knows that. It's like 6 languages in a trench coat.
I agree,
You know,
but
so-
he can't say I'm lying just because I don't want to use his definition instead of mine. He expects me to immediately take up his position.
That's what I'm saying, though, Taylor. Your definition, if you're both talking about space-time, you both need to be talking about the same definition.
Right. I agree.
Yeah,
What a
and Taylor's
concept.
position is that space-time is not physical, it's not tangible, that you can touch. But
It's conceptual.
yes, but and Tony thinks it is. You can manipulate it through, and which has been verified with the atomic clock, supposedly.
Indirectly measured, not directly.
Thank you. Yes.
So, yeah. So, I mean, like, if I want to use, like, I'm the one that pointed out we have different definitions, and that's the discrepancy. But he like was saying that I wasn't being honest, or like he was like, "I've told you it's physical, da da da," and you continue to say this, and I had to say,
Yeah.
"Tony, it's because we have different definitions. That's fine. You don't have to immediately expect someone to take up your position, because like we have to get on the same level playing field." You know,
And then
like,
went off on the deep end afterwards. It seems like, remember, by swearing.
It's kind of ridiculous though that it's not just because you guys have a different thing that you think. It's also too, a lot of it is because you guys interrupt a lot, and then you'll
Gotta resist the urge to
and then
swear.
you'll call, excuse me, I was
Curse
just
someone
talking.
out.
Excuse me, I was talking. So you guys interrupt a lot, and then as soon as the Glober interrupts you one time, you call for moderation just to stop them from interrupting, and then the next sentence that the Glober says, you just interrupt them again. So you guys really got to put a little bit more effort into not interrupting people, because that's what gets people frustrated the most.
seriously, are you talking about me in particular?
Who are you talking to?
You are one of the more interrupter.
Do you have an example?
Yeah. Well, I would have to go back and play back some from the video, but you
I
interrupt
try
part of
not
it.
to interrupt people.
Oh yeah, talk
But you
about
do,
each
but you
other.
do interrupt.
Okay, so what's your point?
My point is it's kind of dishonest to say that you guys only get yelled at because you think differently. It's mostly because you guys interrupt so much.
You're like generalizing a group of people right now.
Yeah,
And
but
I
you
try.
guys do it. But you guys do it. I'm not just generalizing. It's actually like true.
Okay, so both sides interrupt. I don't agree with interrupting. I try not to interrupt. Unless you have a particular example, we should probably move on. We
No,
don't
or
need to get
just
into that.
ignore, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, just ignore how much you guys interrupt more than the Globers do, because of course.
Okay, whatever. I'm going back on you guys. I'm just trying to find common ground. I'm trying to make progress, but you can't just assume, like, you can't just want people to take up your position immediately if you have different definitions of a word, for example, and then proceed to call them like dishonest or whatever afterwards.
I know. Imagine if believers did this, Taylor, to the non-believer. We start calling them names. Hey, you're not a believer right now? Look, we have
Believers
all
and
this evidence of a
non-believers.
believer. The word, we have all this
You
evidence.
do that all
but they
the
don't
time,
want to
man.
believe. Should we
You do that
start
all
name
the
calling
time.
Y'all are
Imagine-
interrupting him.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm not going to let him say something that is outright false,
I
because
don't believe Taylor, you
he
got the
insults
message.
people
Enjoy that
all
with
the
the
time.
interrupting.
But
Ecoplex.
he insults people all the time. And he does it behind this fake veneer of kindness, of thank you and no pressure.
Not.
But
Can we
he
not,
insults
like, delve
people
into, like-
all the time.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I
let's
had to
not
block,
argue
mute
about
him because it's
insulting
just a waste of
believers,
time.
non-believers.
Calm
Let's
down.
not argue about that stuff. This stuff is silly. Okay. Taylor, I think the problem we have is there can be multiple definitions for a word, correct? And they are all
That's
true.
what I pointed out.
Right, but
So-
are they all true or are none of them true?
Yeah, they're all true. They're all true definitions.
Right. So I think that, that's the common ground right there. There are different definitions, but those definitions are always contextual to what you're talking about.
I'm sorry, Eden, but hold on. Like he was saying, that's like me saying, "Oh, I already told you that I have firsthand experience that God is real, and you're still saying God's not real, so you're dishonest." That's like me doing that, like expecting you to
Right?
just take up my evidence immediately. I would.
No,
Like, I wouldn't do that.
Should
No,
we do that?
it's the same as using the definition for level, like having no parts higher than the other, like a tabletop, or with the contextually to the planet, following the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth. That's contextual. Y'all insist on using no parts higher than the other, and we're using the one that applies to the Earth. And there's conflict there because y'all refuse to use the proper context of the definition.
Okay,
No,
listen,
I was
let's
definitely
use
using the proper
problem.
context, but
Yeah,
would you expect like a flat earther to immediately say, "Okay, I share my definitional level. You immediately have to take up my position. I gave you the definition. You have to
No,
take it up, or else you're dishonest.
no. It's not a matter you have to. It's understanding how to apply the context to the definition.
No, we understand that, Leflin. Now we're talking of the next step. Now that someone understands the concept, but they reject it, are we supposed to start calling them dishonest Globers?
No, we call them
Oh,
dishonest
I hear it.
non-believers.
I hear it all the time. I hear it on both sides. I try not to do that too much. Really, I try to refrain from it because I hate worse than anything to be called a liar. Makes me
Thank you,
fighting
Leflin.
fucking mad. So I refrain from doing that. Try to.
Appreciate it, Leflin. Most people probably agree with you. I do.
Yeah, I
So
don't
that's
think
the
we
whole
should be
point.
just calling people dishonest willy-nilly because
Yeah.
we don't agree on terms or because we don't, whatever, take up the other person's position immediately. I think people have the right to hold their own definition as long as it is a true definition. And I wouldn't expect someone to just believe everything I say, or else they're a liar. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah. Allow them the opportunity to go maybe think about it. Go verify what's been shared with them.
And as long
So
as you
we're gonna
guys
talk about-
continue to think,
So if we're going to talk about water level, and you're going to look up the definition of level, what is that? What if that means that that's the sound pressure in a volume level? Oh, sound level and water level? Oh my God! You see, words have context. When we're talking about the hydrostatic equilibrium of the oceans of the planet, yeah, the planet is round, and that's level because water doesn't flow when it's at the equipotential surface like a calm lake and the overall average ocean. Yeah,
When
let's
we were
level.
talking about, whenever I made the claim, like this originally started because I made the claim that space-time is not something physical. I was referring to the fact that it can't be directly measured, whether it's indirectly measured. And by that definition and by the context that I brought it up in, it would be the correct context. But he said it is physical because it pertains to physics, but that actually wasn't my point. So me not taking up his definition would be proper and in context.
Well, I think you've got a lot about physics and space-time and relativity. You've got a lot to study outside of Discord. This will not get you satisfaction in a subject that intricate and complicated.
For example, do you think time is physical?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, not with respect to touching it, but yeah, we use it in,
it's not
in
tactile.
analysis,
Yeah, it's not
we
yeah, it's
count
not
it.
tactile.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think time is physical.
Well, that's fine then. Then you're going to have to, stand off to the side and have your own little concept of, as opposed to a proper description of reality.
I would imagine if you'd ask the physicist if time is physical, they would say no.
Well, you're imagining, so go ahead and ask.
Physical.
Yeah, you're
If
imagining.
I'm
Go ahead and
using-
ask.
Are you using definition number 2, where is that something that's material of substance with properties XYZ? Are you using definition number 6, which is of the laws of nature? It just depends. You'd have to be clear in that context.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yes, I agree, Taylor.
That is so sad. That is so sad. I cannot believe that the dictionary has 6 definitions that anytime somebody uses one in a context, they have to specify, oh, by the way, when I talk about level, I'm talking about the hydrostatic, not the sound level, not the college level, not the elevator level.
That's how language works.
Socratic
yeah, that's how language
You're
works.
out
Yeah,
of
we're talking
context.
water level. Yeah.
You cause ambiguity. Sorry.
Yeah, that happens. Yeah, that's true. That does happen.
No,
That's why context
then you
matters.
need to clarify. You
Well,
clarify.
okay, maybe it's not. Maybe it's just not me. But you got centuries of the English language to tackle. Then.
No, you just have to be clear and be unambiguous.
Right. That's why whenever I brought up space-time not being physical, I directly was talking about it being measured directly as a substance. I don't think it's a substance. I don't think it's something that really exists, more like a mathematical concept. So I was
But
clear in
we
that.
can measure time. But we can measure time very easily.
Yeah, but it's not physical, is it? It's conceptual. At best, it's conceptual.
How is
It's
it
a
not
concept.
physical when we
Can
experience
gravity
a
affect time
24-hour
then?
day and we know that within that 24-hour day we have 60 seconds to a minute, 60
It
minutes
sounds
to an
like
hour, and 24 hours to a day?
It doesn't
it
make it
sounds like
physical.
it sounds like they want time in a bucket in a lab.
On the 8 inches of dirt in my backyard, Shuba.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna say it's kind of like that's tough. I get space time. Okay, space time. I can understand how you can argue maybe that's not physical because I don't understand it good enough to argue it. But I believe time is a physical thing because we use it every day and we have quite, distinct measurements within it.
Yeah, it's not just that we use it; we experience it.
Time is a real thing, not
We
a
think
physical
every
thing.
day.
It's a
We
real
use our
thing.
brains every day to process thoughts, to do things. That's not physical. That's a thought process. And it's in the regions of conception because if you have a concept and you adopt that concept, it's nothing more than a concept. You can't make that thing physical.
Thoughts aren't physical.
No, they're not. Thoughts are
The
thoughts.
brain is
They're
physical.
processed by your brain.
Right, but the brain is physical, and there are physical things going on within the brain when you have thoughts.
Yes.
So how is that not physical?
Your thought is never going to do anything. It's your actions which is going to do something.
Is geometry physical?
Is a computer program physical?
Geometry is real, but not physical.
I would agree.
Is a computer program physical?
A computer program is real, but not physical.
Why not? It's made out of charges of particles. Why is
Yeah,
it
but
not
those
physical?
charges of particles are in the hard drive. They just symbolize something.
And they are not in the hard drive. They are in the memory and in the CPU.
So sorry, whatever you store it, yeah, in the in the memory or in the
it's physical state of transistors.
Physical states and physical charges that do the calculations and that do the computational states.
That doesn't make the instructions physical.
Why not? It's zeros and ones, charges and uncharges.
Yeah, but
specific registers.
Unless I completely miss my computer architecture classes, and I don't think I do, registers within the CPU or locations in the memory, right, are holding like certain information that is representation of something abstract, which will be a computer software, right? But they're not necessarily physical. The software is not necessarily physical, but I mean persistent.
Wait a second.
Does not mean physical.
But at the transistor level,
being
at
in
the
a persistent
transistor level,
memory. Wait a second. Being in a persistent memory or in a fluent memory, it doesn't make any difference. There are charges, so like there are electrons piled up on a specific spot, and they are moving to another specific spot. So there are physical attributes there. They change. Due to the definition of failure, physical is according to physical laws and our natural realm. It's definitely physical.
I agree. Those things are physical. The abstract idea of a software, right? The abstract idea of a computer program, the instructions, right, are not physical. They're real, but they're not physical.
What about when the system's powered off? Isn't it not on the hard drive?
Irrelevant. There are many things that are persistent but are not physical. Don't you agree?
Are you now talking physical being material or what?
Physical would be material, correct. Real would be material and immaterial. Both can be real.
That's only one definition of physical, and if that is your definition of physical, then time, of course, is not physical because it's not material. But in the scientific way, physical means like according to physics laws.
Well, I mean, sure, but we never established that this is your definition, and I'm not sure if I agree to this definition for the context of this conversation, but sure.
Now Taylor can empathize with that one.
It's like there's more philosophy here than anything else, I would say.
Yeah.
But is a computer program physical if it's on a disk and a physical disk? Does it become physical?
No. The disk is physical. Computer program is an abstract, and it's represented by some physical alterations to the medium.
Yeah, when it's installed on the hard drive, right? When you run the app installer, now it'll copy the files onto the hard drive.
No, the files
Pretty
themselves
cool-
are
it's a pretty
also
cool conceptual
are
thing
also
there.
not
This is pretty cool.
physical. They're real,
You should
but they're
have
not
someone
physical.
with integrity.
A real thing can be physical, e.g., material or immaterial, but it still can be real. Like the idea of a unicorn is real. Given that everything in the universe is mind independent, for us humans, the idea of a unicorn is real. Is it physical? No, but it's real.
Yeah, but memory in a computer is as real as lightning.
Memory is a
So
good
the
idea. I
definition
mean,
of
the effects of like of electromagnetism. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so
tell,
yeah, so
less
you
than
have
echoes.
the physicality of the state of electronic components, but then you're trying to ascribe meaning. So a
Yeah, that would be
physical
the
state,
abstraction.
right? So you have a physical state in a certain pattern, and we ascribe meaning to that, but that still means that there's a physical representation in the state of the components.
Yeah, I would agree to that. I think Shubo is correct.
Is the Mona Lisa physical?
The idea of the Mona Lisa, the human, or the painting? Which one?
The Mona Lisa painting.
The painting, it is physical. If you're talking about the painting of a woman named Mona Lisa done by Leonardo da Vinci, that is a real physical painting. It's made out of matter. You can touch it.
Then the software is
interact with
also physical, because the Mona Lisa is just a canvas with some pigments on it. The pigments are physical, but the Mona Lisa painting is as physical as the software, because it's a composition of specific pigments on a specific position, and only the specific positions of the pigments make a concept of a painting that is representing a human. That is as physical as the software program that is being represented by specific zeros and ones on specific positions.
Although I agree with the sentiment that you're trying to espouse, I disagree fundamentally on the fact that we're representing the concept of the Mona Lisa is a physical thing, which is somehow grounded through the avatar of the painting. I disagree. Those are separate things, even though they are related.
I would even
nature.
argue that the software program is more directly physical, because it's literally like existence and absence of charges, while the painting is just like material that can reflect different wavelengths in different ideas, and only then a picture for human minds can be seen.
So the
But
concept
the clump
of
of matter,
material.
that is the Mona Lisa is irrelevant. The idea of the Mona Lisa is the thing that carries like meaning, value, whatever you want to call it for a human mind.
Now we're kind of diverting back to the second definition again.
The lump matter that is the Mona Lisa, the painting, is irrelevant to the meaning of the construct that is the Mona Lisa by Leonardo da Vinci.
There's only one definition that physicists and chemists use, right, for physical, right? If it's not supernatural or metaphysical, then there's only one option left. It's physical. Time and relativity, general relativity, both chemists and physicists are using either quantum mechanics or they're using general relativity. There's only two physical frameworks that they're working in. So trying to say that these things are not physical or whatever is kind of silly to actually.
Wait, hold on. I think
chemists and physicists.
I never said that time is not physical. I said that I think time is real.
Yeah, it's a coordinate that physicists and chemists work in when they're working in the general relativistic regime. Right? It's a physical thing. It's not metaphysical. It's not supernatural. So it can only be physical. There's only three options.
Just to clarify, are you talking about space-time or time as as like a measurement for some action or some work done or
All of
some
those, whether you're measuring time with
travel
some kind of
path?
device, all of them, whether you're measuring time with some kind of device or you're working in the space-time framework in general relativity,
So if I
they're
take
all part of physics. They're physical. They're not supernatural, and they're not
I understand that. So they belong to the
metaphysical.
field.
They're
They
physical.
belong to. I understand that. As the gentleman before, I think Snooze said it as well. I completely agree with you. You can
Time
perfectly.
is absolutely time. Time.
May I
Time
finish, sir?
is absolutely.
Sir, you interrupted me.
Yeah.
May I
Time,
finish,
dude.
sir? Please. This doesn't have to be difficult. I just request humbly to be allowed to finish my statement. I agree with you. But if you're saying that all of these constructs or concepts are used in the field of science that we call physics, therefore they're physics, therefore they're physical, sure. But that's more or less semantics we're talking about. We're talking about ontology. From a philosophical perspective, time is a real thing, but there's a difference between space-time and me
don't
measuring.
play fake. Dude.
Okay, then you go.
Dude,
So you apparently know what I was going to say. So
There's two teachers trying
Okay,
to bump
so
heads.
we
Take
were
turns.
before, dude.
I was not
what
teaching
the
anybody, Glory.
fuck, man. Yeah, so before they were talking about science, right? And so the word scientists don't play fake philosopher. Right? Time is an essential aspect of like chemical kinetics. So like chemistry, if you're trying to say that time isn't real, whether or not you specifically were or not, someone was before, right? Well, chemical reactions are dependent on the reality of time. It's a necessary for chemistry to happen, right? It's one of the key aspects of chemical kinetics that like undergrads learn. So this idea that time isn't a physical thing it's just silly. I'd say it's the only important variable. Time and concentration in chemical kinetics. Those are the two variables that the whole thing is reliant on. If they don't exist, then chemical reactions don't exist or don't happen. What did they all leave? All the people that were playing fake philosopher before?
No, you just killed the chat.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell Taylor. When her and Tony talk, talking about the same thing, space-time within physics. Space-time is physical, period. It's not debatable. You can't, if you're talking about matter, rocks or glue or grass, that's physical, tangible stuff. But you're not talking about the same context when you're doing that. If you're going to get on the same page, you got to get on the same context of what you're talking about, or you're going to argue.
Yeah. Well, Taylor had brought up like the colloquial definitions of physical, and there's probably a whole bunch of them. But scientists, physicists, chemists, biologists, they only use one definition. If it's not metaphysical and it's not supernatural, there's only one other option it can be, and that's physical. And space-time, someone had also said, I don't know if it was Taylor or not, said it's not directly measurable. It for sure is. Just ask people like Chronic and astrophysicists, cosmologists. They're measuring space-time both directly and indirectly all the time. So it's like all these things, they just doesn't make any sense what was being said before.
Here.
When
How would
chemists
you?
are doing chemistry and stuff, they're either, if you're working with chemicals that don't have electrons moving close to the speed of light, then you're working in the quantum mechanical realm. If you're working with like metals that have electrons that are moving a significant portion the speed of light, then you're working in the relativistic realm. Yeah, man. Chemists know that when they're working in which regime they're working in, be it relativity or quantum mechanics, right? So if you're working with just organic chemistry like carbon, you're making like amino acids or carbohydrates or whatever, that's the quantum mechanical realm of chemistry. But if you're working with metals, things like gold, the heavy metals like uranium, plutonium, things like that, right? They have electrons that are moving, their valence electrons are moving a significant portion of the speed of light, and thus there are relativistic aspects of chemistry that have to be taken into account. Things like crystal field theory, ligand field theory, along with quantum field theory, right? And chemists know this. So when you say silly things,
May I
they
ask you a
just
question?
laugh.
What do you think the ontology of time is?
What do you mean? Right, when we're talking about science, time is part of space-time, so it's a
No.
coordinate.
The ontology of
Right,
time.
That's it's easily broken. I don't know, man. I don't play fake philosopher. Right? If you want to do that, you can tell us what the ontology of time is.
Well, just curious, like, do you talk about these concepts in only like some sort of empirics way or some sort of measurable way? Do we not discuss like other interpretations of said concepts, right?
Well, I talked about chemical kinetics before, right? That's an empirical aspect of time. But sure, if you want to talk about it in some other aspect, you can.
I mean, for example, ontology of time is like one of my favorite subjects in philosophy. It's related to metaphysics, and it deals with the perception of time. Does time flow? Does time pass in a genuine sense? Does the present, the past, and the future exist? Or there's only one thing, the present, and then once that moment passes, therefore, like a new present is generated, for example. These kind of questions are interesting, don't you think?
Yeah, I guess.
I guess. Interesting. I realize philosophy is the foundation of all sciences, right? You wouldn't be posturing like this if you didn't have philosophy.
How would you define time in your field, Jace?
Well, it's like most use, like I said before, as a coordinate or a variable, especially in chemical kinetics.
No, the definition of time. Like for me, for example, I think time is a man-made thing, right? I don't believe in there is such a thing now. In your field, is it a thing? Like, if you're asked to define it, how would you define it?
Yeah, so like I said, it's most often used as a coordinate, right? So that's basically the definition.
A coordinate?
Yes.
Like a location, you mean?
It's more like a temporal coordinate, right? It's not a spatial coordinate. It's in space-time, it's a location, I guess, because in order to specify where an object is, you have to give the time coordinate as well. Right, I can't just give you 3 XYZ coordinates and expect you to get somewhere, like to meet me somewhere, right? I also have to tell you a time coordinate when I'm going to be at that location. Otherwise, you can get to the location in space, but you're not going to get to the location at the same time that I do, right? So that's the final element that's crucial for us getting to the same location in space time. I have to tell you the time to be there.
Yeah, for a direction. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do you think that like only the present is real? Like the past and the future are like vague constructs. Past does not exist, obviously. The future potentially can exist, but the only thing that we can verify through our mental states is the present. Whatever that continuum
in the
is,
paradigm,
right?
in the cosmological paradigm, they say that in that particular one, they say that past, present, and future are all the same. You guys must have heard that, surely, right? And
Well,
did I come through there?
I think you did, but I think Jay is stuck. Can you reboot it?
I'm driving and I'm about to be where I need to be, so I'm gonna have to go in a second. But I don't know. I don't have there was nothing really to respond to. Right, in like relativity, it's not necessarily like there's things like the block universe in cosmology and stuff where they try to break the universe into like past, present, and future moments and stuff. But the fundamental idea is that there's like this thing called the space-time trick or ds squared, and that is invariant. So you're always traveling at the same speed, like through space-time. But if you're moving through the spatial coordinates, then that changes the speed that you're moving through the temporal coordinate, and that's where you get things like relativistic and gravitational time dilation.
What is the
and length contraction? Like all those emerge from this necessity that the space-time metric is invariant.
What is the definition of space-time?
It's it's the 3 spatial coordinates and the 1 temporal coordinate. Right? It's just a framework. That is the definition's really in the name, right? It's space and time. together.
What is the
right? And from that comes this thing called the space-time metric. And this has been shown to be invariant. It doesn't change as you move through space-time. Your space-time metric is invariant, and that's where you get all these wacky effects like length contraction and time dilation. Right? But the definition is the 3 spatial coordinates and the temporal coordinate. That is the definition.
What is the epistemological framework that one would use to gain knowledge about space-time? Like as a construct?
Well, physics, right? Physicists use physics, right? They take measurements, empiricism, hypotheses, the scientific methods, right, to gain knowledge from those measurements about space-time or quantum mechanics, whatever regime they're working
No, but I'm not talking about the phenomenon. I'm talking
I do
about the
have to-
construct.
in. Yeah. Well, right. Like I said, most scientists aren't concerned with like the philosophy behind it, right? They're just taking measurements, gathering knowledge through the scientific process. That's how they're making their frameworks. But I do have to take off for now. So maybe later we can continue.
Bye, Felicia. Right. Why are most people absolutely incapable of doing a gram of philosophy? They cannot justify any of the components or properties of the worldviews they have. It's just embarrassing. Honestly.
How are you gonna explain nonsense, bro? How are you gonna explain space time? It's complete and utter nonsense. How can you?
When you
possibly?
I mean, if you're going to talk about physics, though, you can't put philosophy in there, and we get into the weeds with it. If you're just going to talk about strictly physical and physics and the physical world, then you got to pretty much stick to physics.
I disagree because physics is the basis of all science. There is a discipline called philosophy of science, which is a philosophical framework or a multitude of frameworks, a discipline of its own, about how to derive things through an empirical process. Right? I think philosophy is a very important
I don't disagree
thing.
with that.
I
don't disagree with that, but like Jay said, that if it's not metaphysical or supernatural, it's physical, and that's just the way that physics would consider everything.
Yeah, but time in philosophy is also metaphysical.
Not in physics, it's not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Time in philosophy, which is the mother of all sciences, is a metaphysical construct. Time itself.
Well, that's where we'll get in the weeds.
Well, sure. I mean, isn't that the components of interesting conversations, though? Like, get these details.
Oh, it is. It just I think it. Some of it depends on who you're in the weeds with.
True.
Yeah, you don't want to be in the weeds with me. That's not going to be comfortable. Because I'm going to tell you something like, well, you just made a metaphysical thing, time, into a physical thing. In order for your construct to work, you have to physicalize time and combine it with space and make a fabric. Otherwise, the whole paradigm doesn't work.
Oh, I don't know about that one. But...
Well, that's a fact. And your paradigm.
Tony said today, and you could really recall this, he said you don't measure it physically, you measure the things around it.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, I swear I'm alive. I'm not gonna lie. He said you like the things going on around it. You don't measure it. You measure it indirectly. That's the exact words he used. You could most probably recall it from today. He actually said that. So when John just said like, no, it's physical, and So obviously you didn't get the memo.
Yeah, that's definitely a position I wouldn't want to support for sure.
I can't see how you can say time is physical. There's no, you can put a duration. You can't call it physical. It has no impact on you.
Time does have impact on you.
Yeah, but not as something that physically, like say you go out in the rain, that's impacting on you. That's physical. That's no ifs or buts. But you go outside, and even if I'm going to take an hour to walk somewhere, even if you arrive late, it doesn't affect you. It might make you late.
Absolutely, it does. You were late. You said you were late.
But you also aged an hour. So time is consistently affecting us as we're aging.
I don't think even in the macro world you aged 1 hour. Even though you did.
That's
There's no
incredulity,
physical
though.
change. There's no physical impact. Oh look, unless you're smoking 2 buckets of crack a day.
But hold on, Schlitzy, that's incredulity right now.
Pardon?
That's incredulity. You're being incredulous right now.
I don't know. Well, if you want to call that, if you think time is physical, then that's your prerogative. Time is brought to you as a concept. So I don't see how.
Once I got a 4. Once I got a 4 in front of my age, why did everything creak when I got out of bed, man? I'm just saying, like, time does kind of affect us. I see what you're saying. It doesn't physically affect you in the moment on a small scale, correct? Is that what you're getting at? Like, on a small scale, you don't feel the second, the hour, but cumulatively, we do feel it, do we not?
Yeah, but it's time over time, And really, the time has nothing to do. That's your body aging. It's not the times aging your body, is it? It's you aging over time. You can use it to measure as a measure, or to say like, the duration. But it's not physically impacting on you unless I'm putting some watches in a sock and beating you over the head with them. Then I'd say time is physical because I'm beating you with a sock full of watches. I don't know. I think if you looked at the definition of time, it's a concept. And then a concept has to be an idea. So how can an idea be physical?
Well said.
That's where most people get, well, I won't say fooled, right, but convinced, because they tie time with aging. Right? And I can easily dispel that notion, right? I can say aging is a certain amount of time of heartbeats. Right? You have 9 million heartbeats. You don't need time in there, but that's how people associate it with death, longevity.
Well, look at it like this, SE, as well. So if you eat shit diet, so like if you're eating pot noodles and fucking packets of Pringles, I would imagine that impacts on you more than time does, because like you're just putting shit in your body. So if you're gonna age, I would imagine, or like exhaust your body, that's not the time you could measure to say like, over a 6-month period I ate that shit, and but the time had no impact on how your body was, fucked up from eating processed food.
I think it's where you said time's a concept. Could you more think of time as a noun, like
a thing, but it's an abstract noun, not a concrete noun. Because, like, your dog, your computer, they're a concrete noun. But things like time, cosmology, religion, although they're a noun, they're an abstract noun because you can't physically grab religion or cosmology. So maybe you're confusing a concept, which is like Formula One racing is a concept. Now, you can't physically grab Formula One racing, but the cars are real, as are the drivers, the tracks, the crowds, the prize money. But Formula One is a concept. So, and that's also an abstract noun too. So perhaps you're confusing abstract nouns with concepts because you said it's a concept, therefore an idea, therefore it can't be there. But I think that's probably it's a shortcut, which is probably not really fitting, I think, anyway. That's my view.
Well, then you're utilising the concept to fit. Say, like, for instance, you can measure change. But first of all, you have to have the concept. Then you can utilise the concept. But I still don't think it's physical, no matter how you want it.
No, an abstract noun is not physical. An abstract noun is an abstract noun. Like, I don't know, Windows 64 or whatever, Windows 2000. That's not actually, I can't grab Windows 2000, hold it in my hand, or Windows 11 rather. I can't hold that, but it's in my computer. It is a noun. It's a thing. It's not an adjective or a verb, so it's got to be a noun. So that's it. I think it's the word concept there, where you take it to, it's a concept. I think concept's probably a bit too restrictive in the term. Maybe. I don't know. That's the philosophy.
If you put that into an AI, it would say time is a concept. Then it will go on to say other things, like in this field or in this field. I don't know. Even if you talked about relativity, it's still a concept. That's a concept within a concept because that's just an idea, isn't it?
So if it's an idea, you say it can't exist physically, but it can still exist because it's an idea.
No, but John was saying, like, in time relativity, you can measure it physically. Well,
that's what John said. And John doesn't speak for the whole universe. In fact, John probably speaks for John. And John does a very good job at speaking for John. I don't even know who you're talking about. But you said he missed the memo.
Sorry,
we all have our own perceptions, don't we?
Yeah. Well, I was thinking, even if you said it behaved physically, it's not material, is it?
Well, what was the other person said that? I came in halfway through.
I can't say to you, here's an hour, hold your hand out, here's an hour.
That's right, because it's an abstract concept.
I'll give you a couple of minutes.
Yeah, it's an abstract noun. It's not a physical noun. Yes, you can't hold your hand out and say, here's an hour. But I can say, I'll meet you in 60 minutes. That's an hour. So...
Well, you can say, I'll give you an hour and I'll meet you I'll give you an hour to get ready and I'll meet you in an hour. Or, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, that's the abstract noun, not so much as the concept. See, didn't someone else say, hang on, it's space-time, so it's moving 3 dimensions, X, Y, Z, through space over time, rather. So, 60 miles per hour. That's pretty easy to work out. It means if your car's doing 60 miles an hour in a straight line, in 1 hour it'll be 60 miles from where it was, provided you didn't stop. So that's all.
Even if you could tell whether the car moved or the place where it parked moved to the car. I don't know. I don't know how space-time works, but I don't think I want to know, to be honest.
Well, I don't think there are many people in the world who in their job have actually needed to know E equals MC squared, with electrical engineering or plumbing or whatever. But there's probably somewhere in there it fits. And you only know that and you probably realise it works, so you don't need to put that calculation in. I've asked a lot of people, like, do you use E equals MC squared? No. So it's not a plumber or it's not an electrical thing, but it is derived from.
which have been brought to us to explain things, you know, because they don't make sense, so they invent something to make it make sense. That's not to assume that it does make sense, so to speak.
Well, if you can't explain lightning, you would probably say it's God. And all the Greek, ancient Greek dudes all saw lightning and thought that was, who was it? Was it Thor or someone? Whoever the god of storms and whatever is in Greek mythology or in Viking, that was Thor having a fight with people. And when you look at the aurora borealis and lightning striking up in the northern hemisphere, I can see why they saw dragons and shit up in the sky. It would have looked fucking incredible. And if you don't know, you'd be saying there's dragons, there's lightning bolts, there's got to be some shit happening up there. So you'd be thinking big god dudes are having a fucking punch on. And that to me makes sense. Although I don't believe it happened, I see why they thought that.
Especially if you didn't have TV and phones and things to explain these things to you. I mean, like you said, I can't imagine what the Vikings thought when they looked up in their skies and, you know, Odin and Thor and Loki and all that. It's a very interesting concept. And, you know, when you see what you have in the skies where the Vikings came from, you can 100% understand why they came up with their pantheon of gods and what they did.
Yep. And look around Greek islands. The Greek area is like, that looks like where the Earth, because it's a really, what do you call it, busy geological location. It looks like the Earth's being torn apart in some places. And you think these were two big people having a really violent fight. You know what I mean? Like just because of the tidal waves and things like that. How do you explain a tsunami hitting your island? There's got to be a god who's not happy with you.
Man will always try to figure out things. We are a incredibly curious species. So we're always going to try to figure out what things are. And when you don't have a real basis of science like they did back then, it becomes, you know, oh, look, the clouds are always around Mount Olympus. That must be hiding the, you know, the gods on top of Mount Olympus because the clouds are always around the peak.
Good call, yeah. And that allows you to get on with your life too, doesn't it? Rather than sit around panicking about the next tsunami you're going to hit your island. Okay, well, the gods are upset, so how do we fix it? Which is a really healthy human concept. How do we fix this? Well, let's try something and see if it works. Sacrifice a virgin? Well, we all like virgins, so perhaps giving something we like to them might appease them. So let's try that. Of course, it didn't work, but anyway, yeah, I can sort of, you kind of understand their thinking when you think of what the tools were there, but they're also very smart too. Now I've got younglings to kill, so as much as I'd love to continue this conversation, have fun, guys.
Cheers, brother.
Take care.
That was good. That's a good line of thinking. That's how you do stuff, right? I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Well done, guys.
I think we need a topic.
Oh, a topic, eh?
Yeah.
Here's a good one. Do gases actually get produced at ground level?
Do what?
Do gases get produced at ground level?
Uh, I think they pull gases out of the ground, don't they?
Yeah, there's some gas in the ground.
I'm not too, I wouldn't like to think I know. All I know is that, I don't know, I see that they drill for gases.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether they get produced. I would imagine they do, depending on what kind of gas. So I suppose if you're talking about any gas, I suppose some gases do because they get released. You've got like sulfur balls, which they produce a gas. Isn't there somewhere where the sulfur is so deadly you can't go there because you'll die?
I haven't heard of that, but I imagine it's possible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's a place on. I remember watching a documentary and they said that it's so toxic because sulfur, you can't breathe it because it impacts on your it sort of damages your lungs. I'm pretty sure because I remember when you have this thing and you make this concoction and you mix it and it's sulfur and it like produces a yellow gas and that fucking oh man, if you can't get that, it's so bad.
Yeah. I actually looked up this topic some time ago, and there's surprisingly quite a few effects that quote unquote produce gases in other places as well. For example, in the upper atmosphere, things like lightning strikes and aurora and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was watching something about where they said that the lightning, when it hit the ground, it wasn't the lightning coming down to the ground, it was the lightning coming from the ground.
Yeah, that does happen sometimes. I think, according to what I read, the lightning does strike from the ground, from the cloud to the ground first, but then it kind of goes back and forth, so it can also strike then up during the same channel or using the same channel.
Yeah, because if you watch a storm from distance, you see it in the sky. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, but then also there are lightning strikes that happen from cloud to cloud, or even from cloud to cloud to the atmosphere above it. So if we are to place where does lightning convert gases or produce gases, I think you would rather place it at the cloud than on the ground.
Yeah, this is the place that I was watching. This is Dalio, which is a volcano, and it's in the Danaki Depression, Ethiopia, which is like Eastern Africa. So it produces sulfur, chlorine, and acidic brine pools.
Oh yeah.
One of the most acidic and hostile environments on Earth. Pools can melt flesh, gases can suffocate. Yeah, this is the one I was watching. It was like,
oh yeah, can we set some flat earth? Oh, sorry, didn't mean to say that out loud.
yes. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It can damage the lungs extremely remote and hard.
Oh yeah.
There's another one in There's quite a few. There's one in Yellowstone National Park. Another one in New Zealand.
I think one place, I heard of one place as well. It kind of resided somewhere close to where your mother lives because she farted so much.
I don't know. Sulfur is not. I don't know. They say that sulfur is like a form of magnesium. So I don't know. You get sulfur like black salt, which is that has the taste of sulfur. I don't know if it contains sulfur.
Yeah.
But that's apparently good for you. Yeah, it does contain sulfur. You can tell because when you taste it, it smells like rotten eggs.
Yeah. Well, I actually need to go to sleep, so I guess I cannot continue on the conversation that I started myself.
No worries. Yeah, I'm off myself.
Hi, chat. Why is everyone so quiet? Bendy Spacer here. You said something that I disagree with in the text chat. You can't measure change without time. I disagree with that because a change can be with respect to something else than time. It can be with respect to really any variable. For example, space. Like let's say you measure a change density with respect to a given point in a medium. Like in some place in space you have like let's say glass, in another you have water, and in another you have air, and you will find out that you can have multiple scientists taking the measurement at the exact same time, and one will be measuring the density at the point where there's air, and another will be measuring density at the point where there's water, and they will find out that there's a change in density over space. Because water will be obviously more dense than the air. Then you could even graph that change of density with respect to these coordinates. He basically listed all of the properties of a photon and said that this is what being non-physical means in order to prove that photons are non-physical. I mean, congratulations. If you define something as something, then that thing will be that thing. I wonder if he considers energy non-physical and matter with mass physical. I wonder what he thinks. What happens when matter changes into energy, or when energy changes into matter? If something non-physical becomes physical, or something physical becomes non-physical. Then you could basically annihilate something physical, which would be matter, out of existence because you don't consider energy as physical. Or you could just materialize something physical into existence, like randomly, out of nowhere. There's absolutely no way he got AI to define being non-physical as having no rest frame without giving it any prompts about photons. Because what he listed as a definition of non-physical is just a list of properties of a photon. Maybe besides existing only as a mathematical abstraction, because photon doesn't exist only as a mathematical concept. And by the property can't be localized in space, basically anything would be anything would be non-physical. Because according to quantum mechanics, you cannot know the exact position of any particle.
You're paying $4.50 a gallon for gas.
What if I can? Nobody cursed.
was required.
Denmark.
Does the ISS see planets go around the sun?
Well, yeah, the same way Earth does.
That didn't make no sense. Earth doesn't go around the sun. So does the ISS see planets go around the sun?
Well, the ISS is going around the Earth.
So does the ISS see anything going around the sun?
It sees everything that the Earth sees going around the sun.
You see stuff going around the sun? Earth doesn't have any eyes. Humans do. What do you see? Don't tell me what the Earth sees, Earth, omnivore. Tell me what you see.
Well, you can see Venus and Mercury transit the sun. That
Are they
happens.
going around it in circles, like in orbit? This word you're looking for is orbit.
Well, yes, but unfortunately, our perspective makes it impossible to 100% from here see it go around the sun.
You mean it doesn't happen?
No, well, what? Only things that you can see happen?
I'm pretty sure, yes. Things that you see are things that can happen, yeah. If you
What do you
can't
think
see
is
it
going
happen,
on?
why would you think it's happening? So you think unicorns are flying in your butt behind you right now because you can't see them? They're always right behind you directly. Okay? You give me some money now and I'll help you out.
Yeah,
So you
Mark, what
believe me, right?
Okay. What do you think is going on?
Unicorns are behind you right now.
Okay, so
They're right out of your view.
you are
Unicorns, you just can't see them.
you are extremely hard to talk to. Are you aware of that?
Unicorns are extremely hard to see when they're right out of your view, right behind you the whole time. And we're like, look, omnivore, the unicorn's behind you, and you don't see it ever. But it's right there.
Is that your intent?
I'm saying like it's a unicorn, and all the science would prove there's a unicorn behind you, but it's just out of your view. So would you believe it or not?
You kind of come off as learning disabled. I don't.
But you kind of
totally
come off
are.
as learning disabled. It seems like the
just saying
same
that-
token you won't adhere to for you as for anybody else as you do some globe guru Bible guy that you never met before. So when Democ says something's behind you or right next to you or doing something that you can't see, you say, no, Democ's something wrong with him. But when space gurus or this guy in the chat from New York says something's doing something but you can't see it, you believe him?
So
I find you mentally unable to think for yourself.
Okay. So yeah, what happens is you have a very hard time having a conversation with anybody else because it's a stream of words that there's not much of a way to interact with.
Sounds like a globe. Everything about a globe is a stream of words that you can't interact with. A curve that's horizontal, a drop that doesn't drop, a rise that doesn't rise, a planet that's moving that doesn't spin, that you can't feel it. Stuff that orbits the sun, we know, but we can't see it. It doesn't do it. Everything that doesn't do anything is what you guys say happens somehow. And you got an excuse for why it happens, like the unicorn behind you. That's pretty fucking weird.
So some people are
Oh,
interesting.
you have
to talk
excuses,
to,
you
but
believe.
you're not really one of them. Is that? Yeah,
Really
I mean,
one of who? I'm a human, just like Eratosthenes. Can you got his stick handy? I can have. I'll take a look at his stick so we can go over his measurements with his stick. Do you have that handy? But you believe him, right? Why? Why would you believe any other human? You can't go do the same thing. If you can't do what I do or see the unicorn, hold on, brother. Let me finish my fucking sentence.
well, you need
If
wait.
you can't do what you claim, like see a sun or planet go around it, stop talking over me because you get frustrated because you're the unicorn believer of unicorn orbits. Can you visualize? Can you give me some footage of one?
Democ, if you want, you could take a stick and you could go into your backyard.
Shut up,
and
stupid.
on the
Stick
8
up your
inches
ass.
of dirt, you
Stick
could
the
do the
stick up your ass.
Eratosthenes experiment
Stick up your
yourself.
ass. You heard what I
But you
asked
could
for.
take that stick and put it in the
Low
8 inches of
IQ.
dirt in your
Low
backyard.
IQ. Stick with me here, low IQ. Orbit.
Okay.
Do you have any?
I do not have an orbit, unfortunately. Like
Have you ever
there's
seen one?
nothing orbiting around me except, according to you, the unicorns that are behind my ass. But they're
Right,
kind of
because
out of
believe
view. I
me,
can't
like
really see.
science. Oh, what? You don't believe me? Why would I lie? Come on now.
Because
I'm the
you're
same as
insane.
NASA.
That's
You're
why.
impossible. You guys are impossible. You know it. You can believe every fucking unicorn story but mine. That's weird. So, do you guys have you ever seen anything orbit the sun? Now you're gonna act like I didn't give you guys 20 minutes to talk there. So, has anybody ever seen, or does anybody have any footage of this fucking unicorn fairy story of orbits? I think your whole model's gone now. So no orbit, no distances, no Eratosthenes stick. We don't know where he was buried. We don't know where he was born. We don't know his mama. But you believe everything. Some guy you couldn't even fucking fathom, couldn't even imagine the existence of the person, but you believe something they didn't do because they're not.
Were able to do their experiment.
You do it. You're
So-
doing what? A stick is an experiment? Getting
Yeah.
a stick is an experiment?
So Dimmock,
Get a
Right.
stick in his experiment.
so do you
call-
know what the experiment he did
Getting a
was?
stick's not an experiment. What was the cause of his stick?
Do you understand what the
We're gonna
Eratosthenes?
science his stick, right? What's
do
the
you
cause of
let
his
one of
stick?
me
Go speak, Demok. Let the man speak and say something and respond to you. This is
You
why
too,
nobody can have a
Dick.
conversation with you.
Yeah, you're
Because
the
you
one
just
talking
yell over
him, you
everyone like a
fucking
maniacal
weirdo.
Florida man.
You're the
Stop
one
it.
talking over him, weird
So
fuck.
Stop it.
Dimmock, I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I didn't mute you, but I can't really argue with it. I don't know what you get out of this, but whatever it is, it's lost on me.
We need a topic that's not unicorns orbiting our butts.
Hey, is there anyone there from the good old US of A who can tell me about these Los Angeles riots that are happening right now? Oh, okay. Apparently the Marines are about to be deployed, so I've heard on the news. Anyway, guys, have fun over there in the land of the free.
So dead in here, huh? Where's everybody? AFK? Yo, yo, who was that?
Yo, Bug. You just join. All right, someone's got to talk.
Yeah, I just joined, so I'm at the grocery store, so I'll be on in a second. But...
I have no idea what you just said.
He said, once on 40, seen him, one to send him.
Okay.
Yeah, y'all stirred up. I got a long way to go. I need company.
Might as well just
See
unmute
my-
Emma. Might as well just
Yeah,
unmute
see.
Emma.
We're just thinking the same thing. Here we go.
Yo, Democ.
What up?
What did you do to get muted, man?
Yeah, I don't know. They were telling him don't mute me. I didn't talk over nobody or nothing. So I don't know.
Well, apparently he was telling people that talking about unicorns going up people's butts or something.
No,
That's what I was told.
he said there was something happening, but we couldn't see it, but they know it's happening. I said, you mean like a unicorn behind your butt that you just can't see because it's right behind you. And every time I see it and look at it, I can see it, but you don't believe me, but you just can't see it. So I was just saying the same exact as him. He was saying I was being silly. I'm like, no, that's exactly what you're telling me. That an orbit doesn't exist anywhere. You can't see one happen live, but you believe it happens. That a planet orbits the sun when no one's ever watched anything orbit the sun. How about in Antarctica during the 24-hour sun? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You're kind of low.
Yeah, we've watched nothing orbit the sun except for sunspots.
Okay, so no planets orbit no suns. Gotcha.
So is the sun orbiting us?
Things on the surface of the sun.
No, the
going
sun's
around
not
and
orbiting
coming
anything.
around again.
Then why does it move in the sky?
Moving doesn't mean orbiting. At least
Okay.
moves in the sky, but doesn't orbit. Stuck to the tree. It wiggles. What do you mean moves in the sky? What's that?
Well, if the sun wasn't orbiting around us, then it would like go away.
What's the orbit mean?
There'd
No,
be a
that's
chance
what you
it could
keep
go
saying.
away.
What does that even mean? What are you even talking about?
Like
What is an orbit?
It does the same pattern every day around a fixed point.
What's an orbit? Show me an
It
orbit.
goes around something.
No, you show me an orbit. Something orbit something, so I
Just
can know
told
what
you
that
what an
means.
orbit means. It goes around in a
Show me an
cyclical
object
fashion.
orbit something so we can see it live, and we'll
The
all
sun's
see
in
what an
the sun's
orbit
in
is
the same
without
spot
you
every.
inferring.
I mean, you
You're
see the sun's in the
inferring
same
what an
spot
orbit
every
is.
day.
No,
No, this is the wrong. This is the
no. I
wrong
don't see the
approach.
sun do any of that. It
Denmark,
gets nighttime. As a matter of fact, I see the sun for a couple hours for a certain amount, and then it's dark. What are you talking about, guys?
What would you
Maybe that's
call
just,
the?
maybe you stare at the
what would you
sun
Where
too
did you
long. I
guys
guess.
see any of this nonsense you're talking about?
Professor, hang on. Denmark, what would you call the motion of the sun? How would you characterize it?
Straight along in front of my view till I can't see it anymore, left to right, and then it's gone. It's gone before I
what?
see it, and then it's gone when I don't see it. What'd you call that?
And then
You
what
call
does
that
it do?
orbit?
Does it go right to left the next day, or does it go left to right again?
I don't know. You tell me what the fuck is right to left for who? What does that mean? What does that even mean? What's right to left for the sun? Show me.
You tell
You're
me.
not
You just
making
said
any
that.
sense, dude. You guys don't make any sense.
I'm just repeating.
What
You're right. I'm
orbit? What does
repeating
the
you.
sun orbit? Show me.
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Well,
Show
this
me
is
the
the thing.
sun go down around a ball.
Have you heard
Down
the?
around, not
Hang on,
above
Denmark.
like a
Hang on.
helicopter.
Denmark.
That's
I
not
want to talk
orbit.
about something. Denmark. I want to talk about something else. Hang on a second. MC Toon right now is live streaming with a guy called Farron who's pretending to be a flat earther. Yeah. MC Toon knows this is a multi-million viewed YouTube Globy celebrity who's pretending to be a flat earther on his live stream right now. For shits,
Farron?
giggles, shits, giggles, and super chats.
Faron.
PHAREN. It's
Okay,
a
what's
guy
that
called
on?
Alex.
It's on Twitch or YouTube or TikTok or
Hang on,
what?
hang on. I'll get you a link. Hang on. I presume it's still going. Hang on, there's a link.
You can get Denmark on there.
There it is. MC Tune Live. This guy called Farron. He's been in Gem server for about a week, he's a real pain in the ass. He's pretending to be a flat earther. He's a real crap at pretending to be a flat earther, just winding people up the wrong way. Last night it was caught out. He posted some stuff he'd done. Someone there did some digging around, a couple of reverse image searches. Got back to some Patreon, then they got back to an Etsy account, would you believe? And they finally ended up back at this ended up back here. Here's another link where they ended up back to. This is Alex Evett, who's pretending right now to be a flat earther on MC Tune's channel. MC Tune knows this, but he's been going along with it because of the super chats.
Hmm.
And sterling job. Everyone's on the grift.
So they're saying this guy money to fake debate with a flat earther.
MC, you tell me, MC, you look at MC Tune's super chats coming in on YouTube. And MC Tune says the title of his debate tonight is "Farron thinks the Earth is not a globe." I think it's been, this week there's lots of people who all across the board who know that Farron is just someone pretending to be a flat earther, and I think MC2 knows that, and he may have found out a bit late in the week when he scheduled this, but he ploughed on with it anyway.
So what's the point?
He's a grifting.
Oh, he's grifting off the grifter?
No, MC Tune is grifting. Yeah,
No, I know.
The other guy is just I don't know why the other guy's pretending, frankly. It may be that it may be that he may be getting a cut of super chats with MC Tune. Who knows? Who really knows why someone would make an absolute pain in the ass themselves and pretend to be something they're not?
It reminds me of CC on the plane with Cyman Dan, how they only talk about each other, like, or you know what I mean? He only covers that guy a million billion times.
Sure, but that's at least the point is though, at least they're honest. At least they tell you they're doing that. At least it's apparent. But this is if this is true that MC2 knew this guy is not a flat earther and then comedically tries to dismantle him on live for super chats, then that is being dishonest, isn't it?
100%. It's kind of weird.
Yeah. Not a good look.
No, he's running out of ignorant ideas to portray for people. Why doesn't he just let somebody speak for themselves without muting them every 3 seconds, and then they could actually get a fucking half a sentence out?
If it was Nathan Oakley pretending to have a debate for super chats with a flat earther pretending to be a globie, it would be as equally as loathsome, wouldn't it? Frankly, people
it would be stupid.
And he'd get criticised for that too, wouldn't he?
Yeah. I'd criticize anybody for doing some goofy shit. Yeah. I mean, that there is a point to that. I don't care if the person's a flat earther or not or what, or really that's just a goofy term that we brought into this being funny. But the idea that all people are people, that's the thing. So if somebody's doing something goofy, no matter what they actually, think behind the scenes, their actions are what they are. Act on it.
I feel like Farron's really not a convincing flat earther. It's like really, it's not convincing.
Oh, it's terrible.
The conversation's really boring.
Yeah, just irritating. You can tell pretty quickly that he's not the real flat earther.
Yeah.
Is the agree?
I was watching it about an hour ago when it first came on, and he was actually saying, I've done my own research, kind of stuff like that. And that's kind of a red flag.
Yeah, because flat earthers don't do their research.
Like I say, about 12 hours ago on Gems, he's been doing it for a week, and everyone's been saying, "Fuck off," "Fuck off, you irritating bastard."
Well, on the
And,
behalf of some flat earthers, when they first got into this, they were gung ho and excited to go figure everything out. Then you come to a point when the very thing you're trying to figure out never existed anyway, and you're like, man, these crazy terms and words, what do they really mean? Like the horizon, and then a person tells me, well, Demont Glober, flat earther guy thinking about whatever. It's a area where the air apparently meets the ground in your field of. I said, well, there's not a place that doesn't happen. So I think that's canceled itself out. So then they're like, well, there's a position, a geometrical, actual physical location of a spherical area where you could stand on, and it's the curve you could mark it, as you go. And that doesn't happen. So like, here we are, you know. So the flat earthers had a wrong idea. Globers had a wrong idea. We do go out and try to figure stuff out. It's the same as if I said, hey, make me a sun, and you guys think that you can make a sun with some weird thing because something made a spark. And then you go and actually do a lot of crazy shit because of everything they told you in these books, and you follow this stuff, but you still can't make a sun. And the sun you supposedly makes nothing like the one they tell you that's being made on its own by magical space and time, which has no fucking brains. So if an intelligent thing like you and me can't make space and time do something with the space and time doing it anyway, something's wrong. And then there's always a separation. Like if this stuff's always happening over here, and it happens and it happens, but when you get next to it, it's not happening like the particle wave thing. Once you notice it, you can't make an orbit. You can't make water stick to a ball. You can't put something in a vacuum and make it work. Nothing works. So here we are. What can we really, I know a tree's a tree, don't get me wrong. I know certain things are known to be what they are, logically. But like other than that stuff, what actually can you really know? Like the particle thing, the proton, the gas, the air, like what really fucking is going on when everybody wants to separate all the stuff from itself? It's electricity, it's power, it's potential, it's energy, it's ether, it's black matter, dark matter. It's just come looking for God, looking for a God particle. What the fuck is the difference? What the fuck is the difference? It's all based on a religion. Always religiously trying to look for something you predicted that doesn't exist anywhere. It's just weird. And if your
I'll give
predictions
you
are
that,
so
mate.
great, yeah, produce the thing.
I'll give you that part. It doesn't affect my life, and it certainly doesn't affect yours, does it, Denmark?
No. And like when I think about death, I think, what's the shape of death? If we're all in this thing trying to fucking say globe, 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 and all this stuff, what's Euclidean death math? Has anyone studied that? You see what I'm saying? Like, why would the interesting thing be some stupid shit that really we can't even get a grasp on? Like, there's a whole field of study for stars. Then when you get close to them, they disappear. What the fuck? What do we do with that? You go to sleep and can dream there's a sun in your dream. Surely there's not a vacuum in a fucking space in your dream and a hydrogen sun, is there? So, what's the sun? No, really, what the fuck?
Did anyone hit the gym today?
I went to work. When I work, it's like a gym. I got to lift a lot of shit.
Fuck yeah, dude. Anyone else? Anyone else? Please tell me. Did anyone get some exercise today? No? Just me and Denmark?
Yeah, if Denmark's here, I'm not interested.
Spoken like a true person of non-originality. Well, I was going to ask him what the mile was for when we record the Antarctica sun above our head. What's the distance for 93 million? Because, like, you see the whole path right there. That's orbit. It's circle above your head. It's halo orbit. I didn't know a halo was an orbit. That's confusing me. So, a helicopter or a balloon or anything blown in the air in a circle or a leaf or anything above your head's an orbit in a circle? I'm learning stuff. I thought an orbit was a whole different thing, like an actual sphere going down, underneath, and over, above, top a sphere. I didn't know something flying across left and right, back and forth around a flat plane over the top of it was an orbit of any sort. I didn't know that. So, I mean, 93 million miles. You've got Antarctica sun. Eratosthenes would have had a field day with that, right? The whole sun at the whole time for the whole day, right there, right there in front of him. That's the whole 93 million miles right there, boys. That's a 93 million mile circle. The radius of it, or the circumference, or I don't even fucking know. You have to show me. From which point to which point is 93 million miles in its circle revolution. I mean, it's right there. It does its whole thing. The whole day right there, boom, in a circle. Trace that circle, make you a key legend of how wide it was with a stick or something, compared to your, micro, macro you. And then just mark the dots on it, what you think 93 million is. And then we'll line that up with our flat Earth horizon and take a look. See which one's bigger. You can fit 1,000,000 Earths on the sun. 100 on the surface. And so if you can fit 100 Earths on the surface of the sun, and the horizon's way, way bigger than the sun, don't you think that excludes the size of your Earth altogether? Your puny 8,000 mile, or 8,000 mile left to right Earth. It's like nothing. Doesn't even exist. It's like nothing. Imagine you're looking at an 8,000 mile planet sitting on your horizon. Welcome to Flat Earth. That planet you're looking at would be a globe. It'd be little. They also told me the sun sat still when I was a kid. Now they're telling us the sun moves. So is the sun stationary or is it moving? Where was the arc protractor invented for Eratosthenes? So he could sit the protractor down and use it for his angles. To his
Pythagoras.
Eratosthenes, I mean. Was he doing the sun's distance or the shape of the planet?
Pythagoras or Eratosthenes?
Tossed to the knees.
Tosthenes, he was just wanting to know the circumference of the earth.
And how would he want to know? Like, so if he only realizes the earth is a flat stationary plane and everything's horizontal to him, where did he get his reference for a curve? And why would you start out thinking, I'm going to prove this flat horizontal thing's a curve when what you see is flat and horizontal and not a curve? So the only thing you had to work, one second, the only thing he had to work with was flat and horizontal. Where was the curve he worked with?
He knew the planet was round.
How, if it's local, flat to you and me, even with binoculars?
It's not to me. It's not to me at all. I know there's Lookout Mountains about 80 miles out in front of me, but I can't see it yet.
Was he on a mountain?
Here in about 20 miles, I'll see the top of Lookout Mountain at the horizon below my eye level. And as I get closer, it'll grow out of the horizon and become taller than me.
That's cool for a flat earth, but what I'm saying is where's the curve that he had as a reference? And then where was his two models? Where is your guys' non-biased, I don't know what the hell I'm on now. I want to go in a lab and test these two things and see what the fuck I'm on matches, not to say it's anything. So when did they ever do any real non-lying, non-biased stuff and say, we don't know, we're going to just exclude the thing we're on right now out of the whole fucking experiment, right? Because the space physics ain't working here. So don't put them into the fucking math here. They don't exist. So in a lab, none of that shit exists but what you can really do, right? So where would anybody get the idea of anything other than flat earth? And how
I would guess, just keeping it simple, that somebody watched the sun move across the sky and how it went across the sky and tried to think about maybe where it went, and then realizing that the entire sky is following sort of that same path. And, it's like, hey, we must be on a rotating thing of some sort. We see all those other planets and stuff out there.
Where did Eratosthenes record that?
I don't know. There are drawings from like 5,000 years ago
of time-lapse photography
solar
of the stars?
system. No. They didn't have no cameras back then. But
so what are you talking about?
They just carved it in stone and draw. I guess they did drawings and things like that.
How many stars can you draw into your sky? All of them?
I don't know. I wouldn't even try to draw all the stars in particular.
So who's doing that? How would you do that at Eratosthenes in his nightgown with no computers or nothing, just a pen? It's a stick of wood. How would you do that?
Yeah, I don't know. It is kind of wild to think about how they got things done back then, right?
No, I'm wondering. I'm wondering where they saw a ball at when you can only see the sun in your view till it goes dark. Nobody's seeing it going down, nothing, nowhere. So everybody just imagined a whole bunch of dumb shit without just saying, hey, what the fuck am I on? What can I demonstrate to you and me and you as real life humans that don't lie to each other in a lab or outside? And then this thing that we demonstrate, what's outside match? Does it match a ball in a vacuum on this thing that we can't do? No, possibly can't, because we can't even do it. We couldn't even fathom that. We couldn't even figure that. We couldn't even, there's no reference for that. Now, can it be a stationary plane not in a vacuum with air? Yes. That's the only thing we experience.
Well, I mean, if it was that would mean the sun and all the stars, the entire universe would have to be rotating somehow around me. But
What
it's kind of
universe?
like me going. It's kind of like me going down the road. I see all
What
the
universe?
world going by, and it's kind of like me saying I'm sitting still and the whole world's moving. No, that doesn't make sense. It's
What
I'm
universe are
moving
you
down the
talking about?
road and
Where's the universe when you can only
the
see a couple
sky,
stars?
the
You
sky
don't
that you
see a
see
universe.
above
You already
you,
said.
all that out there,
What
the
stars do you
universe.
see? Where's the universe? Film the universe up above your
It's
head right now.
when the sun goes down, you can see it.
You can see a universe. What's that look like? Film it for me.
Yeah,
Left
just
lane's gonna
look up.
film a universe from the ground with his camera.
Yeah,
It's gonna be
yeah,
great.
just look up. You see it.
Just your imagination is what I see. I see some guy imagining a whole bunch of crazy shit. Are you okay, brother?
I am a little tired, man.
Okay, so when you look up and don't see none of the shit you said, what's going on again? When you don't imagine dumb shit and you look up and you see the sun go in your view for a frame of time and you don't imagine it does fuck all, that's being unbiased. You guys don't know how to do that. And then you say, what am I on? Am I on a flat plane that's stationary and not wobbling, that's equidistant and equipotential to itself everywhere as a horizontal plane? The horizontal is the equipotential, equidistant thing. No one can show an equipotential curve or what the fuck that even means. You go outside and show me what an equipotential curve is outside, any dirt curve that's equipotential to any fucking thing. Show me it right now. Doesn't exist. So don't say weird ass fucking words like curves are equipotential to anything when you guys can't go prove any curve is equipotential to shit. Prove it. A real curve outside. Prove what you're saying equipotential is.
You got to
have
do
no
it for
clue.
yourself.
It's a horizontal line. I've already done it. It's a level horizontal line. All my cups stay equipotential, all million of them from left to right on a level horizontal line. Now show me your curve that's equipotential. I don't think you know what the fuck that means. Doesn't exist, buddy. Do you have it? I showed you my horizontal. It's time for you. You guys act intellectual. Now you act like clams or turtles with your head in your shell. Show me an equipotential arc. I just demonstrated you and any human that's listening to this with any 2 cents of a brain cell can go get a level surface as big as they want, and it's equipotential everywhere across the surface. You're not going down below. You're not going up above for equipotential. Right along the surface of the object. No down to the center of gravity, bud. You need to show that. So welcome to Flat Earth until any glober can show what an equipotential circle looks like on the fucking dirt that's supposed to be equipotential. Come on, let's do this. Surely the Earth can't not be equipotential to itself everywhere, the whole claim that's been made by all of you guys. If you want to back out of that claim and the Earth's not a smooth sphere anywhere, and there is differential every fucking where. You guys want to back out of your claim as the Earth being equipotential to a center of something with mountains and cliffs and valleys and hills and shit? You want to back out of that? Eclipse equipotential to what? Doesn't even make no sense. It's a corner. How can a corner be equipotential to a sphere? An upside down 90. Yeah, because I'd be in the lab with the spinning ball and I'd be like, hey, what are we on? They'd be like, oh, I think we're on a ball, DeMarc. Okay, let's get a ball out. Okay, what else do you think about this ball? Well, I think it's spinning. Okay. Now what would you do on this spinning ball to see to prove that it's a spinning ball? Well, tie a cat string to it on a swivel. Okay, what's that do? Let's record what it does on a spinning ball. Now let's record what a cat toy swivel does on a flat stationary plane that you move. My money is on, I guarantee you, the only thing the swivel's going to match is flat Earth. This being flat Earth that we're on. Your swivel cat toy is only going to match stationary plane that's not rotating. It'll never match a spinning ball. You couldn't even fathom what the fuck that would even be like or look like because you guys are too biased. You'll never go in a lab and put a cat toy on your spinning ball to prove that's not what the fuck it does. It would make you guys look stupid as hell. Everything to do with the spinning ball would actually make you guys look stupid as hell. So it's not allowed. No balls allowed in ball physics, right? Because too big and somewhere else and you hope something. And because somebody told you, some smart guy told you that balls do magic stuff somewhere. And the smart guy can't produce it either. But you believe him. Just like a pope. Popes have no proof. Religions have no proof, and neither does science. So science is a religion. Science doesn't prove anything. There's no fucking point in it.
I was gonna say, doesn't science prove things? That's like what it
No,
does.
science doesn't prove anything, is the saying, buddy. You better go back and read your book. Science does not prove things. Science is known to change every single day. By the inherent fact that globe science has to change, guess what a globe has to be? A globe can't be a globe. It has to be something different than a globe inherently because science cannot be the same. Tomorrow, science will tell you fire is cold. So do you think science is proving something to you?
Well, doesn't as our research goes on and technology gets better and we're able to learn more things,
You can't
isn't
learn what
science?
exponential means to a curve. Where's your
Doesn't
technology?
science like just evolve over time though, and things could
No, it
change? But
devolves. No, it
it
devolves.
devolves.
It
Oh, okay.
devolves. You got plastic parts that melt at a certain degree now. You got junk shit, right? Breaking down on cars that
Plastic,
used to be guaranteed for life. They used to last
plastic
40
didn't
years. I'm
melt
driving a
100
vehicle
years
right now.
ago, but
Listen,
now
I'm
it
driving a
melts.
40-year-old vehicle. Are you? Are you?
That's
Are your
irrelevant.
neighbors?
That's relevant. But
How
does
many
the
people are
plastic
driving
not
your
melt like
technology
100 years
for
ago?
40
Plastic
years?
wouldn't melt.
No, listen to
What
what
kind
I'm
of
saying. Your technology, your special technology, I'm driving
yeah?
old tech for 40 years. Where is your new
Okay.
tech lasting 40 years? Show me your 40-year lasting car. Your new one, your Tesla.
Yeah, some old tech breaks down a lot more regularly, like than new tech. It's
That's what
pretty
you keep
evident and
saying.
clear.
You keep saying
That's
that.
what I keep saying. It's just if
I
you know
got a
anything about
40-year-old
English,
old metal vehicle. I don't see any people around me with any 40-year-old. They all got new junk because their other new junk broke, and their other new junk broke, and their other new junk broke. I still got the
you don't
same
know
stuff.
that. You
I'm
don't know
watching
that.
them. I see them all. Show me the
You're
40-year-old
watching
vehicles on
everybody
camera
else.
around you. Show me your 40-year-old vehicles around you on
Just
camera.
because I don't see 40-year-old
Holy
vehicles
fuck,
doesn't
that's the
mean
proof,
that
you
they're
dumb son of a bitch.
indestructible.
Oh my God.
That's not proof at all.
So you think, okay, how's technology costed you free energy? Have you paid
Listen,
free
I don't
energy
want to
yet?
ruffle your feathers. I didn't want to
No,
like
it's energy
didn't
free
want to
now
get
with
you
all your
emotionally charged.
technology.
It's fine. I didn't want to get you upset. I'm sorry. Let me
You're
just I'll go
not. You're
back to
just
what I was
making no
No,
sense.
it's fine.
Technology costs
It's
free
really
now.
it's
So technology
it's
means
just hard to
free,
swallow.
but nothing's free.
You say 40
Technology
years
means free
ago
for everybody and
plastic
no more
didn't
work.
melt, or it
Technology means
melts
no
now,
work.
but it didn't melt back then. You know,
Technology means
things
you
like
don't have to do any. Shut the fuck up for a second, weirdo. Technology means
no,
you don't have to do any work. Everything free. Where's this at?
but 40-year-old trucks aren't technology.
Where is your 100-year lasting truck battery?
Yeah, you're a
Better
dumb
than
fuck.
your fucking 1 year lasting brand new 2025, retard. Your new tech. Your broke down shit that breaks down in a year. Your recalled fucking GM motors that can't even run. Shut up. You don't have any tech. What tech? What the fuck is technology? Garbage. Garbage sold to you. An iPhone for $1,400 that costs $3 to make. Technology, my dick. Sounds pretty fucking stupid and obsolete and ass backwards if you ask me. The point of technology is supposed to be $3 for your iPhone and $3 for your phone. $3 to make it, $5 for your phone. Not other way around. But no, but I'm not mad. I'm just saying it's just some of the things that we've been fucking stuck in our head, man. It's crazy. Technology. Elon Musk can't even go anywhere. Elon Musk got 30 rockets on a thing. They did it with 5. The first try.
I know, brother. Like in the year 2025, you think technology would be like nothing breaks down, but a machine is still a machine. It's still going to break down, you know? And trucks
No
40, 50
technology.
years ago also broke down. It's not
How
like
did it
a
break
fucking
down? But
old
technology.
Ford it is indestructible and never broke down.
You
That
didn't
shit
learn how to
broke down
fix
all
it
the
better?
fucking time.
You didn't learn how to fix
You
it
know, you
better?
completely just sidestepping everything and
You know
fucking
what a
saying
Lego
things.
is,
So
don't you? You know how you take
I
a
know what
Lego
a
off and
Lego
replace
is.
the
What does
Lego?
that have to do with fucking anything that we were
Well,
just
that's the
talking about?
technology you should have.
This is
Anytime a
why people
Lego
think you're
breaks,
difficult.
anytime a Lego
Like,
breaks, you take that Lego, you melt it back down and make a new one and replace it with a new one, or you just use the new ones
Legos
you have.
don't fucking break. It's a piece
That's
of plastic. What do you
technology.
mean break?
That's technology.
Legos are
Non-breaking.
technology?
Yes. How tough is a
Oh
Lego?
my
Step on
fucking
one,
god.
smash
You
it,
are really
fight it,
fucking stupid, man.
hurt the Lego, beat the Lego up.
Yeah, beat it up, melt
That
it
Lego's
down. That's
probably tougher than your
technology.
car. That
50
Lego will
years
probably outlast your
ago,
car.
Legos were indestructible. Now, today's Legos, they break
No,
down,
that's
melt
not
it
what I'm saying.
down,
I'm saying,
bend it.
where's your
It's
technology?
just, it's so obvious. Technology's just
Where's
not
your?
where it should be. Legos break nowadays.
Yeah, they got
But back
plastic
50 years
glass that
ago,
you
they were
can't break with a
indestructible.
hammer.
Yeah, you
Where's your
can't break
glass?
it with a hammer now. Where's my fucking glass? These Legos
Where's
are
your car that
piles of
can't ever
shit.
break? Where's your bumper car that never breaks? That's rubber and won't never get hurt in an accident. Oh, you got a
And
piece
made
of
from
fucking
China.
retard shit that breaks everywhere on it like fiberglass?
It's
Oh,
nothing but
technology.
retard shit left and
It's
fucking
so
right. You know,
technology.
back 50 years ago,
Your
trucks
airbag
never
don't
broke
work.
down. They were
Your
indestructible.
airbag don't work. Your
And
backup
then they had to
camera
go
breaks.
around and fucking change
Your
it. Why did
battery
they
doesn't
change
work in
something
the
that was
wintertime
perfect?
and summer.
I know. These
Technology.
GMC recalls, what a bunch
So
of
much
fucking
technology.
retards, bro.
Recalls on a fucking seat belt, recalls on tire pressure, recalls on everything. We got some fucking retards in all of our good technology.
I'm
I
telling
hate
you.
to be a Glober today.
Now, you've been a flat earther today, brother.
No, I'd hate to be a Glober. They're too technological for me. They're so smart and nothingness. They got so many cars that run worse. They forgot what free fuel is everywhere. They forgot everything you touch is fuel. They're just like mistaken somehow. You're still paying an arm and a leg for gas. And then when their technology's electric, you're going to pay an arm and a leg for that. You call that technology? Are you fucking
Dude, no,
idiot?
for real, Demog, dude, I've been checking out the electric Hummers. No shit. Those things are gangster as fuck, dude. I test drove that shit. It changed my fucking life, dude. That Hummer is the sickest shit, bro. I'm gonna
Well,
get that,
listen.
dude. I'm just
Now listen to me. I'm going to tell you
Yes,
something.
sir.
They are badass
Yes, sir.
when you first
Yeah.
buy them. But
Yeah.
after you have them for a year, then you got to worry.
Why, man?
Because you got to buy the third version of it. You know, the first, second Tesla and the third Tesla were shit. Like around the third to fourth Tesla was the best one, and then a couple ones after that are kind of shit. But he did have a couple that, like the one that Danny Duncan like fucking wrecks the fuck out of and can drive through water, just dumb shit. He does everything to that thing and it still works.
Well,
Yeah.
Let me see, because I don't know how many years it's been out. It's been out for like 2 or 3 years, though, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that's my advice to you. Anytime you want to get a new item, don't get like the 2020. If it's the brand new version, get the 21. It's going to be a lot better, or the 22. Don't get the brand new electric car. Get the one that's the next year, because it's going to go through the kinks and people are going to demand this get fixed and this get fixed. They're going to have to address some of it.
Okay. Yeah, it's been out for about 2 years now, so it's still young.
Yeah, one more year will probably be a little better. See, because they're all trying to catch up to what Tesla did with that one. They're all trying to be as good as the one that, I'm serious. They're all trying to be to where your backup cameras work when it gets 110 degrees or 20 below. They want to make sure everything's, the electronic shit's funny. Temperature. It really is. I've had brand new cars a lot. So
I'm over Tesla, bro. What do you think about Tesla, though, man? The car, not Elon.
Oh, the car? I don't know. I haven't ever driven it, but I mean, I hear they're fast as shit.
Yeah, dude. The Cyber Beast is off the chain. But dude, the
700
American Hummer,
horsepower.
bro. That's red,
700
white, and blue.
horsepower
What?
for his fucking 3 model or Y model or his S or something. I don't know. That's crazy. That's a lot of horsepower, dude. When you think an old metal car back in the day had 150 and 200 horsepower, what the fuck?
Yeah, dude. Fucking golf carts have more horsepower now.
Yeah, I was looking at the schematics. I think that shit was all a lie back then. I think they just did that just to keep people fucking not being scared. Like, because, some of them big motors, like you get an old 51 Windsor, a old, LS, something, them motherfuckers are just, man, you can 1,000 horsepower on them bitches.
Yeah, dude. Fucking king of the road. What's your favorite, like, American muscle car?
What?
What's your favorite, like, American muscle car?
I always liked my Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme just because it was a car,
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
Those
Dude, I'm telling you
things are
what, that
nice.
motherfucking thing had posi traction and I couldn't, it felt like it, my wife was afraid. She said that when I pressed the gas, it got up and flew down she felt like it flew like a jet, like lifted up and took off on 2 wheels. Yeah.
Wait, what the fuck is pause attraction?
Where both tires in the back spin instead of just one. You know how you have front wheel drive on some of these cars these days? Well, it's just one tire spins on the pieces of shit. That's basically it. Both of them lock together and they'll both start spinning to get you out of it. You'll have 2 marks on the road instead of 1. Now you know?
Ah.
Positive traction. Yeah, positive, yeah.
Okay, cool, man.